going on, family? How you doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Dr. Lady O, Trev Smooth. Welcome back, Miss Lady Di, M. White, Amira, Andy, Bo, and Sweeney, and myself, Lapeef J. Welcome to the People's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Happy.
Blessed always, as always.
Blessed as always.
We're lucky to be here to have a good conversation.
Good to hear. Good to hear. We over there doing them eyebrows too.
I don't know. I'm just dramatic.
No, okay.
I'm doing it to everyone.
No, I thought you was have somebody over there on the passenger side.
No, unfortunately, I'm a single boss babe.
Okay, we're gonna see if we can get that computer fixed there in white. Be with you. Anyhow, man, good to see you guys. Welcome. Let's see what we got in the chat. Everybody mute up. You're getting the echo. What's going on? Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Nike. Shout out to JI and Panels. Said what's up? BTK. Is it Junior or JI? It's JI. Must be your first time. Welcome. Got Dale Matthews in the house. Royce. Dory G. Nice to see the panel in chat. What else we got? Toya T. I ain't seen you in a while. What's going on? Say, hey, Lady Di. You bringing them out, Lady Di. Bringing them out. Lawrence Knight. Beak. How you doing? Dale Matthew, as always. Welcome back, Lady Di. Jacob. Supposed to be one of your people, Zamir. What's going on, Jacob? Edward, I might have said you already. What's up, people? Did y'all hear about the plane crash with the 252 people and one man walked away? Allegedly, yeah, I did see that. I actually saw the plane. A video just released with the plane actually going up, and it didn't get too far up. So I'm wondering how he was able to jump off that quick. I guess we're gonna find out. How's everybody?
All right. Yeah.
Man, y'all sound dry. How's everybody? Let's try this again.
I am amazing.
Very good.
Amazing.
10 o'clock. I'm tired, but I'm here.
Okay.
I woke up as me. I can never complain.
Okay.
I'm disheveled. I just got off work. I'm trying to get my life together.
Get your life together, yeah. Because I'm kind of used to you having a different background. So you trying something new today, or you just haven't got set up?
My nephew decided that he wanted to spend a few weeks here and kick me out of my living room. So I was like, well, fine. So this is what you get, the boring background today. I'm so sorry.
Well, as long as we got you in the background, it's all good, Bo. I think
Indeed.
you bring the flavor to the space. So shout out to you. Sweeney, man, you been getting it on, man. You got the crisp lining, you got the bright lighting. I'm just not so used to seeing you like this, man.
Where you see a line in it?
Wow, so early in the stream, we're going to start.
You got to be talking about his beard, man. You got to be talking about his beard, man.
Oh, yeah, I was talking about the beard, in white.
Why you on one? Get back from vacation, immediately start talking shit. Ain't that something?
Yeah, what, man? He's showing out, ain't he? Come on, and white, got to treat the guests nice, man. All right, so we got an excellent show here for you guys, man. It was a video. I will be dropping that link for the full entire video, so you guys can watch that. But it is Dr. Daff Show. This is from Dr. Daff Show, so shout out to her. She has been creating some great content, which I think will make a great show for today. So she had a panel full of boss babes and trad wives. Trad is traditional wives for people who are not familiar with it. And they had an excellent discussion. So the boss babes get called out about a brutally honest trad wives in this viral debate. Broke it up into 3 parts. We're going to go ahead and get into it. I'm going to run this first clip. We'll go ahead and discuss it, and we'll see what we get with it. All right? Sound like a plan?
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
Well, always count on Ann with all that energy, man.
I know. I'm doing my best to get the audience hype.
Okay, hype me up. Well, get started. Get White over there dancing.
Well, you said it. I was like, damn, I wish I had some boots. So throw that one boot out and then get that. Y'all might not know the trend. Y'all ain't never seen the Hype Me Up dance?
You want to show us?
No. JR might have the clip. Play the clip.
Nah, I ain't got the clip, man. But yeah, I'm not sure they're ready for that one. But here we go, man. I'm gonna run this first clip. Let's go ahead and get into it. You ready, Sweeney? All right.
Do not need a man to feel complete or fulfilled. Okay, anyone can speak. Whoever feels passionate about this.
So like I was saying before, I think a lot of obviously how we're feeling and our opinions are completely shaped on our experiences. So mine particularly because I was raised by a single mom, I think seeing the way in which she still dedicated her time to me, and she had time to do that because she was an older mom too. So I think she got to live her life to a certain point. And then she had me because I got to grow up with a woman who was able to take care of herself and allow me to experience the world as well. And she didn't have a man by her side. I actually never saw my mom date a man, like in my experience. After my dad, I think that was it for her. But because I saw that, it really always taught me that I did not need somebody else, regardless of who it is, a friend, a boyfriend, anything to make me feel fulfilled as a person. Because at the end of the day, and I hate to be so morbid, but I'm just always thinking about this, but in a positive way, we are going to go by ourselves. There's nobody else that goes with us, so you have to feel fulfilled within yourself. Thank you.
I would agree with that, actually, as somebody who got married really young, which is why I agreed with the prompt. I don't think that we're supposed to be fulfilled by other people. I think that when we have Christ in our lives and when we know ourselves, we can be fulfilled, right? Because like you said in the beginning, our purpose is to serve God and to serve others. And so my husband adds so much to my life, and my life has become significantly better since I married him. But as a person, I am fulfilled in who I am.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it, man. I'm gonna start with you first, Trev. What are your thoughts about that discussion and what was said?
I mean, if if they didn't have the signs up or anything, you could still absolutely tell who the trad wives were. Believe it or not, I kind of understand the sentiment of the first young lady who spoke. Don't agree, emphatically disagree, but I can understand why she sees that viewpoint. It was, in my opinion, it was a circumstance that she ended up dealing with. I don't think that that's ideal, right? We could see there's certain times where, single mothers can actually help to create outstanding children. Sometimes it happens, right? There's some examples of it, but it doesn't mean the exception is never the rule, right? If you go by the data, every metric we're talking about that separates you from being a degenerate to a outstanding citizen is predicated on the fact of you having both parents and stuff like that. I don't think that every one of us wants to be old and die alone. Like, she's too young to have experienced that part of it yet. She hasn't, and she's still able to garner attention. She's still able to get dates. She's still able to get many of the things that you would need at her leisure right now. But once Father Time kicks in, take away what Mother Nature gave you, then you start to feel it, right? When you're in that room and you got that silence and you got nobody there, because the children are going to grow up and go away. So at some point, it's going to hit you, and it's going to hit you hard. And by the time that happens to you, it's too late. You'll be behind the 8 ball already. So that's why, I'm sure Darwin would definitely agree with the sentiment of just start early as you can, right? There's always some practicality. I'm not telling you that by 21 you need to be married. We're not saying that, but you should probably be conscious and putting yourself in a position to, right? A lot of people try to prepare themselves for life, but when they don't include preparing yourself for a family, and I think that's one of the main reasons why our community sucks right now, is because we don't we don't understand family as being a duty. We don't understand it. We don't care about legacy. All we care about is ourselves, right? And when you're listening to a person like that, she's speaking of herself, and that's selfish, right? You don't care about the community. You don't care about legacy. You don't care about children. And when you decide that you really want to erase this mistake, it's too late for you because biology doesn't give the opportunities. Leave it there.
All right, can we go ahead and get Dr. Lady O in there? JR said he wanted me to go in order, so we're just gonna go straight across the top and then start with Darwin on the bottom.
I
Go straight
respect
across
it,
the bottom.
Mr. Sweeney.
Okay, so it's on me. Well, the lady who was talking, she the one that said she's from a single mom, right? Okay. And she is the trad wife, because I'm trying to get the terminology of the trad wife. I think that was more the
Yeah, it's just
traditional wife type.
traditional. Yeah, that was the second woman who spoke. The first one was the person who was not a trad wife.
Okay. And okay, so basically, are we just talking about the difference between the two, or we kind of, yeah, she's the trad wife, right? Well, she don't look like it.
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy how hard it is to even tell?
No, it isn't.
The trad
What?
wife said, I would agree with you that I'm not fulfilled by my husband.
I don't think she's a trad wife. I mean, no.
Well, the trad wife is someone
I
who...
do not need a man to feel complete or fulfilled.
Correct.
Okay, anyone can speak.
They're not organized by side.
So like I was saying before, I think a lot
Yeah,
of
they are organized. You got trad wives on one side, trad.
Can you guys hear me okay? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so the boss bays are on the left side and the trads are on the right side. Just so y'all know. I'm gonna play the video again.
Okay.
The boss bays are on the left and the trad is on the right.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
I do not need a man to feel complete or fulfilled. Okay, anyone can speak. Whoever feels passionate about this.
So like I was saying before, I think a lot of obviously how we're feeling and our opinions are completely shaped on our experiences. So mine particularly, because I was raised by a single mom, I think seeing the way in which she still dedicated her time to me, and she had time to do that because she was an older mom too, so I think she got to live her life to a certain point. And then she had me, because I got to grow up with a woman who was able to take care of herself and allow me to experience the world as well. And she didn't have a man by her side. I actually never saw my mom date a man, like in my experience. After my dad, I think that was it for her. But because I saw that, it really always taught me that I did not need somebody else, regardless of who it is, a friend, a boyfriend, anything to make me feel fulfilled as a person. Because at the end of the day, and I hate to be so morbid, but I'm just always thinking about this, but in a positive way, we are going to go by ourselves. There's nobody else that goes with us, so you have to feel fulfilled within yourself.
Thank you.
I would agree with that, actually, as somebody who got married really young, which is why I agreed with the prompt. I don't think that we're supposed to be fulfilled by other people. I think that when we have Christ in our lives and when we know ourselves, we can be fulfilled, right? Because like you said in the beginning, our purpose is to serve God and to serve others. And so my husband adds so much to my life, and my life has become significantly better since I married him. But as a person, I am fulfilled in who I am.
Well, we see a chameleon. She's not really a trad wife speaking like that.
I think so.
I think it's just, I don't know why it's so hard for some women to say that they need their husbands. It's not that you have your own purpose, because I do believe that. I do believe you do have a purpose of yourself, but you have a family purpose, a man, woman that's walking for God. But I just think all this individualism that makes it bad in marriages. All of a sudden, I don't need no man. These men walk out on these women, they will be crazy. So I don't know why it's so hard for them to say that they need their husbands. It's okay. Nobody's saying that you are you're not self-sufficient and things like that. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm hearing a lot of individualism going on nowadays in marriages, and that's bad. But at least she gave her husband some credit that he made her better. I give her that part. But that's all I hear in a lot of marriages. It's all this partnership, and it's I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
So
heard you.
I looked up the definition of fulfilled and complete because to me, I thought it was the same thing. Fulfilled is satisfied or happy because of one's abilities or character, and then complete is just basically like having you're complete, you're whole. So I would look at I'm complete with my husband because of the marriage aspect, and then I'm fulfilled with my children. In that way, that's how I look at it. Now, happiness and everything, I could be happy without being married, but I'll be happy in other aspects that has nothing to do with a marriage. You'll be happy because I'm living, happy because I have a good job or whatever that makes me happy. But in a marriage aspect, I'm complete. So that's how I look at the situation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, mine. Oh, okay.
No, yeah. So I don't. So I was not raised by a single mother, FYI. But I was raised by a mother who taught me about fulfillment, and that you are whole without a partner. So I agree with that part, and I don't think that it is. I don't agree that you could tell if it's like a trad wife or boss babe, just by that. And I think that it is a very good thing when someone thinks that they are whole without someone else. I don't think that it's a bad thing that you can be happy alone. I think that's necessary before you even get with anyone. Otherwise, you should probably not get with anyone. But yeah, for now that's all I have.
Yeah, so I think that it's such a stigma on making women feel like if they say they need their husband, that it's reductive to them as a woman. And to admit or stand in that is the same as saying I don't feel like a whole person. And I don't think women want to just parade themselves in a way that's reductive, especially when there's been this much of a fight to uplift themselves and to speak in the highest accord on who they are and what their presence and benefit to society is. But the truth is, anybody that's aging and decides to go through life single, something is wrong. In my personal opinion, something is wrong. If you chose to say, I don't want anybody around me, I don't want no kids, I don't want no family, that means your biology never kicked in and said, hey, we need to procreate, we need to have these kids. That means the desire for love never kicked in. Like, I don't want to have somebody be my companion. That means a lot of shit either didn't go right or went so wrong, it offended you from that thing. We're not meant to be single. We're not meant to just exist in a one bedroom by ourselves, eating oodles and noodles or whatever, having your best life, going on vacation and coming back. Like, I don't think that that's what we meant to do. Honestly, I don't. But somebody may be able to prove me wrong.
No, you're right. That is what it means to be human, is to be connected. It's to bear witness to one another. She said something to the effect of, oh, well, when you die by yourself. No, there are people who come to your funeral who recognize and celebrate your life and who you were. It's actually a very sad way to go if you die and no one cares that you've died.
We're going in order. I think it's Miss.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
God damn it, Darwin.
Darwin.
Oh shit. Damn. Where were we? What was the question?
Class
Hey,
all
yo,
over again.
yo, do we
First
need to
time
run
that
the
ever.
video again? God damn it, man.
No, I seen the video. I seen the video. Oh, y'all just asking me on my overall thoughts on the videos, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's it.
overall
That's
thoughts
it.
on the video. Overall thoughts on the video. I think for me specifically, I chose whatever, my purpose was gonna be. And me having a wife, what I'm saying, helped me fulfill my purpose, because my purpose was in line with the pursuit of happiness through building a family, a nuclear family, that is, and potentially passing on generational wealth. And whatever skill, profession, work, occupation that I had to do in order to ensure that that could happen was all part of the plan, all part of the purpose. And a lot of people probably gonna hate me for this, but my wife was a critical piece of that, because without her, I wasn't able to uh, actually carry out the task that was required uh, for me to be able to do the things I needed to do. And I always let her know that every day. So she knows that she's a part of the whole driving factor of me reaching all of the successes and accolades that I had in mind. But these things would have never been prevalent if I hadn't already mapped out the plan and the direction and the vision. And because I'm able to do that before meeting her, I was able to communicate what that looked like. And that gave her an ease of mind to ensure her that she was making the right decision, versus me just coming to her with nothing in mind, no plan, no vision at all. So I think that was my leverage to compel her to want to get down with the program and see where she can add to the program to make the journey there less difficult and more efficient and sufficient. So I would say adding her on the route to the goals minimize any degree of difficulty. Well, it lessened the degree of difficulty. It was still hard work. We still working. Don't get it twisted. But yeah. So that's my opinion on the whole purpose thing. But I don't. I'm gonna land right there and then let y'all speak before I give any more out. Appreciate y'all time.
For me, listening to it and hearing you all speak, I understand for me, there's always a gray area to life, right? I definitely believe men and women are made for one another. I think we help push the goal of family ahead. I also agree with the fact that it's okay. I didn't see it as an individualism with the person saying that whatever she said about that aspect of it. Um, a lot of times in society, we prepare for what society tells us to prepare for or what is considered the norm. Um, and for personal experience, I am a widow, and understanding that as a widow, I didn't prepare for him to go, and I was only in my 30s. And so for me, understanding that um, I did everything the world told me to do. I, I was a kept woman. I submitted to the mission. And when the man passed on, they were like, well, why can't you take care of life? What is wrong with you? And so I was berated for not being able to take care of a 10-month-old child, and berated for something being wrong with me. But I was like, I did everything the world told me to do. I worked out. I still had a life outside. I was family oriented, the nucleus family. I did all of that. So I say sometimes the gray areas of life um, gets in the way of what we see and what we think about how things are supposed to go. Because there are always exceptions to the rules when things are happening, right? I didn't see it as an individualism thing, because at the end of the day, there are some women who are so invested in their husbands, when the husbands are not around, then they have no identity, right? And then in my case, being a well-rounded person, did the healing, did all of the things I was supposed to do. I still lost. I lost by being treated badly by society. And so now, in another light, I'm straddling the fence of I believe in, I know how to be a wife. I date as a wife, unfortunately, because I don't know how to be nothing but a wife. Um, so when I come into society, right, and I'm like, I'm gonna be busy being about my business. So when my husband finds me, I'm more of an asset. So now that I've done all of the healing and I'm more of an asset to society, now I have to listen to now my personal goals were my personal goals, right? Whether it has been a degree to be a mom, a homeowner, or whatever it is that you aspire to have, right? Um, then I'm told I'm devalued or something was wrong with me. I grew up in a two-parent household. I also grew up in foster care. So I'm able to see both sides of life. So I'm grateful for God giving me the opportunity to see both sides of life so I can make a logical decision about how to proceed. So I'm very logical about decision makings, right? And so the reality of this is moving forward is understanding there are going to be some gray areas within this. There is no right or wrong. And so when someone makes a decision, understand they're making a decision based off of their circumference, their proclivities, and their understanding. You could have never told me at the age of 34 I was going to be a widow and have to navigate life and then say, hey, you're wrong for not being able to pay your mortgage. You're wrong. So now, currently with dating, and I'm like, I'm an asset. I have these degrees. I have a great job. I just want to help my husband and I want to be here. And then you're still telling me I'm wrong. So for
No,
me, I
wait. Are you? I'm sorry. Are you a widow?
yes, I am.
Well, I think we should say our condolences. You know.
Thank
Yes,
you.
To
our
our condolences.
condolences. Thank you.
Thank you. And so what and to close this up, what I'm saying is sometimes um, I'm a lot of women are not out here in the situation because you will have men that'll instantly say, well, where's your husband? Or where's your this? I did have a covering. The covering was taken away from me. And although I've done the healing and I've done the this and the that, and here I am sitting in these conversations where the gray area is presented. There's always a gray area to life. There's nothing is ever black and white. And so I land there.
Can I ask you a question about? It
Yeah.
might be sensitive though, but you don't have to answer.
Yeah, no, I can answer it. I'm very open. That's why I'm here.
Just for the educational purpose for those who's listening, that are not thinking that it could actually be them one day that this sad thing could happen to them. If you was to go back before this happened and you, let's just say miraculously you knew that this was going to happen,
Right.
is there anything you would have done different as far as affairs and order or something like that?
Because I was in my 30s and still navigating counseling and have aged out of the system, I was still learning about family. So I always knew family was very important. I think what I wish I would have known was the business of a relationship. I didn't know the business of a relationship. I knew how to be in a relationship, but I didn't know that there's always a business. There's a business to death and there's a business to relationship. And that's not a negative thing, meaning that having more affairs in order, meaning that I can't say I would have changed me because I was working towards the degree. I was already working
Well,
toward.
do you think you would have maybe gotten life insurance?
No, we did have that. But what I'm saying is life insurance doesn't cover the fact that I still have to parent two children. Life insurance didn't cover the fact that the emotional aspects of showing up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad you said that
Yeah.
because people be, I just got into this
Yeah.
life insurance thing and
Yeah.
I just thought that when you have like these big policies and somebody passed away, then that's enough for maybe you to go into a business
No,
or
it isn't.
start something or some
No, but you
investment
have
or
to be
whatever.
emotionally ready for that. So when I say that, and I'm gonna be very transparent, I am well cared for, right? And to the point where it's hard for another man to take care of me because a dead man is taking care of me. You understand what I'm saying? So
Damn.
yeah, so for me, it's hard because I'm open
Oh,
to date.
wow.
I'm open to dating. I'm open to the man, but I'm like I'm being provided for in another way, right?
So
And
basically what you're saying, even if you do got a big policy or insurance prior to that, you still gotta be emotionally ready to be able to use the funds in an effective way that where you won't
Yes,
whatever.
because okay, so I'm at 10 years, right?
Wow.
I just am at the point of understanding this year, 10 years. I'm just at the point of understanding that I can rest.
Oh.
I am a flight attendant. I'm showing that I'm strong. I've not been able to grieve. This is the first year, right? And so I'm a flight attendant. I work for the Department of Justice and I am a business owner. And the hustle in me is that I don't want to depend on him taking care of me because that's no longer my life, unfortunately. And I appreciate that what is being provided is taking care of our family. But and I'm being honest with you all, how do I date somebody when my home is fully paid for?
You can't.
What?
How do I date a
compete with a
man?
ghost?
How do I date a man who's still trying to build his life? And I'm sitting here telling you all, I grew up with nothing. I pulled my own self up by my bootstraps.
Girl, every
You
person
don't
is
hold
gonna
on,
have
wait.
to
You don't think you can date somebody with a paid off because you got a paid off house?
No. I'm not saying that is the asset. I don't think that defines it. What I'm saying is a lot of men that I have encountered, right? And I'm 42. So either the men that are trying to pursue me are younger or they're way older. And a lot of the men that are trying to talk to me,
they're just getting started.
They're just getting started and they're married to their mothers, right?
Yeah.
So imagine meeting a woman like me that says, I love you. I want to create vulnerability for you. I want to curate a household. But I bring this, and this to the table. And when I tell you I bring this, to the table by myself, it is for you, sir. So when I'm dating you, hypothetically speaking, hey, sir, I know what it's like for a Black man to commit suicide. I've seen the things that go on to society. I've seen the things that have happened. So I'm telling you, sir, I work so hard for me to be able to be a good woman to give my man a break when he comes to the table, if he decides to
You're
have
saying there's no man that would be okay with. You're saying you're not running into no man that sees you as an asset.
No, it's gonna be difficult.
So she's saying he doesn't have the capacity to hold her and know what to do with it.
Like my mother lost my father around the same age, like 31, 32.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? And he had paid off a house out in Oak Park and had an apartment building the next door and left her a decent amount of money.
Wow.
She didn't, whatever happened to the money, but she wouldn't have been able to date either. And you said you had a child. Is it a boy or a girl?
a boy.
How old is he?
He's 10 now. So can I explain? Can I ask the men this and then I'm gonna move on?
No, well, I'm gonna provide maybe this to answer the question before you ask. I was on bullshit if my mother tried to date. I remember one time we was at Sports Authority and I was supposed to be getting a baseball glove. And the man tried to holler at her. And I walked up like, we got to get back home. Dad to be home soon, knowing my father passed. That's the bullshit that kids will do to prevent their moms from doing.
Well, I'm just trying to, I don't understand how when y'all argue that most people need two incomes to make it happen, whenever she's got one half of it or even more than one half of it, you're saying it's an issue with incompatibility.
So I'm gonna ask the question to the men and then I want you to answer. And y'all are my brothers, so I'm gonna use y'all as my brothers, right? Hey brothers, I met this man. He stays with his auntie. He has 2 jobs and no kids, and he's not really able to provide. But he proposed to me. He likes me. Would you tell me to be with that man?
Sure. Do you love him? Do you love him?
A man that cannot provide for himself should not be trying to date.
You just said that you could provide for him.
The issue is
if it's all about if you brought that to me and you said this is who I want to be with, wouldn't you be aggravated if I said no, you shouldn't be with him?
No, let me tell you why. Because you should say to me as a woman, hey, this man needs to get his affairs, and he doesn't have to be rich. He has to have the necessities of life, because no man would not date me if I was begging him for something.
Well, do you consider yourself to be a helpmeet like the Bible?
I do. I'm willing to help.
It's your opportunity to be one of the best helpmeets this man could probably ever run into in his entire lifespan.
So you mean to
that's
tell
the
me?
issue.
You mean to tell me
You're
as a
saying
single?
if you're let's just pretend, let's just assume he checks all the blocks. He's whatever you want emotionally. He's got 8 inches of whatever you need. He's helpful. He's discerning. He's just running into some things to where he's struggling, and you and him has the compatibility to surpass all of the challenges. If y'all were to link up together, you're saying that he needs to earn more just to.
Okay, no, I'm not saying earn more. I need him to be able to take care of himself first before he decides to include me in it. What I'm saying is, I'm a woman with 2 kids. He's a man with no kids. I literally asked, and this is a real situation. I asked him, was he selling his paycheck? Because he never has any money.
What did he say?
He explained to me that he's behind. And so this is not a man that I discarded. This is a man I became a friend to, and he's still not ahead. His mother comes to hang up his curtain.
Are you saying he's ahead because he's not doing the right thing he should be doing with finances?
Apparently so.
Well, you probably should have just led with that. Like, he's horrible with finances. A man came to me, he's horrible with finances, and he wanted me to be his woman. We could have nipped that in.
Children.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, but I didn't know that it was.
I'm being honest, but what I'm saying is, in this situation, there's always gray areas to life. So that's kind of my perspective to the conversation. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying a man has to be where I am. When I say I am an anomaly of a woman, right? Meaning that I've built myself up from my own bootstraps, come from the gutter, the projects, and military, and experience a lot of crazy stuff. And then you tell me to get out here and date. And I'm open to dating the average, the bus driver, the barber.
Well, let me just ask you this: if he was with you, finances wouldn't be an issue for him, right? His main struggle, right?
Right.
Okay, so that nips that in there. What other issue did he have?
Did the gentleman have?
He was tied to her mother, the mother thing.
Well, obviously, if y'all hitched together, that wouldn't be an issue either, because then he would relocate, right?
Some moms will sabotage a marriage just to stay that connection to them.
Here's what I'm saying, and I'm gonna move on. I am basically saying that I am not asking you to be better than me. I know we have shortcomings in life. I know we have proclivities. I know that I'm not a perfect person, right? But I'd be damned if I would tell my daughter, who has attained in life, to be with a man who has potential and trying to figure out versus a man who has a plan. I'll get with a man for a plan and safety that is actually demonstrated.
But those guys are not an option. You just communicated that you don't have that as an option. Only the guys that are coming to you is these guys, these type of guys.
I gave that as an example. I do have that option, but I
before
gave
y'all
that as an
go,
example. But what
before
I'm
y'all go
saying
too far back down this line, I know we gotta get everybody else involved because we go through the channel. So who was next?
Go ahead.
I think it was Amara, sorry.
Hi guys, I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know where the topic went, but I guess we were talking about not needing a man or not being fulfilled.
Yeah.
As for the topic, every woman needs a man. Like, to be a woman, for being a fulfilled woman, you need a man, and that man is your father. You need that man to teach you what it is that a man is supposed to provide in a woman's life. You need him to give you that love. If you don't have him, you're going to grow up always craving that thing that you never got. So you do need a man, and the man is your father. Now, your husband is just an extension of your father. Your husband is there to provide you the circle of life completion, which is you now becoming a mother. That's part of the circle of life. And if you don't complete that, there's always going to be something missing in you. Even though a lot of women don't like to admit it, there's always going to be something missing if you don't fulfill your purpose as a human being. The other thing is, somebody said, you're born alone, you die alone. You're not born alone. You're born, your parents are there. You die, your children should be there. What you're talking about, you came out the womb alone, so what? That's not what matters. We're not sitting there conscious while we're going through the womb. You're born with your parents, you die with your kids. It's as simple as that. It should be like that anyway.
Ma'am, just to before you go any further, I'm 42 and I'm the last of the living of my immediate.
I'm not talking about you.
I'm just letting you know there are gray areas. There are gray areas.
I think it's Annie's turn.
Hi guys, I was hot watching this video. Hot! Because she said, well, my mom was an older mom and she was just fulfilled being my mom. You know what happens? Mom experienced such a high level of trauma and heartbreak that she was unwilling to go down that route again. And so she resigned to being a mother, and she used that relationship with her child to supplement where a man should be. Just as much as we need men and we need our children, it's like the holy trinity. We are not going to be complete on our own, period. That's just it. And it's actually very egotistical to think that you can reach your highest version of yourself alone. Each one of us have a gift. Each one of us require connection so we can get to that next level. We do not get anywhere alone. And your sense of fulfillment, I think, should go beyond just your own individualistic desires and interests. When you marry someone, it's not just a thing you do. To me, it's a spiritual union. You are becoming bigger than yourself. You and your partner are becoming one. To me, that's the highest level of fulfillment. That's what God calls us to really do, is to love one another the way God loves us and to abandon our ego. And I don't think we will ever be fulfilled until we allow ourselves to reject the ego, in my opinion. So hearing a married woman say like, oh yeah, I'm not fulfilled by my husband, and is crazy to me. It's not about your individual happiness. Yes, as adults, we all have to, at the end of the day, take care of our own emotional worlds. I understand that. But fulfillment, your purpose, the reason why you are here, yeah, you don't just make that up by yourself. And it is a privilege to have a partner to witness you and to grow into the highest version of you, and that God has called you to become. And
Are you
I don't know.
are you shocked that those women potentially don't subscribe to the philosophy that is backed by?
Yes.
I don't know why you shocked.
Why? I mean,
You need to come on this panel more. You see way worse shit than that.
the thing
But
is,
let me back off.
as women, we're not built for this isolationist type connection. As women, we traditionally depend on relationships in the community. So for her to get to this point and say like, oh, I don't need anyone, I hear trauma. I hear someone who has normalized isolation, who has just resigned to the pain of being alone. I think, honestly, that relationship that she had with her mom was parasitic. And to be very honest, I think she's selfish for not encouraging her mom to get remarried. And the reason why she's selfish is because she enjoyed the attention. She enjoyed feeling that intimacy, and that intimacy was not for her. It was for her mom and a man.
So I'm gonna try to. I'm kind of erring in the same direction that M. White was going in, where he said there had to be something seriously wrong or something that have happened to make you feel that you're okay with going it alone to the end of your days. It's really, it's actually morbid to me. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if man Bruiser was on TikTok yesterday, and I've come to the real. Well, was it this morning? It might have been this morning.
Shoot,
And I've come to
Lady O and Bohemian was on there with us too.
and I came to the realization, like, man, there's so many women that are scorched earth, where they like, I don't give a damn. We all gonna die anyway. F you, F this planet, F a man, and I'm like, man, that's diabolical to me.
That's a trauma response.
What I've come to realize though, because so I was watching this video the other day, and I realized that there are more men that yearn and want marriage and children than there are women. But it's and then to get to this point where you give up, what I realized is that men despairingly give up on family, and it's mostly because they believe that there is no hope for them. So they're like, man, might as well. I don't think I'm. I don't. They don't feel that it's in in the cards. But when you think about women who give up on family, they do it ecstatically, gladly, because they think of it as a form of empowerment or a form of freedom rather than, you know what I mean. So, and both of those ideas are pretty bad. Like to give up on family, give up on potentially having a family, wife and kids, or husband and kids. Both of those ideas are bad, but I think the one that looks at it excitedly is far more diabolical, and it's actually worse because I've seen what women who think who have that scorched earth mentality, how scorned they look, how hurtful they can be to those around them. I even told someone I think it's absolutely selfish for you to elect not to have children, like to actively choose not to, not something happened and you couldn't, but to say, you know what, screw it, I'm not having children. I tried to explain to her, I'm like, think of it, if all 10 of us was on a desert island, right? And half of us had kids to replace us, and the other half did not. That would mean that our kids would be responsible for taking care of the other, all 10 of us. Only half of the kids will be required to take care of the all 10 of us in our elder years, because you decided that you didn't want to have a child to help out my child when it comes to taking care of us.
Very selfish.
And I just look at that as the most selfish thing you can do. And it bothers me. But I mean, hey, you can't argue with somebody that's scorched earth.
I mean, unless you have bad genes, Sweeney, there's people who certainly shouldn't be reproducing.
Well, the thing is that if you reproduce and shit goes wrong, it is what it is. There's a difference between that and actively choosing to not to reproduce. If you're of sound mind, if you're of sound body, and you actively choose not to, because there are enough people out there who can't reproduce. There are a lot of people out there who aren't in the position to reproduce.
You know what I mean? She talking about people who are ugly? Amir?
Well, I mean, that could be part of it. Why are you looking at me like that, Bohemian? Bohemian, do you want to fight? Because every time
think of it this way.
Every time
this way. Can ugly
people still have kids?
Well, look at it. Think of it this way. Can an ugly person still swing a hammer?
Yes.
Can an ugly person still dig a ditch?
Yes. These are all necessary contributions to the tribe. Where are you going with this?
It's about okay, wait. There are people with bad genes who are let's say less less intelligent, like you know, they have bad genes. Some people are born with 16 years. Short. No, not short.
No, not short.
God.
But what she's saying is correct though.
But you guys understand. You should understand what I'm trying to say. It's not that.
So, Amir, let me help you a little bit, because you going down a path that you might not be able to dig out of. So there are people with bad genes, right? But I wouldn't go superficial, right? There are some people who just would be poor parents, people who don't know how to raise children, people who have seriously psychological issues. Those type of people probably should chill the fuck out, right? But
100%.
I definitely don't want to. She's right about there being people, but definitely. For the reasons we talked about. But if you ugly, man, I've seen two hideous people come up with a child that came out half decent. So, I wouldn't stop there, right?
Yeah.
Well, again, when I say to somebody who chooses not to have kids, I'm obviously talking about somebody of sound body and sound mind. I'm not talking about somebody that, you know what I mean, that is incapable of actually raising children and they have them. I think, can we err on the side of the obvious when we're talking about this?
And that's why we have population decline and collapse, because so many capable people are just selfishly trying to live being a child into their 50s, into their 40s and 50s.
I really want to stop y'all real quick, because this is one of the gray areas that I forgot. I don't know the lady's name was referring to before. I've been a fully capable, extremely fertile person.
Whoa.
That chose not to have any more kids because of trauma, because I have way too much trauma surrounding it.
Shame on you.
Huh?
You know there's therapy, right?
How many
I've
kids do
been
you
no no
have?
no no no. I've been through therapy. I'm fine now.
But she stopped
It
having
took
how many do you have?
me 22 years. It took me 22 years to get over. Um, you don't know what people are carrying, and you don't know how heavy that is. I had one, and he was taken from me
Oh,
very, very badly. I will not take y'all through that. It's too traumatic to even share.
what? This is
Um, a
this is to
person.
me.
Yeah, don't
A,
you don't have to
no, no,
share
no.
that.
I'm
You don't
not. I'm
have
not
to
giving
share.
away. I'm not telling any details. Because I don't do that. I don't. I don't. But a person
Oh, I'm
that
so
I was
sorry.
dating decided that that was the thing to do. So
Mm-mm.
I just had way too much guilt for 22 years. And I chose because I thought I wanted to a couple of times. And as soon as it happened, panic attacks up to the point
Flashbacks.
of being in the hospital, right? So there are gray areas. There are reasons why people choose not to. I get it. I get what you're saying. But I just want you to hold space because people have had experiences. And even through therapy, there are still things that you just can't, like things that you have the hardest time working through. You couldn't imagine some of the things people have been through surrounding kids. So it was a conscious choice of mine to not do that. And even with my ex-husband, I still wouldn't because unless I felt a certain amount of support for me to be okay, I wasn't doing it. So I just want us to be a little careful because the kids thing is really, really sensitive around, when you're talking to a woman. You
Absolutely.
don't know what, there's so many variables in that.
But minus the extreme situations, like
Yeah,
before
for sure.
having any knowledge of it, if you can go back, you would have still tried to have a child, right?
No, I wouldn't. If I could go back, I still wouldn't have done it.
Do
So
you think there?
you're
Oh,
saying a lot of so is it safe to say a lot of the reasons why women are electing to not have the child is because they're interpreting the trauma and fears from the examples that they've seen from other women having experience.
It
yes,
could
I would
be.
agree.
It could
Because
be.
your neighbor could be a woman like you that wants kids, and she see what happened to you, and like, oh, I don't want that.
Yep.
Yeah, it could
What
be.
what would you do in that situation if you knew a woman was piggybacking off of your trauma, making those critical decisions?
That's such
Well,
a good
When
question.
so
her
explain.
husband actually wants to have a family, what would you tell that woman?
Well, explaining because especially if they have a husband, right? Explaining the fact that this was not my child's father. This was a totally different man, unrelated, right? And so it's safer. Not I
Oh, you
am
cheated?
not I am not ignorant to the fact that it could be the father because a lot of times it is. But it's a safer option because that person has as an investment in that child, not the same way that that man did. He didn't have any investment in that child, so it wasn't anything for him. So
So so
just
so
identifying
the
the differences.
so you just tell her identify the differences if and only if the man has some investment in and I don't know if
No,
you
no, no, no,
answered.
no. It is because if that's her husband, he would have a significant investment in their child because it's his. So that's a lot different.
So I don't think
Oh,
you're
you're
reading through
saying
the lines of what she was saying
I
about.
know. She's saying if he having it's different whenever you as a man that's gonna be potentially invested in the child that she could have. So you would tell her, yeah, go ahead and make the decision. Don't look at my experience and
Yeah,
negate being a
yeah,
mother just because you saw what happened to me.
for sure.
But if it was just some random dude, then you would be like, oh no, get an AB.
I
Wow.
I don't. So I support people in whatever decision they would like to make. Do I offer that as a suggestion? No. But listen, whatever you want to do, I'm here for you. But no,
Isn't
I
it the
don't.
Wait,
same?
I disagree because at
I
that
know,
point, it's not
and
about you, it's about a child. And I understand the trauma. I get it. And it's, but this goes back to the main issue, which is we do not heal in isolation. We don't heal in avoidance of the issue. We heal through going through the shit. Like when dogs are in fight and flight mode and they shake it off, that's their nervous system coming back to normal. When you've been traumatized, the reason why you're traumatized is because you cannot regulate. You're still in fight or flight. Maybe co-regulation, maybe connection, letting your partner in, having that child, working through your shit is exactly the healing you need.
that's
You
how
don't.
kids end up dead. That's how they end up
Exactly.
dead
Please don't do
in
that.
garbage cans.
Oh,
You
sorry.
gotta be careful. Wait, isn't this the same thing as saying we need children to be fulfilled? Because we were talking about being having husbands to be fulfilled. What
No,
about the children?
what I'm saying is your trauma is your trauma, but you're not going. I think it's unfair to take the life of someone because you're unwilling to confront your trauma. Period. Through AB.
I think in her situation, what she was saying was
But
outside of
not in
her.
her specific situation though.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
in
So
general.
that's why I left room earlier in the conversation when I was saying something extreme had to happen. Like somebody
Yeah.
either witnessed it or it happened directly to them. And to those people, I understand, and you don't want to push that onto the next person, or you got to heal through that if you ever do heal through it. But
So
I don't believe directly all the people that are saying they don't want kids, they don't want a husband, are saying that due to trauma. I think a lot of that is for 60%, right? Is they
yeah.
didn't get the man they wanted, or they were unable to maintain the relationship they wanted,
Mhm.
and then they just gave up after they felt they hit a shot clock.
Yes.
So people would stop asking
Mhm.
them and worrying about
Yeah.
why you're in this XYZ. And
Agreed.
that's yeah, and it happens, right? Maybe I think Bruiser talk about and Sweeney and Andrea talk about readjusting your expectations and
Yeah.
standards to what you actually can attract at this
Yeah.
portion of life,
Yeah.
and then navigate through that as
Yeah.
opposed to the ideal list of men when you might not qualify for what he specifically is looking for.
Yeah. And not to make this about body count, but if you're a young woman who has spent her youth exercising her options, I think monogamy and being faithful to one person is actually very scary. I think what you said is accurate. And there's also women who are bored because of what they did when they were younger.
When you say scared, you mean like they ain't gonna be able to turn that ass off?
What does that mean?
You know what I mean?
No,
Good
no, no.
love
Be
and body
specific.
rocking,
What does that
knocking
mean?
boots all night long.
Bottlenecking
Making
your
I heard a
juice box to one
psychologist.
man.
I was
Can we
listening to a
keep this?
podcast earlier today, and the psychologist was saying, yeah, in general, women get very bored with monogamy. They get bored with one person. Modern women get bored, and so if you're a modern woman who's had a plethora of experiences, I think the idea of monogamy and being with one person scares them because of
How would you
of
know?
the variety.
Are you saying that because of
Some
something you
women
research or personal experience?
No, because hoes will
research.
be hoes.
Did you say personal experience?
I said research. What?
Oh, I
What?
was.
Don't put this on me.
I'm just asking.
I'm just saying, like what she said, 304s. And it's not just women, it's humans in general. It's very hard if you've had a plethora of experiences to not constantly be one foot in the door and one foot out, seeing what the next best thing will be. Too many options.
I think it'll be more of too many options where women will get bored because there's women like that may not have that many experiences and they get bored regardless. It's just the society that we live in, and they have friends that I guess the ones
Yeah.
that you're talking about that was out there promiscuous, and they're sharing their stories and everything with them. So they look at that and put that in their spirit in their life, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna listen to her, and yeah, I'm gonna get with
Yeah.
somebody else. So it's more of the society and why people are getting bored.
Yeah.
not too
I
many
agree.
traditional values being pushed out there.
So what did you think about the married woman who said, yeah, I agree with you. I'm not fulfilled by my husband or any of that, knowing that you just had your fourth baby?
She's probably
Congratulations.
going to be divorced after that show.
Why do you say that?
Or if she's was that a trad wife or was that a boss babe?
That was a trad wife.
If that was a trad wife, yeah, she's probably going to get divorced.
I mean, like, honestly,
You
when
would
she
divorce
said
her,
that, she
Bruce?
probably. Go ahead.
It's a mentality that's not conducive for
Y'all would divorce her if that was your wife?
I would
She
be
said she
thoroughly
went on a
embarrassed.
record. Go ahead, NY.
Yeah, no, she to your point, she went on the record saying
Yeah.
pretty much that her husband was not a necessity. She did not need him. And that is embarrassing for the husband. It's reductive for the relationship. And you're essentially saying he's optional. Optional things are like dating. I'm a necessity in my
That's
household. My wife is a
crazy work.
necessity in my life.
100%.
Like to have that mentality and then to voice it, it's a disdain sitting underneath
I
something
agree. Mm-hmm.
that she's placing either woman's empowerment or her disdain for her husband in a point that's going to interfere with that relationship.
Mm-hmm. And back to your guys' bigger point,
Said it better than I can say it.
how many women are going to consume that and be like, wow, even the trad wife would choose this? Like,
People, this is the thing though. People need to stop listening. Like, okay, the person that was on here, she's not on here anymore. When I was listening to her talk, she kept talking about others, what people are thinking, what people are saying. I think getting too wrapped up in the people instead of, I guess, you limit it to like a few, maybe two, the most important people in your life, and the Bible or whatever it is that you subscribe to, and you focus on that. Too many other opinions is like messing up people's brain, and they trying to fulfill the others. Like, these people are not even living with you. They don't pay no bills for you. They don't do nothing for you, but you trying to basically please the others. I think people need to stop doing that.
I agree.
And that's what's definitely destroying,
I
this conversation.
So I think that y'all might, gentlemen, I think y'all might be a little bit too sensitive about what the homegirl was saying that was supposed to be his chat wife, right? See, I think that she didn't deliver it the best, but I might have just interpreted it a bit different. To me, it only seemed like she was claiming her autonomy, but she did mention that her husband absolutely added to her life, right? And to me, all I think that she was saying was that she can probably live without a husband, but it wouldn't be ideal. She was actually expressing her appreciation for him and how he has added to her life and improved it.
Trev, would your wife say she don't need you?
No, she doesn't speak like that, right? But she's.
If you call her telling people, I don't. If you call her saying I don't need my, if you call her saying I don't need my husband to a group of other women,
she didn't say it like that. She didn't say it like that. That's not
pretty
how
much.
That's not.
He doesn't. My husband did not.
She didn't say
my
it like
husband
that.
did
She
not
said
fulfill my.
Yeah. So what was she doing before? Was she just unfulfilled? Are women completely unfulfilled until they get to the marriage, or are they working? They're working towards it.
I think if I was hosting, if I was actually hosting that conversation, that is one of the questions I would have followed up, and I would be like, okay, so if your husband didn't fulfill your life, what did?
Even women don't want to admit
And
it.
I would have been the husband watching TV or whatever the hell it was on. What is Jubilee or some shit? I would have been like, yeah, what the. Who? I thought I was the man. Like, what the fuck? Because I'm gonna tell you right there.
I really didn't hear it like
when
that.
I hear shit like this, it makes me want to go back into my religion and ideology and be like, maybe Marcus is right. Maybe man is not supposed to bottleneck itself to one woman because of shit like this. Because if a woman like this said this, I'm like, oh. If I got like 3 wives, I'm like, okay, yeah, cool.
McPherson, you're a Muslim in the making. You're a Muslim in the making.
I got Tiffany over here. I got Sandra over here. Yeah, go ahead, talk all your shit.
You can have 4 wives. Join Islam.
Hey, look, your ass might get replaced. Fuck around.
4 wives.
Shit. Look at NY.
The numbers don't really support that. So if there were like more women on the planet, then I would say that, but there's actually more men on the planet than there are women. A lot of people quote that wrong, but there are actually more men on the planet than there are women. So if the numbers supported that, No, God doesn't make a lot of mistakes, right?
Well,
Or
what I'm
as
saying,
most
like,
of us
if
would
you
say he
were
makes
looking
no
at
mistakes.
if you were
If
trying to
that,
just, if you were
listen,
trying
I'm
to
not
justify,
going against it. I'm not going against it. But what I'm
no,
saying
what
is
I'm
that
saying is,
we
if
can't
you're
say
trying
that
to
that's what it's
justify,
meant to be. Go
if you're
ahead.
trying to justify the numbers supporting it, you would have
Go
to
ahead.
only account for the women that are available, not just the popular and the men that are available. So if you look at the men
It's
that
about
are,
it's pretty much down the middle. It's almost always been about half and half. But as it is right now, the men slightly edge the women. Pause.
did you factor in the ones who would subscribe? So like we know more women would subscribe to having sharing a man versus the opposite in the world.
Right. So then that would then leave a bunch of men with nothing.
Well,
Are some
but there's
men not
already a
to ever
bunch of
have
men.
women?
But that could be the guys that are undesirable, because those guys are by
So
default
do you think
automatic.
God intended for undesirable men to not experience love? They don't deserve it because they're deemed undesirable by society? Is that what we're saying?
No, I think those guys may have, like to Amir's point, that generation that came in ugly. I think the intended purpose of those
So you think
guys
God says, "No, you know what? I'm gonna make this dude kind of fucked up, so he'll never get no bitches." That's
No,
what God said.
I think what he did, I think he said, I'm gonna make this dude kind of fucked up so he can have the most astounding work ethic out of all
And
males.
character.
Meaning he
Good
had to
character.
work extra hard to change
What?
his look, his value, and all that. So as a result, he'll be the hardest working person. Like if you look at Kobe is probably one of the most trashiest people that came into the draft. But that means he had to work harder than everybody, and then as a result, he became one of the best that ever played. You get
So
what
what
I'm
are the
saying?
women supposed to do?
Wait on him to level up.
I don't know, man. It's not adding up. It's not adding up. I can't see it that way. Like I said, I'm not against it. If you are polygamous, do what it do, right? If you
Well, let me ask you
strive
this,
to be
Fred.
single, do what it do.
If you were part of the ugly generation, had no charisma, you was ugly, you was tall.
I am.
What would you do? What would you do if you were 18-year-old and you knew that it hit you like, damn, I have a lot of work to do. I want to compete and get what I want. Wouldn't you work hard to get what you want?
Get
Yeah,
rich.
that's my mentality. Get a bunch of bread, you know what I mean? Go develop.
What if you were the
some swag.
mentor? What if you are the mentor of yourself? Would you tell yourself this is what you got to do, or to say just chalk it up, bro? You just ain't getting laid.
Nah, well, that's what I tell my son, and I've said it on this panel plenty of times before. That's what I had to do because, again, I had a glow up or ugly duckling syndrome, whatever you want to call it. So I wasn't always tall. I wasn't, I didn't know how to make myself look good or dress or anything like I did before. So I literally had to do all of those things in order to be able to obtain women, or just to improve myself. I poured into myself to be able to have access to women.
Because I mean, with that knowledge, I would argue that the guys that had to work hard, that didn't have it all, appreciate life more, appreciate the women that they get more than the man who came in just completely the Chris Browns of the world and all that shit. Then they didn't have to all they had to do was breathe and women would just fall to their knees. I would say the guy who had to work hard versus the guy who had it. And it's the same thing with women. If you look at the 10s,
it's not.
That's actually a curse for a woman to be a 10 out here, because now she got to face reality that, damn, all of this attention really is not helpful for me, because, my mindset can't really consume and filter out and discern what's actually best for me. She's going to get humbled. She's going to have to be humble. And oftentimes the 10s get humbled too late because they done been ran through and the tonsils are swollen up because of the sperm cells that cling to it.
McPherson.
Okay, let me just, I'll let somebody else go.
Darwin, wait a minute. Wait. So because somebody's a 10, you automatically assume that she went through this whole phase and she is ran through, and why is that so automatic assumption?
97.8.3 likelihood that she's a 10 by default coming out is going to struggle with swiping away penises.
Oh, damn.
But you already said that most of the men aren't 10, so it's not that hard to reject them.
Listen, when a woman is a 10, it's got nothing to do with a man. This is
so Darwin. Wait a minute. So Darwin, wait a minute. So what you're saying is that women who are considered to be dimes are less selective than women who are not? Is that what you're trying to say?
Can I jump in?
Go ahead.
I think I know what he's saying. The women, so if an average woman gets hit on 10 times, the woman that he's describing as the 10 will probably get hit on 100 times. So even if she more selective and shoot down 80%, that's still 500-600% more opportunities than the woman that he's saying is less attractive. Plus those suitors is different. Because it's a lot easier to turn down men when they're not in the NBA, they're not in the NFL, they're not rich doctors, they're not XYZ, and they're constantly trying to come for you.
And to NY's point, that filtering mechanism don't kick in until the maturity kick in. Because imagine her trying to filter these guys with a lack of maturity and discernment, and she's just soaking up all that attention.
But most men don't talk to women who are too beautiful. If you notice,
I'm not gonna lie though. Like,
in what world?
Even at a younger age,
guys are trying to have the first thing guys when they go in the club. The reason why I'm gonna tell you the reason why most guys don't talk to the first thing they see is because they're at risk of missing out on the next thing that can be a better option. So often when we first get in there, we kind of like look around and we're like, you know what, I'm gonna just chill for a minute. I'm not an idiot is gonna come in there and hop on the first thing smoking. But a guy that's smart and wise, he's gonna come in there and have a couple drinks and just scan the horizon first and see who's at the top and see who's in the middle and who's at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? And if he see the best thing smoking coming there, he may try his hand if he has the charisma. But you know, he wants to wait to see if he can weigh his options. But that's at maturity. But immaturity, guys are trying to go for the fine girl.
But I think a lot of women can attest to the fact that like the men that are supposed to be the ones that I guess everybody would assume are getting the most sexual attention have really terrible conversation and really terrible personalities. So it is actually quite easy for a woman that is considered a 10 to turn down the NBA player because he's conceited and he's narcissistic and all he talks about is himself and how he deserves X, Y, and Z. So the same thing with that doctor or that lawyer, because they have that mindset of like, they think they're all of that already. So when you're having a conversation, like that doesn't click in a woman's brain to be like, this conversation is so scintillating, I want to take it to the next location.
In what world do you see fine women turning down rich men, millionaires?
So
we don't even have anything on record, any information, no articles of people like Chris Brown or what's the dude, the Morris Chestnuts of the world getting their babies getting AB. Like you don't even hear about that. The only people that you see getting AB, this guys is oops
those
babies,
are in
ugly.
NBAs.
But I'm saying though, they have this privilege, this uncanny privilege that uncomparable to any other man. Like
so, there's two things we're not mentioning. One, women generally don't have a glow up, right? A lot of times they come out looking pretty, people complimenting them from their children and everything else. Most of the beautiful women that I know, this is their testament. This is their testimony, right? They've been getting that all their lives. They get immune to it and actually repulsed by it after a while. They get tired of dudes pushing up on them. Women don't feel like that. The same flattery that we get because we get it once in a while or whatever, depending on who you are, most men, it's different. When women get it, they're actually repulsed by it, unless you are deemed one of those guys. But even then, it doesn't say much right then. That's just not something that they care about. And secondly, I don't know how many of y'all smash some ugly chicks. I've done a few, right? And I'm going to tell you, the women who are the most on go ever are the ones who are insecure about themselves. She might have like a little fupa or something wrong. Maybe her edges is done or some crazy shit. Whatever, something wrong with her, she jumping, bro. I'm going to tell you right now, way before a baddie, all day. If you want... Go ahead, Marcus. You disagree.
No, I know your point. Let Dr. Lady know.
They be on go. Stop it, bro. You know that.
Let the ladies.
Men work on themselves better when they feel that they are not attractive. Men will make themselves better. But women, when they feel like they're not attractive, they try to change the men. Try to say the men are wrong. You should think I'm beautiful.
100%.
Don't you know that's true, Shan Monet? That's true.
Shan, what? You disagree? She muted.
Wait,
like a
you're
mother.
You're muted.
She probably been talking this whole time
You
too, y'all.
muted.
Y'all know how Shan is.
You muted.
Imagine that. Shan probably don't
Unmute.
interrupt 1,000 times, not knowing she was muted.
Okay, sorry, thank you. So the reason why I say that is because I do agree that that may be true for some, but these girls going into surgery, trying to fix these bodies. SpongeBob got a butt now. Makeup be stacked.
But that's not working on themselves. That's faking it till you make it.
Man, that's actually the dime pieces that are already almost 8, 9, and 10 that are doing that shit.
So when I say work on yourself, because that's where they lack. We were talking about ugly, right? They weren't lacking in anything else. Are you just saying ugly as in themselves, like their personality? Or
no, I would say like get in shape. Get in shape. Don't go for the plastic
talking about the lens of a man.
Oh, ugly doesn't just mean. I mean, because first of all, I don't think people are ugly, but I the unattractive to some men. I would say that I don't necessarily just mean overweight. You can be unattractive and still be slim and they don't want you. You know what I'm saying? It could be bad body.
That's true.
It could be like you're slim, but your body's still bad. Like, and not in good bad, but bad. So there are women who realize that about themselves. And I'm not saying all Americans, we know, I'm just saying that there are some, but I don't necessarily think I like the way that they're trying to improve themselves. Put it that way.
So you don't like when they put a BBL on?
I mean, haven't you seen
the hips don't match the butt? It's like
what about the ones that match?
Nah, it's
later.
The BBLs are all fine and dandy. I don't have no problem with what nobody do, because if you want to do it, right? I just get really, really upset when your ankle is the size of a wrist, your thigh is the size of like an arm, but your butt is like 5 heads put together.
I think it would be better to lift weights and get it the natural way, because that way your body would transfer, they move that fat the way it's supposed to be naturally on your body, than going to a surgeon who may not have the creative eye for your body type, and he's trying to put something there that's just not meant to be there.
Because what I also notice is when we're talking about beauty standard, it gets really weird, right? Because a lot of people will start talking about beauty standard based on like what is a woman's height and weight. Because I've heard so many people on social media talking about, oh, I would never date a chick that's over 140 pounds. But I think that's because that number sounds good. Because when a chick that walks by that is 200 pounds looks really good, that's a completely different situation. And I don't think anybody realizes that.
We go by body mass index for real.
Yeah, I realize it. I'm shape versus weight.
Okay, right. But who goes by body mass index? That's what I'm saying.
I do,
man. Yeah, me too.
Think about it like this. Think about it like this. Whenever you say and I'm not trying to pick on you, like you can consider kind of thick. Let's say, for example, you got pregnant in your third trimester. You probably would have gained maybe 50 to 60 pounds. Can you imagine? You imagine what you look like with an extra?
I know exactly what I look like. I know exactly what I would look like. I have three kids.
And the issue is, do you also know the challenge of coming down from that weight too, right?
But here's the crazy part that I don't think anybody really factors in when they're saying like these numbers.
Hold on,
right?
before you say that, you do know the challenge of coming down from that, right?
Yes.
And most people, you did it. You could do it. But most women are not cut out to be able to come down from their weight like that. You know that.
Especially if like they're short. Like if you're tall and you gain weight, the weight kind of fills in. But when you're short and you get big, it's like quicker and it's harder to kind of lose. So I think men are looking, I don't know if most men, but men are looking to get someone a little bit slimmer so they don't have to worry about, prepping their lady to work out, because most of women are not working out. So that's one less thing they got to worry about, is telling your ass to work out. You go, think about other things that are important.
I'm just saying that when we're talking about weight and it's connected directly to the beauty standard and we're going by the BMI, there is something that's not accounted for, which is ethnicity. Because in all honesty, a white woman standing at 5'4" being 140 pounds and a black woman standing at 5'4" being 140 pounds looks completely different. It looks completely different. And
Where's
I
your
noticed that
sources at?
across all races.
Where's
Like,
your
That has
source?
been debunked, though. I'm in the insurance industry.
Yeah, ain't-
I work in the health insurance, and that has been debunked. There's only a difference of like 0.03%. And again,
you don't feel like it, like, I'm not talking about
it doesn't
statistics or on paper. I'm saying when you
on
physically look at
weight.
it.
Yeah, but a weight is weight. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Weight is weight. And it's only been debunked because they used to say, oh, we can be bigger as African American people because maybe our butts are bigger, or whatever, which is true. But the thing, it does not throw off that BMI scale much. Like, we cannot allot for a 200-pound 5-foot woman and say because she has a big butt, she's overweight, she's obese. So, but again, that has been debunked about that. But we are a little thicker in certain spaces, but the weight is weight for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have a question real fast because we always bring up the weight. Are we talking about because it doesn't look good, or are we talking about health wise?
No, it's when you get on the scale and what the weight said. It don't matter how you shape. It's what happens when you get on that scale.
I'm strictly talking about how it look. Me personally,
Exactly. Because a lot of times you'll see a woman that's 5, like, I know for a fact, right? When I got down to 140, everybody walked around and said I looked sick. Even though, like, technically that was
I be
still
having
me
a bobble
being
head when my body
overweight
gets
for
too
what's
small.
my
My head
height.
is too big for
To
that.
Marcus's point,
That's all
for
I'm
men,
saying.
for men specifically,
Don't worry about that.
it's preference on how you look first and then the weight second, because we all know that Megan Thee Stallion probably weigh about 180 to 190 pounds.
Yeah.
But everybody who has that weight, it's not going to look like that.
And
Right.
also, you got to determine
Right.
like your body shape, your head size. Like, if you trying to get to a stick, but your head is big, that sounds like you didn't properly
Right, even it out.
plan that out. Like, you gotta like look at yourself. Like, I have kids, and I'm about to start losing weight when I'm, past my 6 weeks postpartum, right? I'm
Okay.
gonna look at myself. I'm gonna be like, yo, what do I need to lose, and how I'm gonna look? I'm not trying to get to where I was when I was 20. Because I was way too fucking skinny. But I have kids now. I'm trying to be a certain weight. You got to determine that. And then if you have a husband or whatever, y'all talk about it. I think people are trying to lose too much weight, but it don't match. So kind of be logical.
Yeah, because you sit up there and you lose a certain amount of weight, even though that's what your BMI is supposed to be. It doesn't look good. Like, it literally tells me my BMI is supposed to be like 130. The last time I was 130, I was like 14.
Well, I get that, but again, it's not even really about that. It's really about replacing the fat with muscle. That's what you should be doing. Okay. Again, like I have told women, don't worry about the weight itself. We really do have to worry about focus on our lifestyle. Weight is fine. But if you don't focus on your total lifestyle, like me, I've been vegetarian for 15 years. I ain't been over 150 pounds. I've had 4 kids, and I have gained weight. I used to weigh 100 pounds. Now I'm 150. Do I ever want to go back down to 100? Absolutely not. But now it's just your overall health, because I'm in my 50s. So, you got to look at age and all this stuff. But I say put away the scale, focus on your lifestyle first, eat healthier, exercise, and that weight will come down, because there are also studies that show that you can be up to 50 pounds overweight and be just as healthy as someone who's smaller, who don't work out, especially you're physically active as an overweight person. However, the concern is you still have all this extra fat around your heart. That's why it's better to replace that fat with muscle. That's the thing. So it's not about shaming people, because no, everybody that's little don't look good. They ain't healthy. They don't work. They think they don't have to work out because they're smaller, when actuality, you have to work out. You should be physically active regardless.
And you gotta also keep in mind, ladies, at the rate y'all are willing to tap out of relationships and file for divorce, I think it'd behoove you to keep yourself in shape, so that whenever you do go make your frequent in and out of the dating market, your body is optimized. But the audacity to you heathens who gonna hold on to all this damn weight with the mentality of still exercising the exit plan based on hypergamy or your feelings of not being satisfied in a relationship. The audacity of you heathens.
Heathens, though. Heathens.
At least I didn't say heifers. I mean,
you know what? That is, you're right.
It's
That's
almost
a win.
like it's almost
That's
like
a win.
it's almost like an employed worker not staying up to part on his skills, knowing at any given moment if he don't like where he's working at, he's gone. So it's behooving him to keep his resume tight and his skills efficient. Same to you with your beauty and your appearance and your femininity.
I just think that man or no man, you should take care of your bodies. Okay, that's just me. Like me. I get it, but when we tell women that if you want to find a man, get smaller, because we all know that there are large girls who get married, but I'm telling women to take care of your bodies regardless. You need to be working on you need to be obsessed with how your physical look. You just should.
Can we touch on that statement real quick, though? Like, all this year and last year, all I've seen is kind of ugly people that are fat getting married. So I don't think that there's no shortage on
because
I don't think the men's standards are super up here, because these girls be 250 plus, be having some bad skin, don't have no hair under that wig, and they are at the
high calorie women usually come with resources. High calorie women usually come with resources, and most people want to pair up with people with 50-50 relationships. It's ideal to look at. When you look at a woman's size, you can tell she's got a lot of groceries. So she's got a lot of resources. So right there, you're making a financial decision. Well, I know this motherfucker ain't poor.
So
she's got to feed her lard. So, and then I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm calling y'all women out. This is an accountability hit on. I'm calling all y'all women out, and I get it. It was a sensitive moment for the lady, and she was talking about how her options were very minimal and insufficient. But nobody said, "Hey, boo, if you slow down on the calories, perhaps this dilemma would not be prevalent."
Are you talking about who? Who are you talking
Nobody wanted to do it. None of us men dared to do that because y'all would crucify us for doing it.
Yeah, no.
But I'm sick to my stomach that no woman stepped up and said, "Hey, if you looked at in the mirror."
The lady who was here?
God didn't let me do it.
Whoa,
Are we gonna act like fat men don't be out here shirtless
What?
with their bellies flopping and get girls all the time? Let's not act like fat guys don't get girls.
I like a teddy
Well,
bear.
it's different.
That is exactly what my husband looks like. My husband's huge.
It's
and
his wallet.
I'm a
It's
lay on
not
that teddy
his
bear
gut.
every
It's
night.
his wallet. It's his wallet.
Yes.
No. Because when we met,
Stop it.
he was
Stop
19 and broke.
Cap.
Y'all
Stop
tripping.
the cap. Y'all are
Y'all
not
are
sitting up here
assholes.
saying fat broke
Y'all
men
tripping.
are getting numbers.
Y'all
Stop
are
it.
tripping.
Oh, he wasn't
Average.
fat when we met.
No,
So
fat
wait.
men
You know what?
average amount of
Bullshit.
money. That's what I'm talking about.
So you
Not
stuffed
Okay.
him.
No,
So
I'm
you
not gonna lie
stuffed him.
though, Darwin. I will give you your points for that. There is a direct correlation. You're right, because when he was skinny, he didn't have money, and then he got money and he got big, and it just kept. I feel like that is what happens most times. Like a bigger man, like weight for men is a direct correlation to their pockets. Because I hear so many men being like, "Oh
Well,
yeah, I was skinny because I couldn't afford to eat." So I do feel like
all
that's
of his
true.
money
man,
is going
fat
into
wallet.
the pantry.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Can we
that
just
makes
say
the math. So if
was
he was
Big-
skinny, he would have extra resources.
Was Biggie single? No. Who did he have on him? I'm just saying. Let's keep it a buck.
Fat and ugly as ever. However,
Right.
Some of the baddest chicks in the game.
money.
Yeah.
So ugly
I'm
too.
telling you, man, it happens.
Well, no, you remember he was a
Yeah, but he was a
dope boy.
famous rapper in the
dope
No. This
Talking about
was
Ruben
before
Studdard?
that. He
Before
had
that,
women
he was a
before
dope boy.
rapper.
Ruben too.
No.
Well, Ruben not.
We don't
No,
even have to
Studdard.
go that far back.
So
Boss man
y'all telling
D-Lo
me y'all
gets
would date
women
Ruben
right
Studdard
now.
minus his wallet.
Boss
Minus
man
his
D-Lo,
wallet.
and he's huge.
Boss
Some
man.
people
D-Lo.
like fat
Yeah.
men, and
I
some
don't know
women like
these
What
fat
about
Damn,
men.
I
Drewski?
got money.
I
What
don't
about
know these
Drewski?
people. You
Minus
Drewski is
Drewski's money.
so ugly.
Oh, see, now you on YouTube on live doing that, and you know he'll come for you, right? You on the
I'm
Lapeef Network.
so sorry, Drewski. Oh,
talking about him?
Y'all play
These
all
clips
day.
get out, If he see this clip, he coming for you. I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
probably already know how he look. No, I'm just saying.
There's somebody for everybody. You know, it's not my cup of tea.
What's old boy who was rapping on stage with the oxygen tank? That nigga get that man gets women.
Stop the cap, bro.
Big extra plug winning right now.
Those extras in the video is not really liking him, bro.
I don't care if they like him for his money or not. We all know money comes with come with extra.
But with that logic, everybody gets B words if they're open to opening their wallet for it.
That has always been the game. I don't get why we.
Yeah. But we got people like M. White that don't like tricks.
Who gives a shit that M. White don't like tricks? Shit, M. White don't need to be a trick. Shit.
Well, I would say it's trifling, and I think the ladies can back me. If you're a man who wants to just F on a woman, it's best for you to go F on the tricks that charge for it instead of the women who actually want to be mothers and wives. Do y'all agree? Don't finesse these women out here that wants to be intentional. Because I was on TikTok, I think Dr. Lady on it. The guy was like, it ain't my fault. She shouldn't use her discernment. I'm like, if you want to fuck on her, go fuck on the ones that actually has an occupation in doing that. Don't muddy the market. These women, they don't know that you just want to F on them because you're not being honest. I'm like, well, that's part of the game.
Well,
I'm like,
maybe they don't want the high risk associated with
I need that for future references.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
that.
there's a lot of risk associated with 304s, man. Like the professionals, who wants to do that? You putting your health at risk at that point.
But that's part of the game.
No,
I think that they think that that's winning the prize. Some men think that being able to trick a woman, like a good woman, and being able to trick her is like a game to them, and they think that if they succeeded at that, then like they won.
You win.
It's kind of
win the game.
Because if it's my
Darwin, let's get this straight. When you was out,
bro.
When you was out in the street getting it in, you was going for the professional whores versus women, or what? What we doing?
What, man?
I'm asking.
How much you cost?
Oh, see,
I was leaving. Listen, I was leaving these innocent. I was leaving these innocent, beautiful ladies that wanted a husband and marriage alone. I knew that if they came in my path, I would destroy that I would course whatever the fuck it is. That's, by the way, that's Sweetie with the bullshit. But it's important for men, if we're gonna call ourselves leaders, we have to take advantage of the resources that have been around for thousands of years, and it's called harlotry. They always been around in case you need to go and get your rocks off, so that you can leave the women in their purity, so we can make wives out of them. And then y'all go complain about why all the wives got bodies, because y'all been muddying the fucking market. Leave them alone and go mess with the tricks.
So part of leadership. Wait a minute, bro. So part of leadership is tricking on professional whores.
Yes, part of leadership is tricking on professional whores and leaving the pure women alone, so that whenever you get your mind right and decide that you want to be a husband and a father, you have a plethora of women that are pure and they don't have all this baggage and baby fathers and all this shit. But when y'all go out there and play Russian roulette with the pure women, now we got everybody in the same damn fucking bracket, and we got to go and feel like damn.
You're protecting the chastity of women. That kind of
Thank
is
you.
what
We're protecting our pure women. So whenever we decide that we want to get out of the game and stop being foolish, we have a plethora of women available for us that is as pure as you can with a minimal body count, if any. We have to utilize the resources that's always been available. We have to utilize the 304s for the recreational use, because there's women signing up in droves saying, hey, you don't have to go in for this her. I'm right here. I actually look better than her, and I can actually swallow more than her. But so go and utilize it.
What?
God. No, I'm just saying that might have been too extreme, but I'm just saying, just point blank, we have to compartmentalize the women that we're dealing with and keep the ones that we want to marry safe from the ones that we don't want to marry. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Thank you. And the women agree. God damn, somebody give me a mug.
Seriously, in all seriousness,
Oh, y'all agree?
Motherfucking mic check.
You can't be out there pumping and dumping all the good women too, man, just because you're looking for a challenge. You got to leave them alone. Go knock down
We
the hoe
agree.
in the community. And I get it. You might be the 32 guy in line, 32nd guy in line, but it is what it is.
Oh man,
You heard it here first. You heard it here from her. You heard it. I usually charge for that, but I had to put it out. Cause I talk to a lot of old brothers that be like confused. I'm like, bro, leave them women alone, bro. You got get you an escort, get you get your thing off. You say you don't want marriage. You say you don't want. Why are you messing with this woman who want marriage? Why?
Right.
Leave her alone, bro.
Right.
But dang, but she fine. Like, no, bro. That's what we call de-discipline. That's a part of it.
I think that there's something in between that, right? Where there are some women who are professionals, which I can't co-sign tricking. I just can't, right? There are some women who are virtuous, who are in the business of getting married and all of that. And then there's something in between. There's like these females who are just out here getting it, and you don't have to pay a dime. I can't co-sign tricking, man. That shit is crazy to me.
But you know what? You know what happens as a result of that when you don't do that? You turn the pure connections and pure interactions.
I'm not looking for pure women. I'm not looking for virgins. We're not doing that. We're not trying to deflower anyone.
But there inadvertently causes transactional relationships whenever you. I'm telling you.
So Trev, you should just giving it out. So it's just not anything. There's no value to it. She's just giving it out.
I'm not. Listen. Well, first of all, I think that the best method is to just be abstinent, right? And just wait until marriage. That's best result. That yields the best results for women, right? And according to numbers, men too, right? But you disagree?
No,
absolutely disagree.
No, Amir disagreed. I thought she was going to disagree because she was shaking her head. No.
No. My hair. Yeah. Don't. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, damn, I didn't expect you to disagree with that.
Got something else going on.
I know Marcus disagreed, but he probably wouldn't disagree for women, right? Women should. So you say, and see, here it goes again. Though. Here's the problem with that. If women are supposed to preserve their chastity until they get married, and men aren't, who are we fucking? That's the crazy part. How does that the math ain't mathing again? That's the and I don't even want to speak at that, but what I'm saying is like, whoa.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
So I'm pretty sure you are married and your wife was not a virgin when you met her. So you were having sex with your wife. You just didn't know she was your wife. And I'm pretty sure if you spoke today of her, you would say she's my wife and she's done nothing wrong. And I'm pretty sure she gave it to you before walking down the aisle, right? So I think that
I will never tell.
I do think that there's an in-between because I think Callie spoke of it and we see a lot of that today. The girls who just don't care, they're just giving it out.
Right. There's some of that. There's actually way more of that than we'd like to believe.
Well, then
you sure? I'm not. That's not what I'm speaking. That's not what I'm speaking against. I'm just saying. But there are also women who get in a relationship with you, who trust you, who want to genuinely be with you. And yes, they may give themselves to you before marriage, and they probably shouldn't because it's you, and they really want to be with you. You have that person. I would assume that will be your wife. You understand what I'm saying? So I understand that women should be virgins. And absolutely they should. But sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. She's really into you. She really wants to share.
Yeah, it's not the end. It's not the end of the world if you do that. I'm just saying that yields the best results, right? That's what you would strive for, right? But I'm not saying that if you don't end up with that outcome that you're full of shit and you're doomed. But I'm just saying that's what you should strive for as a woman.
We know what you should do. But we're talking about the women who already made a decision to want to be in the occupation of selling vagina. Those women are making it clear that they don't want marriage or kids. We're not talking about women who want marriage and kids. We're actually telling you to leave them alone, period. These women don't want to, they're obviously not participating in the occupation of selling vagina. We're saying we're talking about women who are selling it and they're blatantly selling it. They're on OnlyFans. The only men that are really upset with this is the ones who can't get it the regular way and the ones who can't afford to pay for it.
Y'all do
Those guys
realize
don't want
that
women
y'all
being
do
thrifty.
realize that that's illegal in like pretty much everywhere outside of Nevada, right? Like, you can't really do that. That's
Smoking
illegal.
weed was also illegal in most of the damn country, and y'all they ain't stop y'all from doing that shit. Are you telling me just because
Yeah,
it's
if y'all
illegal in a
want that
bunch of
jacket
areas,
on you, that's
it's
fine
gonna
too.
stop us from passing pussy?
Trev, we live in a nation where men and men can marry each other. I'd be damned if I even pay attention to saying that it's illegal to toss a woman $120 to do whatever. Whenever we live in a society where men and men, whatever. Huh? It depends on which
you
one.
really
Some of
playing
these-
Russian roulette, bro. God damn, you ain't even getting.
Well,
It depends on which.
$40 cooch.
That could have been
$120 is not premium.
That could have been oral.
$40,
That could have been just oral,
$120.
Trav. That could have
Both
been
of
just
those
oral.
numbers are really low, you guys. Like,
Yeah,
For
I
just
know.
That's what he's
I
saying.
know.
He's saying those numbers are really low.
For just head.
Anything under 250 is just bad, bro.
I know. I'm saying. Well, I'm just saying.
And I'm not even a trick, bro.
Wait a minute, Darwin. Did you say for just head? Like, was that your price that you were thinking would be
Yeah,
for like?
I was thinking that was just the mouth. Now look, take all of the numbers. Just take the money off of the table.
I love this. I would love to get a price list from you.
No, I'm just saying. Just ignore the price because I think that muddied the conversation. Just try to understand the logic behind the fact that it's actually more conducive if men would leave the women who are intentional about relationships and family alone and just deal with the women who are out there in the occupation. Can't you see the logic on how that makes sense?
So you would rather, so let's say your son really want, he's like, yo man, I need to smash like real bad. I'm not going to be late to marriage. I don't know, what should I do? You would more so recommend, you wouldn't say, oh, you should, you about to go to college, man. You straight. You're going to say, nah, go get the hose, man.
I would do two things. I would say, is there any particular woman that you want to smash? He may say yes or no. Let's pretend he said yes. I said, okay, is she on Instagram and she whatever? Yeah, she's on Instagram. I like this one person. I would say, well, maybe deep fake her and whack off. Or just whack off to, or whatever. Or the second, here's the second, and I'm being completely honest. Guys are out here doing it. I've been sitting in front of people that are doing this, bro. And they okay with it.
You said you've been sitting in front of people who were doing this?
No, I'm talking about coaching, consultations.
Whoa.
Pause. Come on, man, Trev. You making this difficult. And Sweetie ain't doing no better with the fucking sound effects. Bro, I'm saying I'm sitting in front of people, coaching them and mentoring them through the outcomes they want. And these guys
you are coaching nudes to jerk off? God damn it, man.
Bro, guys are having issues with masturbation. Bro, this is real life, man. And y'all are playing like this. These are guys' lives, bro. They can't. They want to have it. We're talking about a scenario too. I would tell my son to either go and rub it off, or either go deal with the workers who are providing those service, but to leave these pure women alone, because I don't want to have a daughter out here getting hit by some guy out here. I would want these fathers to tell them, like, leave these women alone, bro. Because when y'all tell them to go at them, these women are turning themselves into 304s by default, because then they now like, well, if you're gonna try to finesse me, you're gonna have to give me some money. And then now we making hoes out of women who ain't supposed to be hoes.
Or donkeys.
Or jackasses.
Okay, there's some logic in it. Okay, I will agree. There is some logic in what Darwin is saying. Some of that shit is diabolical, and I don't agree with some of it. But okay, I see where you're going with this. But the problem that I'm having, I think, in all of it is, if men are recycling these women that are putting themselves on the market for that reason, don't you think that men are more susceptible to diseases that way, and we should probably just tell them to slow down, low down?
Nope, I did the research on it. I already did the research on it. The women who participate in the occupation are more complex. They have a higher likelihood of keeping tabs on whether they are contracting anything versus a random woman that's just having sex. They don't even do routine checkups.
On the field
I'm not talking about right now.
I think it was CDC or something like that. Center of Disease, huh?
No, I'm talking about in your scenario. If it went that way, it would be more of those women with diseases because they're recycling the same women. So
If more women
if
went that
they
way,
stick to those women, more of those women would have diseases. Yes, those women are, they have to be safe and they
right?
have
So
to get checkups. Absolutely.
that's true.
However, but if you're recycling those same women, you're going to recycle the same STDs in that circle of
And
women
that
in
is and
your
that is part
scenario.
and that is part of the game. That's part of the game you play whenever you deal with that type of work. And that should be a deterrent to Doug Will cooking me on the fucking super chats.
Hey,
Bro, Doug Will, you supposed to be on my side and you over here cooking me a super chat. I got something for your ass. Don't worry. But look, for real though, that's part of the game, man. That's part of the game you play. Whenever you want to go out here and indulge in premarital sex and you want to mess with the hoes, that's what you gotta deal with. But whatever way you skin it, if you messing with the pure women, you also got a likelihood of infecting them too.
Or the
So
donkey.
it's better to keep all the dirt on one side of the grass and leave the good grass alone.
Pause.
Get the donkey.
What is going on with Amir and this damn donkey? What are you talking about?
What do you mean get a donkey?
I'm
Amir?
just saying that. Listen, if you don't want to,
What are they doing with these donkeys? A female donkey?
What do you mean get a donkey? Why do you keep saying get a donkey?
There's donkeys everywhere. We can save the virginal women by donkeys.
Fucking the donkey?
That sounds like jail time.
What?
That's
like bestiality.
wait, that's what we're doing now? Yeah, that's worse than what Darwin was talking about.
Some people do that.
Hey, bestiality is not legal in the United States either, folks. Don't take that advice, please.
Please, God, no.
We're getting a lot of like really strange advice.
Did she really
I
mean
have
that?
to say,
There's no way she just meant that.
she
No
was
way.
joking. Y'all, she was joking.
She said no. She just kept saying get a donkey. So I don't know what else to think.
That's diabolical.
Amira, come
Oh my
back.
God. You don't need to worry about what you were saying no more, Darwin. You good.
We need clarification.
You good.
I don't know if
There's
she's
a
trying to one up
special
me or
donkey.
what, but like
There's a
no.
special donkey in Iran, and it has the booty. It's like the butt is shaped like. If you
Oh
you can
my
look it up on
Put a picture
Google.
up. Put a picture
Sweeney,
Hey, wait.
Sweeney,
I know what she's talking about. Well, we can't do that in America. Bestiality is illegal
What are
over
you
here.
talking about? That's a real thing.
I know what she's talking about. They're like
really
white, right? And
That is
it's
a
shaking
lie.
all that shit. I've seen people. I know what
They're
she's talking
white.
about.
And
They're
they have,
white.
like-
I know what she's talking about. But no, we're not doing
How
that.
do you know this?
Ain't
Trev?
no way.
Are you saying this is a real
I have a
donkey,
lot of
like an
useless
actual
information,
animal?
bro. No, it's I'm gonna show you. I'll bring it up. I'm gonna see if I can pull the video up.
It stands
It's
on
weird.
4 legs.
Yes.
It has hooves.
People have done all kinds of things, man. Especially certain types of people.
Don't
They've
you
done
think
all,
it's an understatement
like,
to
you
tell
know, they
us
used
that
to
a
do
donkey
sheeps
stands on
over
4
here
legs?
and
Like,
popping
we supposed to
chickens and all
obviously
kind
already
of
know that.
craziness.
She said it has hooves too.
I think they
I'm gonna-
all have hooves or some shit, don't it?
Donkey. So wait a
Yeah,
minute.
they do.
I didn't know that was acceptable though. but
Man, come on,
yeah,
man. Really?
that's
We talking
still
about smashing.
considered
We went from
a no-
smashing harlots to smashing donkeys
Donkeys.
in the same
Yeah.
lie.
Well,
This
you know
supposed to
what
be-
though, Darwin? If
You're
you want to
saving
be
the
for
virgin.
real, that's what people deserve. It technically that's what you advocate for, right? That's what people deserve.
What?
To
Don't put that on
smash
me. Don't
donkeys.
put that jacket on me.
Yo,
No,
for
sir.
They're
I ain't
stepping
never.
outside of
Hey,
marriage.
yo, I
If
just
you're
looked it
doing
up.
things out of pocket, if you are doing things the wrong way, you deserve a donkey.
Yo, look at his eyes. He looking at that donkey. Oh shit.
Hey, Sweeney, share the screen. Share the screen. We know you're watching that donkey right now. Share the screen.
Yo, his eyes lit up like. And Sweetie was like, "This ain't a good. This ain't a bad
Boheem, are
idea."
you looking at it
He said
too?
I could do this.
No,
Boheem, are you
Yes, he
looking at it
was.
too?
Yes, he
Hold on,
was. Sweetie was
Sweetie
definitely
was
looking
like,
at it, bro.
Sweetie was like,
He was
"Yo,
like,
this might be the new
Boheem,
one."
show me what you're looking at. I need to see because
Sweeney,
your
present the
face
screen,
looks
please.
puzzled.
Nah,
it's crazy.
That's a face
it's,
of,
it's really
wow,
bad.
this
I don't
is
even want to show.
exciting.
You know what? Fuck that.
That's what you get, Sweeney, for all them damn
I
sound
don't think I
effects.
can show this. Hold on.
And them glasses ain't
Yes,
no
you
better
can.
because they
Yes, you
enlarge
can.
your
Show it.
eyes.
Please show
It's
it.
an
I want to. I need you to know.
Brother,
You watching the whole? You watching it, bro? Turn
what's
it down,
that?
bro.
That's what I was looking up.
I'm
Say
done
what
with
the hell?
y'all.
What the hell, auntie?
What?
What the hell?
We cook.
No.
We cook.
Yeah,
We
it's
can't-
over.
Hold on. Did I share it?
What the
Did
hell,
y'all-
No.
Huh?
No, it's not up.
Look at Lady Di.
You gotta move
Lady
them,
Di.
right?
Amir, is that a
Yeah, I gotta
regular
put it up there.
part of
That's
your
what I was looking
culture?
up.
That, bro. You just should have
That
said
better
it.
not be the
I
donkey
got
man.
him.
What's that, brother?
You're not sharing it. Oh my gosh.
This is what I was looking up.
You're not sharing
Brother,
it. Oh, there it is.
What's that? What's that, brother?
Wait, where is it, sweetie?
I just put it up there.
That was a GIF or meme.
know,
Yeah,
that's
dog.
what I
That was
y'all
him.
asked me to share my screen. Yeah.
No,
y'all asked me to
we
share
thought
my
you were
screen.
bringing up the white. Oh, is that the
What
white
the hell?
donkey? Y'all are gay.
No.
Now I'm
You know what? Let me
confused.
get it.
I'm confused. Are y'all talking about an actual donkey or a
I'm
guy
about to
that?
bring it up.
It's a
I'm gonna
real
bring it
thing.
up.
If you can
So
find it,
let me ask you this, Amira. Is that like a regular part of your culture where they're
no,
like,
it's not about culture.
shit.
That's not a culture thing. Stop it.
Oh, because that's what I was asking. I was like, is that something that people do or what? Where'd you learn this information?
Well,
It's on the internet.
You
There's
just
like
castrated your whole culture. You
things.
know that, right?
There's special things that sometimes people know because
You don't like your people for saying that on the record. You can't like your people.
no, this is an Iranian donkey though. It's Iranian, and I don't like Persians, so whatever. I don't like Persians.
So you threw the other culture under the bus.
Yeah, the
I
Persians.
wonder why y'all over there fighting and shit. See, doing that shit all over YouTube and shit.
Oh my god.
Y'all are trifling, man.
Well, at least you're saving the virgins.
All right, we're gonna find one. Goddamn.
But not the donkeys. You have to sacrifice the donkeys to save the virgins.
Look at her trying to save the animals. God. Okay, so now they're gonna just go back to plowing in the yard. Then what?
I don't know, but honestly, can I tell you my honest opinion?
How you
I
feel
don't
about
want
this?
a man that's had a donkey. I wouldn't want a man that's
we
been
didn't
in
even
a
consider
donkey.
that, did we?
Like you
But you
have
would
to
be-
now
but you would be with a
consider
man who's
that
had
the
a whore,
man
right?
that wanted to save you didn't save the donkey, and now he's coming to you being like, "Oh, here, take my dirty dick." Oh,
So I guess the next thing is y'all would actually prefer a man who left the pure ones alone and participated with the harlots versus
Wait,
a man
is that where
who
they got donkey effed from? Is that where they got donkey effed from? Y'all ever heard that? Like, man, she got donkey effed. Like,
I don't know.
Donkey,
I know what you mean.
You never heard that?
It's
All right,
actually a sheep.
Maybe it's a sheep. I'm sorry, it's a sheep.
It's a
It's
sheep.
not a donkey. It's a sheep. Yeah.
But just so y'all know, this is a double standard.
Brother,
This is a double standard, just so y'all know. So don't go take it and run it with it and say, yeah, girl, we could just mess with the male whores and save our purity. No, it does not work the same for women.
All right.
So
So,
don't
JR
think-
JR said he got another clip that he wanted to play for us.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Wait. Before you go to the clip, I
We
just
do
want
not
you to
want to see that sheep. No.
No.
Please, I want to see
Show
the
it to
sheep.
us.
I want
you
to see the
it,
sheep. I
because
need
it
to
feels
know.
right that I talk about it and then you don't see it. Look,
I have to see
let
it.
me
I want
free.
to know.
Okay, I found it.
I
found it.
don't
I
think
found
you
the
want to
picture.
see this.
I'm sharing it.
I'll put the link in
JR
the back.
wrote a clip.
You
We do not want to see the sheep.
I'll put the joint in the back chat. It's a YouTube clip, so it's safe. It's not like, I'll put the link in the back chat. It's a YouTube clip, so it's not like
Okay.
you're gonna get flagged or nothing.
You have send your screen, Trev. Okay.
Oh damn! Why am I up? Damn! I wasn't gonna do it. Damn! I didn't know y'all was done. No, I wasn't ready. Hold on, let me get that up. My bad. Let me go back to my cameras.
Look at the goddamn chat talking about they want to see. Y'all some nasty
do.
motherfuckers,
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna bring it up.
Somebody in the chat said, imagine a man getting bored at home and inviting a donkey into the bedroom.
Yo, whose idea? Whose idea was this, yo? Whose idea was this?
That's grounds for divorce immediately.
Brother, grounds for divorce, we wouldn't be advocating that a husband would do this. We're talking about single man.
It's grounds for breaking up. It's grounds for ignoring a man. That you might as well have what that's called leprosy. I'm kicking you out of the community at
How
that
would you
point.
know? How would you
I
know?
was
Just
gonna
like you,
say,
just like y'all
He
say,
better not
how would
never
we know
let
about your
nobody
body
know.
count? How would you
If
know that
I
he smashed
found
porn?
out, I'm
There are
telling
women
every woman I know.
Would you judge a man that had a like a doll, like one of them dolls?
A little bit.
No,
or
they
the
wouldn't. Them
pocket
Okay.
white.
monkeys. What's the
Them
I
difference?
white.
don't like the doll.
They
You know what
don't.
I can deal with? The fleshlight. Because it's like just in your hand. I can deal with that. You
Women,
can put
women.
it up in a drawer, but like a whole doll, that's too much. You're
No,
doing
So
too
yeah,
should
much.
so
you're
should
lying.
men
You're
be
lying. I'm
judged
gonna
I
tell
feel
you
like
why you're
that
lying.
gets too freaky.
Nope, you're lying because there's women on menopause by the drawers buying, ordering donkeys for their husbands.
There are women who do bananas and cucumbers
For what?
and dogs. I know they're mostly white, but still.
What do they
So,
do to
Laisha, would you
bananas?
rather? Would you
Get
rather
on
your man go
happening.
out? Would you rather your man go out to the streets and smackety smack mac, or you rather him get a donkey online? I mean, not a donkey,
I
but
would
a doll. A
I
doll.
would rather my man be able to control his private parts and
That's
not be
not a
that
matter of
thirsty.
control. We have to release the testosterone. And
You
if
know what
you
I
don't
would
allow us
rather?
to do it,
Whatever
you need
weird
to
shit
allow
that
us to get
that
a
man
doll.
wants to do.
That's
I
not
feel
it.
like if we're talking about in my actual relationship, there's no way in hell that you would actually have to have a need, because we should be able to have a
How
conversation
old are you?
about what you require so we can do it.
How old are you,
Let's do
Laisha?
it. Me,
Yes.
29.
You're 29 speaking like this. You don't even have a clue. Wait till you get like 50, 60, 70, and you got to deal with a man that's horny as well, and you don't
Well,
even
then
want
I
him
might
to
be
touch you.
tired. You're right. I might be. But
So
right
just
now at
stop while
29,
you're
I'm
ahead.
not tired. And whatever that man walk through the door and say, I'm like, I'm on that. Whatever type
What
of
I'm
time you
saying though,
on,
whenever you
I'm
get to
on
those
that.
ages, you're gonna be like, look, just go and get you a doll, brother. Go and get you a doll.
Trev, look at the booty.
I'm gonna ever say that. I hope not. I hope not.
You got to listen to the
I
older
hope.
women too. Some of
Them
these older
sheeps
women,
got
they be
BBL.
trying to give y'all game, and y'all just be blowing them off. They be giving y'all all. I be sitting here watching for hours. I'm like, yo, they need to be writing this shit down. Lady O and Shanabi just cooking.
Don't they
He
do
bouncing
dolphins
his
now?
butt. Did you see him bouncing the little she?
He was bouncing.
Wait,
Hold on.
is that
Replay
it?
Yeah, that's
Fred.
hold on. No.
Yes.
Let me get back.
Like this is like animal cruelty.
Learn something new every day.
But Dr. Lady O, can't you give her the free game? That whenever she get to a certain age, and I'm not saying that you are there. I'm just
Darwin,
saying.
do you see this?
Darwin, do you see it? Did you see
Oh,
it?
go ahead and play it again.
They bounced the. Oh my god. Wait a minute.
Very juicy. Very juicy.
Bro,
If they all saw that before, if they don't stop that,
ain't no
they
way.
done cut the hair. They done
Bro, ain't no way they
They
smacking y'all,
shaved
Joe.
it.
Yes, they need to quit.
Yeah, they doing the most.
I think
Oh,
y'all are
they doing more
disrespecting
than
men
that.
with this now.
They
because
doing more than just touching
we are
them
not
booties.
finna stoop this low, yo. We just not
They
finna stoop this low.
Do you think that them men don't stoop that low? Do you really
No,
think
Right.
that?
no.
No, you
You're
need
not
to
finna get me
release
going
it.
there.
Giving somebody in
I
the
really,
chat an idea.
Darwin, what I really think is honorable about you is that you hold yourself in such high esteem that you think other men do too. And I
All
love
right,
that for you.
All right, y'all. We got to move it along. Jr. been
This
trying to
is
get on
sick
to the
for
next
real.
video.
All right, like,
No
I'm gonna let you
No
have
more
it.
sheep ass. No more donkey. Can we get on to the next topic?
No more, please.
Come on, Jr. Roll the clip.
Nah.
You ladies, how has your ambition or your success and your status influenced your romantic relationships or your dating lives?
Yeah, I think there's a better standard, because for me to achieve the things that I've achieved, it required me to grow into the woman to do that. So now, now what I require of a man has changed, and I think that in our society, in addition to glamorizing like I'm a boss and all this type stuff, I think there's also this thing that I want to disabuse while I have like this, while we're here on this platform of like, we don't need men. And I don't believe that. Like, I wanted to fulfill myself, but part of that is, I feel like we're in a society where women are like, I want a guy to make 6 figures, all of this stuff that I'm not knocking, and I'm not saying it's not important, but the reason I think that you should be financially independent, fulfill yourself, is so that you can become a woman who actually is equally yoked with the kind of person that a lot of women aspire for. Not all women. So like whatever that means to you, it's like, what are you bringing to the table, you know? And so, yeah, for me, that's kind of my perspective on that, is like you should, in my experience, I think that I was dealing with a lot of foolishness. I didn't know myself. And now what I require, and not even require, what I attract, what I entertain is better. And that has nothing to do with financials. That's just a part of it. But it's just that man is out there doing his thing to get to where he was. And so we might have similar backgrounds, similar industries, whatever. But really and truthfully, it's who we had to become. And I think in that regard, you know,
because I hear a lot of
affected
men,
it.
I've heard a lot of men talk about this, and as beautiful as a woman may be, if she has that kind of hustle mentality or business mind, or just very ambitious, they tend to not want
It
to
can be
date.
not
They tend to
attractive.
not want to date you.
A man
because-
does not care, says last, but a real man does not care about how much money you make. That's why I say it's for you.
Not the money, but the
mentality. Yeah,
and
I see
putting
that, and I
into
think
them.
that's an issue in society. I believe you need men. Like, I believe having a husband is important. I think it's one of the wonderful things. I think even if I'm a CEO, my job is still to be a helpmate for him, and he can be a partner for me. I don't know why we feel like you can't be a housewife and have a partnership, lift that man up, support him, pray over him, clean your house, and still do your thing. Because the man that is in my life in that capacity only make all my business endeavors better.
But what if it clashes? What if you don't have time to do that for him because you have your phone ringing, you got emails?
So
to
that's where
respond
it's
to?
a compromise,
Yeah.
right? Because that's what it is, a partnership. And like they said,
Oh,
you
hell
have
no.
to go over all these things before you get married, and you have to work together. And I do think people are so quick to walk away. And I think if you're willing to walk away, yes, your livelihood is important, but when you merge together, you have to work that out. There has to be some understanding. I don't think a woman should just sacrifice everything, but I personally wouldn't want to be with a man who would want me to do that personally.
Thank you. Any of you want to speak to that with dating?
Yeah, going back to to what you were what you read, I think it just comes down, at least to me, it's not about finances, and I know we put so much emphasis on that, but to me, finances or money is all energy. So I think if you decided and you had a strong mindset and you were just super, like, you know, business oriented, and you know you wanted to get to a certain plan or a goal, that energy putting towards that goal is gonna get you there. You know what I mean? So I think when it comes to dating, having a person to just support you in your big dreams, especially if you're a big dreamer, to not shut you down, to support you, to push you, to give you ideas, to give you a different avenue of looking at things in ways that maybe you don't see, or you know what I mean? So I think when it comes to dating, I think if you are with me, you're going to absolutely have to make my mind churn in ways that I probably don't, because I already have a brain that thinks really, really high. So I think I would need someone that is that way. Now, do they have to have a lot of money? Absolutely not. But do you have to have the grit, the energy to know, like, I will get there? Doesn't mean millions, doesn't mean anything. It just means being self-sufficient in that way, to be comfortable, cool, we're not worried about it.
Have you ever dated somebody and it's been like too much for them?
Yeah, absolutely. All my
This is a
boyfriends,
long
I think,
clip,
have
huh?
been afraid. Like, I'm a risk taker. Like, I moved to California. I had a boyfriend at the time. I was like, do you want to move with me? No, I can't go. I can't leave my mom. Can't leave my sister. I hope he doesn't watch this.
What? All right.
I'm gonna
I
go
got
first.
JR gave me some questions here that he would like for me to ask. So, yeah, trying to figure out which one, because he.
So I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was for the last clip. So I got some new questions, but go ahead, Lady Di.
That was brutal, JR.
I was gonna say, she was talking about, or women really talk about, oh, they don't want to sacrifice nothing for a man, but they don't even be sacrificing nothing for their kids. So I'm trying to figure out why they get married and have kids if they can't, do what's necessary for your family. So, in my opinion, I believe that when women have children, they should at least be home with their kids, at least until they get to the school age. And that's a requirement for the betterment of your child. It has nothing to do with the man per se, but has everything to do with your child. The man, that's more of, let's say, obviously he will be the one working, he has the money. So you're making sure that you have the necessities in the house for him to keep going out to work and, be successful, not stressing out and stuff. So as the duty of a wife and a mother, you are sacrificing. I wouldn't even call it a sacrifice. That's just what you're supposed to be doing. So I just think women who think like that should not even get married or have kids, because I feel like they're gonna neglect what's there and not even realize it.
Yeah, those women are for recreational use. She said for sure that if she got a phone, if the woman asked her, if your husband needs you, and you got all this phone call and you got a time, well, that's where he's got to understand compromise is going to come in. I'm going to have to prioritize she's communicating that her submission to her boss supersedes her submission to the relationship or whatever her husband needs. Whenever a woman talks like that, she's communicating that these women are to be work wives. These are the women when man in corporate America that are making $250,000 to $500,000 a year. These are the women that men are exercising their options with. That is why these guys they have their pick of the litter. These are the plethora of women they can pick from. These women don't have any devotion, or they don't believe in hierarchy or anything. They want equal partnership. They want to work. You know what I'm saying? They prioritize their career over anything else. Husband, kids, any of it. You know what I'm saying? You have to treat them according to the outcome and desire they want. And if you're a man that's sitting here putting his purpose around a woman like that, that's gonna put her boss before you and tell you that you gotta compromise when she needs you, you're a fool. You're a damn fool.
Don't all go at once.
Are we going in order, Sweeney, or we could just go randomly? I'm assuming
We
randomly.
can,
Going
yeah,
up and
it's random,
down
ain't
or
it? It's
this
random.
way across?
Or we could do
Okay.
popcorn if y'all want to. However y'all want to do it.
No, I'll go. I want to go. I want to talk about it because these people, sorry, there's an echo, guys. So
Oh, my
the
fault. That
lady
might be me.
when she's talking about this and she's like saying that she's gonna put everything second and he has to compromise. These women don't want men. They want. I don't know what they want. It's not even wanting a child either. A man with any type of testosterone or balls is not going to deal with that. Any man whose testosterone level is at a healthy rate or healthy uh, percentage, they're not going to deal with this crap. All these women talking about how they're boss babes and oh, you can wait. Oh, I'm on the phone. Shh, wait. And another thing is when you have these type of ladies, you think that, oh, her hair was amazing, by the way. She was pretty and she had beautiful hair. Okay. I'm not going to take that from her. She looked beautiful. But man, that's a trap. It's like a Venus flytrap right there. She's beautiful and then you get caught. And then you know what? I think that these women, they are really trying to tell the men that they want to be the men's and they want you to fall back and fall behind. I don't think any man will. Yeah, that's all.
They want stay-at-home dads, so they won't get in the way of their, business or whatever it is.
So I think there needs to be a balance. As a person that has worked for herself for 20 years now and owned a business for more than half that time, there are certain responsibilities that you have to your career. And some of that, depending on how demanding your career is, does kind of overlap into your home life. But you have to be able to handle that in a respectful way. You have to be able to pay your partner the attention that they deserve because you would want that as well. Um, I don't think that it should be completely out of the realm of possibilities to be on the phone handling business and tell your partner, hold on 1 second, I just need a minute. and take care of that business. But there has to be a work-life balance. There's nothing wrong with being a woman who has a career and has ambitions. You can do both. You can have a relationship, you can have a successful relationship, and you can also have a successful career. It's really all in how you balance it. Um, work, work comes second because your life comes first. Your life. And part of that life is your marriage. But your life comes first. And yes, work does come second to your life. But we all must prioritize work as well in our lives. It's tough balancing it, but it does have to happen. And everybody has to understand it. Just like women have to understand when a man has a demanding job, if that woman has a demanding job, that man must understand that as well. And both of them need to balance work and life. Work and your partner, both of them deserve the attention, a certain amount of attention to make things work.
I
But
have a
both
question
people
for
are
you.
responsible for that.
My question to you is, remember when you said you can tell your husband, like, okay, hold on, wait, I'm on the phone? Will you do the same thing to your boss? If your husband was on the phone, will you tell your boss, shh, wait, or shh, I'm talking? Would you do that?
Not if I'm at work, no.
But see, that's the point. It's giving more
If
respect
you're at
to.
work, that is where you
Wait,
are. If you are
Bo,
at home,
that's not
if
true,
you are at
Bohem.
home,
If my husband calls and I'm at work and he's calling me about my kids, I will most definitely tell my
no,
boss,
for sure.
wait, I'm
Why
on
does
the
it gotta
phone.
be
This
about
is
the
about
kids?
my
Why
kids.
can't I just call
Absolutely,
Or
you?
but
you
not no
no,
Why can't it
arbitrary
just be
phone
about
call.
me?
okay. Well, wait, I have to find out. I just use that as an example. I have to find out
No,
what it's
just say,
about in
hey,
general.
look, tell your boss, hold on, I need to talk to you.
Yeah, and I would. I've done
Thank
it
you.
before. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. The same way that if I'm at home, because the way I think is that if you know that I'm at this opposite place, then whatever you're calling me for, like if I was at work and my man is calling me, then whatever he's calling me for must be important enough to take my attention away from work. And if I'm at home and my boss is calling me, then that 2 or 3 minutes might be, they must have felt like it was important enough to call me within that time frame, knowing I'm not at work. That's how I look at it. So that's why I would say I don't think there's anything wrong with just saying, like, hey, this little 60-second conversation, it's not like I'm gonna go have an hour-long work conversation while I'm at home, the same way I'm not gonna have an
Galatians,
hour-long
we know
conversation.
that's you, but to Bohem's part, and I'm glad she did that. She's educating on men what they need to expect. Typically, women will do what Bohem does. They're gonna tell their husbands to wait. They're gonna put him on hold, and they're gonna see to their boss because their boss is higher on their hierarchy of priority. That's just what it is. It matters. It doesn't matter
That's
what
not what
should
I
happen.
said. That's not what I said. That is
Well,
not what I
it's
said.
not exactly
But
what you
to her
said, but
point, no, that is not what I said. It is not that the boss has some type of hierarchy over my husband. That's not what I said. What I said is there's no problem in saying, "Hey, hold on, give me a second," because to her point, it might be an emergency. You have a demanding career. But also, to her point, yes, if in fact your husband is not the type to just call, make an arbitrary call in the middle of the day, then if it's an emergency, yes, your boss will hold on for a second. In that
well, let me
case,
ask you this.
yes,
Let me
there
ask you this,
are special
Bohem.
cases.
If your husband say, "Hey, look, you know what? I think it's time. I've saved up. You know what I'm saying? I want to go ahead and open up my practice. I need you to work at the front desk and tell your boss that this is your last 2 weeks." But your boss is adamant and saying, "Look, I need you. You're the critical piece to this company. You've been with us for 15 years. I need you. You're my Kobe. And it's the
My
fourth quarter. You know how the
therapy.
motherfuckers talk. Hey, what are you gonna say to your boss?"
It wouldn't be about my boss. If in fact, I saw the value, me being valuable to my
God damn
husband.
it. What are you gonna say to your boss?
If I want to go work in my husband's practice, I would say absolutely not. But if this is a career that I want and I want to stay there, then I'm going to have to stay there. It depends.
So
got a question.
There is no black and white answer
so
to
basically,
that.
what you want supersedes this. Your husband saying, "Look, I figured it out. I'm gonna open up." You're gonna say, "Well, I want this."
Can I tell you why,
I got a
Darwin?
question.
Can
Oh
I
my
can I tell you why
No, let her
God!
answer
that
first.
happens? I'm gonna tell you exactly where that whole thing came from. I want to
Feminism.
say maybe like about 10 years ago, there started to be a conversation amongst social media, right? Where it was like, well, women don't have anything to offer besides servitude and sexual relations. And I think a lot of women then started saying, okay, because you got to think about it. That conversation started of what do you bring to the table? And when women started just being like myself, people were responding with that wasn't enough.
That's not an
So
answer though.
women started hearing men list off the things, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong. This just goes into my point.
I think
Women
Lady Di
started
was going to
hearing
educate you on what men were expecting you to say if you were communicating some value, and it wasn't money. I think Lady Di's
well,
finna hit
no,
on it. Go ahead, Lady Di.
I understand that it's not money, but that's where the confusion came from. The confusion, and I hear a lot of women say the confusion came from they went and did these things because they heard men say what they valued in themselves as a man. And a lot of women took that as, well, maybe that's what I need to have for him to see me as valued. And so they went and got a six-figure job. They went and got
Oh,
a
okay. So
house.
you're saying they thought we were saying, oh, we need you to
Yes.
bring money.
That because you have when they heard you say I am a six-figure, I'm not a six-figure, I am a high
Let's be
value
honest,
man
ladies.
because of this.
That don't have the ring of truth to it. Let's be honest. Who did you hear coin that phrase? Is it
What a
safe to
high
say that you
value
heard?
man.
No? The what do you bring to the table? Is it safe to say that you heard Kevin Samuels say that on countless times with sessions with women?
Yeah, a lot.
So do you not hear him follow up and say men don't want your money? So if you heard these two things, how are you getting from that women were confused thinking they was talking about money when the man who coined the phrase and the whole entire stream was adamant about no, it's not money.
But I
Because
don't.
women don't be listening. They just be listening with emotion, first of all.
Okay,
It
well
was
I can
very
agree with
explained.
that then.
It
I
was
got a
very
question.
explained in those videos. And if you actually, if you dated, you say you're married, Leisha? How do you say your
Laisha.
name? Leisha?
Yes, Laisha.
How long you been married?
So I've been married for 3 years. I've been with him for 10.
Okay, because I was gonna say you've dated other guys, right? And you've had conversations with other
Like
guys.
in high school. I
Okay,
met him when I was 18.
so you don't have any dating experience. So when you're hearing other women talk, because that's what you're voicing your speech on is other women speaking. You're
Yes.
not listening to what is actually happening. You're hearing what they're saying, but you're not piecing it together. So that's where a lot of women get. Luckily, I'm glad you're married, but if you wasn't married, it would be very hard for you to get married thinking like that on other people's thoughts. You got to figure out the dating market, figure out what men want. And
Mhm.
if you're trying to get married, you know, kind of adapt to that. So obviously money is not nowhere on the table. Some men do, require their woman to work or whatever, but I don't, besides that, they're not looking for money like that. They're looking for you to be a good wife, a good mother. Most of the time, they're looking for a good mother because if you're a good mother, you're a good wife. So all of these things, all these qualities, like when you said they're looking, what you bring to the table is yourself. That's not an answer. What the hell is yourself? I could put myself there. Okay, what am I going to do? Because people that are stay-at-home moms and housewives, there's some of them that don't do shit at the house. They just literally sit there, watch TV. The kids be running around or probably at fucking daycare or something like that. And the man come home, there's no cooked food, the house is not clean, they're not clean, their hair is not brushed. It'll be a whole bunch of stuff going on. So bringing yourself to the table is not anything. You have to bring more value. What is value? Well, you got to ask your man that. Ask the man what the value is. And then you do that if you want to be with him. That's how that works.
Let's go ahead and get Shannon there.
So I love how the black community thinks that people ain't a two working household. Y'all got men taking care of the whole household like it's the majority. I know some of you are blessed in that area, but in most black households, two people bring home the income. The last I checked, right? So, and that's I just wanted to get out of la la land right there. But I understand what you're saying. Like, you're right. I think that there's a time to be at home and a time to be, to be present at home and a time to be at work. Unfortunately, I'm a teacher. I grade papers at home. I have lesson plans. I have to have parent teacher conferences at home. Do I say F them kids and don't do it? You know what I'm saying? But y'all's kids rely on me, right? So, I mean, unfortunately, that's just not the reality in some people. Like, if you are a business person and it's about greed and all that kind of stuff, I get it. But I think that does happen compromise is important. You being with a partner who understands, like, look, I got a tutoring session. I got a kid who's falling behind. I told the mom I tutored the kid, and your partner sometimes, of course, you don't want it to be all of the night, but there may be a little time outside of work that you have to do those things, especially if it's a 2-income household. You understand what I'm saying? So
But you're missing it though. Like, we agree that you need 2 incomes or whatever in a lot of these cases. But the scenario that we were talking about is a woman who a husband had figured it out, and he wants to go into his own business. And he wants her to accompany him and accruing the revenue necessary to sustain the resources instead of having to go and work in corporate America for a race that's going to benefit. Hold on, wait, hang on. But can't you hold on? Can't you see how if a man is put in this situation and everybody's on his back saying y'all don't create generational wealth, but he's got an opportunity to pull the resources on their own as man and wife so that they can pass an inheritance down instead of working for the man outside of the home. We can take it and we can go and grow our crops, do whatever, open our own practice and be able to pass the whole practice down to our kids. But then you got a woman who says, no, fuck that. I want to go work for the man. And that man is passing his practice that she worked for down to his kids. But when she can work for the practice that I'll just open up and we can pass our practice. Can't you see how that is bad?
Excuse me. To be fair, I'm so sorry. To be fair, I'm answering this from the perspective of a business owner, and a startup needs some type of foundation. And me staying at a job because he wants to open up a practice is going to help us as this business grows. I can help at my job because do you understand how hard it is to start a business and keep that business afloat for the first 5 years? I am making that decision not only because maybe that's something I want to do with my life because that's my career, but I'm also making that decision as a wife that knows how rocky a business is. And house bills have to be paid. Something has to be done, and someone has to have some type of steady income. So, because I know about startups, that is a good decision for the
So
marriage.
you should have led with that because when you answered the question, you said that's what I want.
It changes
to do.
things.
Yeah, you're changing up.
It changes things because basically what she's saying, once her husband's business gets steady, and she'd be more inclined to go and work at the front desk. But that wasn't the energy I was getting when I initially asked the question. So it changes things. But you can kind of see how it was a confusion there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm not trying to.
I understand.
Can I ask
it was
this?
both of the things.
Can I ask this? Is it supposed to, like, let's say these are two completely opposing fields of work. Like, if she's a partner at a law firm and she worked hard to get there, are we saying that we expect her to, like, leave that to then become the receptionist at his doctor's office?
Well, that's the question. Would you do it? Would you do
Me
it?
personally?
Would you do it?
You.
No.
That's where I'm fucking stuck.
Hold on.
No.
So
no. In that particular scenario that I just said, right? I want to also clarify when I think of somebody saying, like, I am a partner at a law firm, okay? That means
That
now
means you own a percentage of the company, right?
yeah, and my name is on that door, and I took years of schooling. It's obvious that this is a part of my passion. I really wanted to go and do that. To then step out of that, step out of
We
my
didn't say.
passion
Listen,
to be a
how much?
receptionist.
Okay, let's play. Hold on, let's play the game.
I did.
How much of a percentage of the partner? How much a percentage of the company do you own, or the firm do you own? Let's just say 30%. They put you on at 30% ownership partner.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably like 30, because usually it's like what, 3 names on the door at one time.
Well, yeah, you sell your 30%. You take that 30% revenue or whatever, and you put that in your husband's business, and now you can scale. Now y'all got a family-owned practice or whatever the hell it is, and now y'all got generational wealth for your family. Isn't that better to work with your husband than somebody else?
I think that the space that I would be coming from is that if I really love to do something, can I not still help you and still be a practicing lawyer is what I'm
We're
asking.
we're
Like, can I
exposing
not
why
do that?
black people cannot get this shit right.
So when you're growing a business, right? You're looking
Mhm.
at it in the wrong way. Look at it as you want this business to be a multi-million dollar business. Okay? So if you're starting up and you can't find a receptionist, then since it's you and your husband's business, you be the receptionist for the moment. And then eventually you could train and hire and find a receptionist to replace you. Then you start moving up or whatever. It depends on what the business needs. So for you to, I guess, say you won't do it means that you're not ready to be a millionaire then.
Mm.
Yeah, that's
No.
what you're saying, because you're not ready to help.
And this
Is
is what's
there only
happening.
one road to being a millionaire? Is that what we're saying?
This is
that
what's
was
happening.
that
This
was
is
the
what
example
happening when women prioritize their jobs over the best interests of their relationships or the direction of their husband. You get a group of women who put all of their eggs in this basket of being to work towards their dream. And then an election happens. And then they drop 180,000 DEI hires. And not like there's going to be a whole bunch of things humble you when you follow an exterior leadership or wealth generating resource outside of your husband's, when you got an opportunity to be up under your husband's wealth generator resource. Can't you see how it's actually better optimized to do it as a family? You get what I'm saying? To make money as a family. If we're talking about you have the opportunity. He's opening up his pharmaceutical practice, and he just wants you to work it. You guys are going to be well off. Your kids are going to be well off. But he cannot do it alone. He needs you by his side.
I'm not saying I wouldn't help. I'm saying, does that it literally requires you leaving the career
Yes,
that
it
you're
requires you to
passionate
put
about?
100%.
Like, you have to just
It
leave.
requires you to put all your energy and all your efforts into the purpose that he outlined for you and his family in the future. It requires that. I'm telling you, it does.
It requires you to sweep the
You
streets.
cannot you cannot divide your energy and sell yourself thin for your boss and your husband or your partner outside of it.
If it makes sense, to do that, then yes, because that's
Thank you.
what you do,
It
right?
does make sense.
If it no, because in every situation that doesn't make sense, I'm just saying, if it makes sense, if it's feasible and if it won't hurt the family, then yes, because a lot of those decisions do hurt the family, don't get me wrong. If in that situation that it makes sense for her to do that, then yes. If not, a woman does not have to compromise her goals and her
I think y'all
career.
being extreme. Give me an
like
example of
that.
it not making sense. Can you give me an example of what you mean by not making sense? Well, if you're gonna do that, fuck it, then don't do it.
No. I'm thinking.
She already said the key point when she said a woman doesn't have to compromise her goals or her career. So I think that speaks to the sentiment.
No,
because
I'm saying it's just it's always automatically assumed that the woman must give up herself to her man's dreams, and it shouldn't have to work
We
that
did
way.
it for 100 years straight, from 1930 all the way up into the late Vietnam War up in the 1970s.
I know, and
for
those
y'all,
and a lot of those
but
women
y'all
were
can't
very
turn around
miserable.
This is what we got to deal with. Men have been doing this, dying in droves.
So
for
so
you to
real
go
quick.
out here and carry on like this, and y'all can't return the favor for your husband. We did
So-
it. We did it in millions, thousands of men did it just for the sake of all of us. But y'all can't do it just for your husband. Like, wow.
I just wanted to present a question, kind of to Amir's point, right? She stated that these guys would have low testosterone, or like, so basically these guys that women are describing, they come in like simp mode, right? Do you think it's more important to have a man that's more masculine? Because there are dudes who are going to cooperate like this. There are guys, I already know it. I see it. There's plenty of guys who are going to, yes, honey, all that shit, right? They're going to absolutely be agreeable and all of that stuff. Is it more important to have that in your life as a simp? Or do you think it's more desirable to have somebody who's actually masculine, who actually can take a lot of the strain off of you and make things easier and just be a man? Which would you rather? What do you think is most important? Because trying to put them together, they don't really infuse. It's an archetype or the other. It doesn't come with both of those. What do ladies think is most important to you? Which would you rather have? You don't have to go at once, but
come
Dr.
on.
Letty, you muted.
I think Fraser, by calling him a simp, might have thrown the whole thing off. Maybe if you just described him as
okay, well, let's not call him. Let's not call him what he is. Let's just say a man like that. Let's just do that.
So let me rephrase for you, Trev, so I can present it on equal. So would you prefer a man who requires you to default to whatever his plan is and follow his vision, pretty much with knowing that he has the family at the front of his mind and he thinks this is best, and it's a decision that you may not agree with, but the man that you're with almost requires you to be on board with that? Or would you prefer a man who you could veto his word and say, hey, I don't think that's the best plan and we're going to do it this way? Like, which one is that? Is that kind of how you was asking the trail without adding the colorful language to either side?
Basically picking a man who's a leader.
Close enough.
And picking a man that's not a leader. So a leader is basically, they have kind of like, I'll say the last say into things, right? They're leading the family. And then you have someone that's not leading the family. It's more like, we're going to make the decision, or you're going to make the decision, and then we're going to go with that. Which man would you choose?
Okay. So I'm in a gray area at this point. Mostly just because I don't follow anybody. I compromise with people. I pick someone whose vision is in line with mine as well. We have to have the same ideas about life. We have to have the same goals for our lives and our families. So in that case, if I am with a man who aligns with my vision for my life, then yeah, sure.
I told
but
you
I'm not
you were.
picking someone who I don't
I told
align
you
with.
that is a masculine trait. You know that, right?
She don't care.
To have ideas for your own life. Am I supposed to be
I'm
just out
telling
here
you, I tried to
floating?
tell you this last week. You are very masculine.
I'm not Darwin. You finna piss me off.
Before you go
Please
into
don't call
going
me
into, can I ask you a
masculine.
question?
Okay, I
that's
won't
a
call you
boundary for me.
masculine.
Please don't call me masculine.
Can I ask you a question,
That's gonna
please?
piss me off.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel it's reductive, or it's to follow a man? Do you think that there's a negative connotation in there?
I don't. I just said if his visions for if his vision and his plan for his life align with mine, then no, I do not see a problem with it.
Right. No, the reason I'm asking you this way is because you said I don't follow anyone. If his vision aligns with mine, then I'll go along with it. That's why I'm trying to like get into the
And
minutia.
what she just her saying
because
if it doesn't align with mine.
Yeah, no, I
means
get what
that
she's saying.
Her vision supersedes his vision. What is
No,
that?
it doesn't
We can call it
supersede
what it is, but it's a trigger word for her.
It's here. We're here. We're in sync. Your vision and your plan for life and my plan for my life, because I'm a grown person. We are supposed to have
Bohem is just saying, get with
some type
somebody that it makes sense for you. Why are we getting with people and then
Because
trying
she
to force
confused
them
us
to
when she said
change? Right?
compromise.
If you want a wife that's going to
Did
be
you
like,
not just hear
yes,
her say
baby, I'll stay at
compromise?
home and be a stay-at-home wife.
Did you not
Then
just
get a
hear her
stay-at-home
say?
wife.
Did you not just hear her say, "I
I did that.
compromise with people"? Did you not
McPherson,
hear her
she
say
won't
that?
compromise for her boss though, McPherson. But we have to have this man
But
that has to be
I'm
compromised.
saying, Laisha is
I don't have
saying,
a
get
boss.
with. Did you not hear her
But
say,
you will have a
"I
boss.
compromise with people"?
I don't have
And we
a
just
boss.
asked her if the person didn't have the same vision as you. She said she's not compromised. He had to. She had, in one voice in one
Because it
sentence
wouldn't
she said,
work
"I
anyway. If we are not aligned with our vision in life, I couldn't be with him anyway.
If we're
It
both,
wouldn't
if,
work.
What is that? Wait a
I'm
minute.
confused as to if I'm 25 and this man is 27, right? At this point, we're probably somewhere towards our careers, et cetera, et cetera. Why would you come to me if you see me working and being a full-time doctor and think you're going to take me out of my doctorhood, whatever you want to call it, and then tell me to go be a stay-at-home wife? You could have found somebody that wanted to be a stay-at-home wife. The man that should come to the doctor is the man that's like, I want my wife to be a doctor.
These are the things we
That's
vetted
it.
you out for, and you switched up. This is called the bait and switch that y'all
She
typically do.
didn't switch up though, Darwin.
Well, I'm saying a lot of.
I
I
didn't
didn't say
switch
she
up because
did.
I
didn't
swore to you when I
I'm
met my
not
husband,
talking
I
directly to you. I'm
said,
speaking in general. A lot of women are doing this. They are presenting that they are cooperative, submissive, and compromising. And then when it comes to a cooperative, submissive, compromising situation, they don't do it, and they already have the ring.
But also y'all act
well,
like
how fast did
life.
we get
I
married?
feel like hold on. So hold on. Let me just jump in right here. I feel like
Telling you, this shit's going on.
I feel like this is a point in the conversation where it would be disingenuous to go further saying that she's switching up, because it sounded to me like Bohemi and maybe Lachey. I got Laisha. I might be pronouncing it wrong.
You can call
but
me Bo.
Bo. It sounded to me like Bo is very clear about the type of woman she is. And any man that moved forward dating her had to ignore a whole lot of shit to think he was getting a different type of woman. And I appreciate women who say who they are and put that on Front Street. And as a matter of fact, I want to celebrate it so more women can put on Front Street exactly what they bring. So if you don't want, like for me, I could not do it, but maybe there's the public offender. That might be the perfect woman for the public offender.
Absolutely. I'm not gonna say that on the record, but look, but M. White, can you be honest? Are women doing it? Are women being off? Are women be up front saying, "Hey, look, I am not gonna be submissive, cooperative, and compromising."
That nigga.
So
are women actually doing that?
I'm always trying to be honest, Darwin. I think that they're not saying, "Hey, I'm not gonna submit. I'm not gonna compromise." What they are saying is, "Hey, I've got my own mind. Hey, I've got autonomy. Hey, I'm gonna do things my way." And then men are letting that ride without questioning that.
That's not what's happening,
think y'all are missing me.
They are not saying that.
I don't do things my way. I talk about things with my partner. We talk about our problems. We solve our problems together. We pick and choose what we do in our lives. What I mean by I don't follow nobody, you're not going to tell me what to do.
I understand.
Without consulting me. You have to act like you're going to have to ask me what I think, because this is my life as well.
Can't you understand? Can't you understand how we're
my man, because we have the same vision for life.
Can't you understand how we're as men interpreting what you say when you say I don't follow nobody? That's whenever we hear that in our ears, we're hearing I cannot be led. You cannot lead me. I do not subscribe to leadership. Can't you understand how that comes off?
I don't subscribe to blind faith.
Oh my.
That's what she's trying to
I wanna
say.
something.
She's saying she wants to talk about it. Not that she won't follow you, but she wants to talk about it. She wants to feel included is what she
Obviously,
said.
we're gonna
'Cause it's
talk
my
to you
life.
about it. This is that obviously that we're gonna come and tell you, hey, look, I need you over here. We're saying, we as men, we're saying if we're gonna give up our monogamy, or we're gonna put our carbs in and invest you and risk being ran through the family court systems and having our kids ripped away from us. When we ask you, we're not saying, we telling y'all just told us y'all didn't like control or brute force. We're asking you, can you come help me here? You're saying that you're going to reserve the right to say no after all of the risks we're taking in 2025.
Darwin, we need to uplift women who are saying this as opposed to
I get it. I understand we need to uplift. Yes, I'm saying say it, but we just talked about that in white. They are not being that clear. They are not being that clear. We know they're not being that clear.
To be fair, I'm saying a lot of things that trigger you, just like you saying a lot of things that
It
trigger
doesn't
me.
trigger
And what
me.
I'm saying is not that bad. Because
Listen,
just like you think what you're saying is not that bad either.
it's
Right?
only bad.
It's
The
a
only way
little
it's
twist.
bad. The only way it's bad if you do not make it clear, like to the side conversation me and NY just had. We done seen it time and time on these panels in this space. I have over 1,000 hours in this space. These women are not being clear the way you are. Yes, we should champion with your transparency, but that's not what's happening. And these guys are marrying these women, assuming that they would come to a simple request like that. That's critical, and they are not falling in line. They're saying, "Nope, I'm going to do what I want. Deal with it."
All right, can we get Lady Di?
That's not me.
Can we get Lady Di? I know she was trying to say something. Go ahead, Lady Di.
So I get what you're saying, Bo, about finding a man where your goals and everything align, right? That's how I found my husband. We had a conversation, and I wanted to make sure that what I wanted, what he wanted, was the same thing. But because of life, right, stuff changes. So it's not going to be the same thing like what we agreed to many years ago. Stuff is going to happen, circumstances are going to change. So with that being said, right, you have the conversation with your husband, and you look at him as, I don't know if you look at him as the head of the household, as leader. I'm saying head of household. I'm not just talking about with money. I'm just talking about in general, head of household.
Partner.
Right? Not partner, but leader, head of household, right?
No, she already said partner.
No, she's saying partner.
Okay, so if something, so let's say, I don't know, someone got sick, because maybe you're not going to move if he say, hey, go do this. But if somebody got sick, and the best person to stay home is you, and you have to let go of your job for whoever the sick person is, are you then going to say no because my career is thriving XYZ, or are you going to say, sure, I'll sacrifice this to help my family? I'm asking.
No, of course. Of course you make sacrifices for your family.
So that's to the extreme.
Yeah.
Right? Nobody wants to think about somebody getting sick. You wouldn't do it for like something that's not as extreme as that. Right? If let's say your job makes money, right? But let's say the business aspect or the business goal that your husband has is way more than what you will ever make. And he's showing you, hey, this is what it's going to be in the next 2 or 3 years. Right? And you could see it proven with other business owners or whoever. Like it's a proven thing. But he needs help. He can't do it by himself. He wants to trust you, because if you hire somebody, sometimes hiring people will mess up your business. Right? And then now you're losing more money. So the best person to ask will be the person he's living with, the person he's sleeping with, the person he got kids with. Right? Sometimes you can't even ask your family. They'll mess it up too. So if you considering that, because if he lose money, you lose money.
Mm-hmm.
If you consider that, would you say, hey, yeah, I will sacrifice this? Because careers could come and go. You could get fired.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like it's permanent. So it ain't like you can't go back.
And your husband gonna be right there with you.
Yeah, you're gonna be right there. It's not like you can't go back to it. I'm pretty
Your
sure
boss
whoever your
gonna say,
job is will
your boss see
understand.
you get hurt, get the hell on, Bohem.
Your job will respect you, understand it. They ain't going nowhere. Right?
Telling you,
You could
man.
always get a better job. Shoot, you probably settling with the job you
Better
have.
put your husband
So
first,
would
boo.
you then say, sure, okay, let me do this for our family?
I think I think that you all are assuming that I don't want to sacrifice anything for my mate. That is not the case. It's just that's not going to be the first thing that I like. I'm like, without question, absolutely yes. No, I'm not doing that. It's a conversation. There is a process. We have to process things. We have to look at things moving forward. How is this going to look in the next 5 to 10 years? How is this going to look next year? How are things going to look? I will absolutely sacrifice that
You
Can I
know
ask you a
what?
because
question?
I do put my I your spouse does come first to a whole lot of things, but just like anything in life, you're going to have to talk things out because some things just don't make sense. And here's the thing. One person cannot make that decision. Two people have to make that decision because the two people in the relationship have the perspectives needed in order to figure out what that is going to look like for the both of them and be okay. So I wouldn't say automatically yes to a lot of things because we're going to have to sit down and map this thing out. That is who I am. I am a very logical thinker. I cannot just yes.
But
I am going to sit
Let
down
me.
and get the
but it's
information
already
needed.
Right.
but it's already
Let me
mapped
get
out. I
mine.
didn't say it wasn't mapped out. He just gave
No,
you a
I'm
piece of
agreeing with you.
paper.
I said yes.
Okay.
Like to your scenario, I'm saying that. I'm just saying like I don't want you all to misconstrue what I'm saying and think that I think that certain things come before my husband. Absolutely not. Like if I am married to this man, that man comes first. But there are just things that I won't
It
do
does
for
sound like.
anybody because this is me. This is my life. And at the end of the day, if everybody goes away, I'm still going to have to live with me. So I just like he done come before me. Let me say that.
And that's the problem. Well, I think that what I hear is people trying to cross every T and dot every I in a situation. As Lady Di said, look, things gonna happen. Y'all know I work in, and y'all know I work a type of industry. I'm always bringing up insurance. And eventually, somebody gonna get sick. It's just inevitable. Okay, I don't care if you're 50, 55. Somebody gonna get cancer. Somebody gonna, cause just it is. Somebody gonna have a heart attack. This is the way life go. Everybody not gonna live to be 70, 80 years old. Most of us gonna start dropping off in our 60s. Some sooner than that. That's just freaking life. I see it every freaking day. Okay, you'll be surprised how young you'll be with pancreatic cancer. So don't. I think is when we look at that, and what I'm hearing is, as long as when you sit down and have this conversation with your possible spouse, it may not end with your way because it sounds like you want it to be your way, and that's not going to work. It may end with his way. And I hear, and this not maybe be may not be you, but what I hear is women want the men to put them first, but they don't want to put the man first. They want to put contingencies. They want to put stipulations on when they're going to put him first instead of just putting him first, and vice versa. Just like he's supposed to put you first above everything. If you have a business, this is why I say we supposed to be the most smart, educated group of women in the country. We got business skills. If his business plan, because I'm gonna tell you, men go in business and make straight up money. I've learned that. We go in business. Oh, we want to go and help the world and solve the world. Men go in it for the dollar bill, and that's just the way to be. That's just how it is. That's why they're most successful at business. Okay. So the thing is, if he got a business, you take your business skills, you help him out and help him elevate because he's a provider. And then you can always go back and get yours off the ground. That's just how it go, but you sit down and you have a plan to make it work and go from there. I know y'all don't like hearing it like that, but I'm telling you, that's the way it should be,
So I appreciate your honesty again, and you giving how you realistically view things. And it won't work for some people, but it might work for somebody else. I had a question for you though. When it comes to like the way you describe your man or your husband, is spouse interchangeable for like is you only marrying a man? Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm only marrying a man.
Why do you use the word spouse and partner?
Because they are my spouse or my partner. I don't I don't know. It's just they're
What
just
I'm
happened
just
to
words.
what
curious.
happened to husband and man?
I've said y'all have heard me say
You
husband.
just said in the last
I've
minute. I
Okay.
said
was
man,
wondering
I've
that's
said
all.
husband, I've said spouse, I've said partner. I use all of those words
Yeah, no, I was just curious.
because
I'm not trying to say.
any man that I'm married to is my man, my spouse, my husband, my partner. They're interchangeable for me.
Well, for men, it's not so interchangeable. I would say
Right.
I would ask the men, like, which man on this panel does not feel offended by being called a partner? Raise your hand. You don't feel offended?
Oh, you said don't feel offended?
Bro,
Yeah,
why you
yeah,
set us up
yeah,
to about some don't?
Right,
What's
he
the
raised
offense?
up.
If we offended, raise our hand. If we're not,
What's the
which one
offense?
is it?
Partner. We don't. It's not a good look.
What
It's not a good
I know.
look
What's the
because
offense? Why is
oh
it
well,
offensive?
the fact that there actually is a hierarchy.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
We're
then
not
if you was
partners.
born,
I wouldn't be with nobody that thinks there's a hierarchy anyway.
Well,
what
there we have it. That's what we needed you to say. Thank
that
you.
part. Yeah.
No.
That's what I was
Okay,
trying
I
can
to
we
get.
didn't. I
hold
did
on,
not
hold
need
on,
her to say
I
that. I was
know.
already
hold on,
on that.
hold on, you guys.
I
Can
said
we
that
ask
before.
why? Can we ask why?
Because no one is above anyone. I'm sorry. Both of us have our strengths, both of us have our weaknesses. If it's one thing that I've learned in life, it's that nobody can be above anybody. Everyone has their weaknesses, everyone has their issues, everyone has flaws, everyone has shortcomings, and your partner is there to supplement that which you are not. Your
Sometimes some
partner is supposed to be your strength when you are weak. That
Let me
is what
ask
they
you
are
this.
supposed to
Now,
So,
do. That's
hold
why
on.
I
So
don't
Let me.
think you
is
can be above me
Do you think
because you are
Mhm.
not without flaw. You're
is your
not
boss
without
is your
weaknesses
boss
as a
above you?
man.
Is your boss above you?
I don't have a boss. I
Okay,
don't
so
know how many times I can say this.
if you were
But
working at a
but
company,
also, but
if
also my
if you
boss,
working at if you
I'm
working
not
at
in a
company,
relationship with my boss. I can't equate work to relationships. It's not the same thing. My boss holds my money over my head. My husband is not supposed to hold anything over my head. If my boss is above me because the job says so,
what?
You
not
funny.
because I think that he's more important than me, but because my job says that that's
Did,
my boss and
did you
he's
file
here.
for divorce?
Say what?
Did you file for divorce?
Yeah.
Do
But
you
you know
realize
why I
that?
filed for a
Do you
divorce.
realize you held divorce over your husband's head?
No, I
As
did
if
not.
it's the same. It's the same parallel of a boss holding your position in a company over your head. If you do not do X, Y, and Z, you will be terminated. And
That's not what
you,
I did. That's not what I did. If you don't do X, Y, and Z, no, you have not done X, Y, and Z. I have
same
asked you to
thing,
do X, Y, and Z, and
same
now we are
thing, man.
here. I didn't threaten anyone with a divorce. I'm not holding nothing over nobody's head because, see, if I have to threaten you with a divorce, we should already
Okay, so
not be
you're
together.
talking about semantics now.
I'm not.
It's the same concept. I worked for a boss and never said, "Hey, look, if you got a test today, and if you don't do it, you're fired." It goes without saying, ma'am.
Mhm.
We're not saying that somebody's holding over your head, but indeed you are holding over his head. If your man didn't do the things that he was supposed to do, the end result was that you were going to file for divorce, in which you did.
Right.
Just
But
like a
that doesn't.
boss, if you don't fulfill the task and perform the role that is expected of you,
Mm-hmm.
you will be replaced with someone who can, because you're costing the company
Right.
resources.
But
Bo,
I
can I ask you
don't
a
think
question?
I don't it is I chose to be with my husband. I didn't choose my boss. Work and relationships are not the
Yes, you
same
did.
dynamic. I'm at work and I have to respect my boss
You
because
do
I
choose
have to
your
make
boss,
money.
ma'am.
If the money was not there, I would not respect that person if they were not
Oh my
respect
God,
worthy.
ma'am.
But
Can
Bo,
you
I
Bo,
choose to
did you
respect my husband.
when you got
Bo.
hired,
He deserves it.
when you filled out the application and you sent your resume and you got hired and you got an interview,
Yeah.
did you not choose your boss in the process?
No.
All right, Bo.
What?
When you married your husband, were you like upfront about your belief?
Huh?
Like, did
Oh
he
my
kind of know that
Frustrated.
you didn't believe in a hierarchy, that you were not gonna be, you were looking for a partner? Were you like upfront about that?
Was I first of all, when I got married, when I was married, there was no notion of a hierarchy to me. None. I didn't grow up like that. I wasn't raised like that. I wasn't raised to believe in a hierarchy. These conversations here, this is new to me. I've
So
never
your mother
known a
and father,
hierarchy. That's why I don't believe in it.
your
Huh?
mother and father, were they equal to you or higher than you?
My no, I'm not doing that because my partner is not my father or my mother. They're not my
Okay, well, you
parents.
just said you wasn't raised in a hierarchy. I'm exposing that.
What I'm saying is relationships, I didn't see this hierarchy that you all are talking about. I saw people working in tandem. I saw my grandparents, both sets. I saw my parents, both sets. Both sets. My both of my parents. I saw my aunt in her marriage. I saw, and in every single growing up, every single relationship, it was they are working in tandem. The man didn't run nothing. Both of them ran that household. I didn't grow up
Are your
like that.
parents still
How do
living?
Literally, the
you how do you
concept
know
of a
that though?
hierarchy is
Are
here.
your
I
parents
learned this on social
okay?
media.
Like, have you ever had a conversation with your mom and pops and asked them if it was a hierarchy, or is this something that you're just
I
assuming?
actually did ask my mom. My
Okay, and
now
then what did
my
your mother
dad
say?
passed before I could have this
Okay, my condolences
conversation, but
with your father, but what did your mother exactly say?
my mother actually said to me that there is absolutely no hierarchy. She told me the story of both of them. She told me the story that he wanted to conquer her until he saw the value in her as an asset. And then they worked together. He saw the value in working because he grew up old school. He wanted to conquer her and be over her. But the thing is that the two women that he was with before my mother, he left them because they were weak. And he stayed with my mother because he saw the value in her as an asset. She was not willing to lay down and just do whatever he said. She had her own mind and she brought a lot to the relationship. She made she made everything in his life better because he chose to use her as an asset and work with her as a partner. She told me their whole story, and that is what makes sense to me because that's what I saw growing up.
So do you think men and women are equal, or do you think we're different?
Men and women are more alike than they are different.
No, but which one? Are we different, or are we just alike?
We're not just alike. No.
Okay, so we're different. So
Mhm.
when we were talking about the partnership conversation, you look at your husband as a partner, but how is that if you're not the same? He's a man, you're a female. Y'all shouldn't be the same.
He's a man, I'm a woman. Um and
It's the same
so
thing.
it
All right, man,
man.
whatever. You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, we
Female,
don't have to go
male.
through that,
All
but
right.
that's fine. That's what I prefer. Let me say that. But as
But y'all
far
not the
as
same.
us
So how y'all
being
have
different,
partner?
say
Mm-hmm.
what?
You're not the same. So how can you guys be in partnership?
Okay, so here's the thing. Biologically, we are different. Socially, we are taught to be different, but we can be the exact same.
Do you
Let's
believe
just
that?
wait.
I
Hold
don't
on,
know what to
Marcus.
tell you. We're
Let's just stick
socialized
with the
differently. That's why we're different.
let's just stick with the biological part, because obviously when you grow and you become an adult, there are going to be things that are similar, but let's forget that. Biologically, we are different,
Hmm.
right? We can have kids, men can't,
Hmm.
and we could keep going with that. So
It ain't but a
when
couple
you
of them.
when you say partner or whatever, I feel like as women we need to stay in our lane. We're women, so
Yeah.
you could be a leader in your womanhood, right? And then you have a male, your husband, that's a leader in his malehood, but then he's over you because he's your protector. He's more than what you can never offer. It's not a bad thing. I think when you're shaking your head like it's bad, there's nothing wrong with that because y'all not even
No,
the same. Y'all
it's not
two
bad. If
different
that's what you
people,
believe, it's not
male and
bad. No, no, no.
female. But that's why I'm just trying to stick with the male and female. Let's take the characteristics off the table. Just male and female.
Hmm.
it's okay that if he's over you and his man, like, y'all not the same. So I feel like you're looking at it like, if he's over you, you're nothing. He's over you, you have, like, that's not how it is. But I feel like that's how you're looking at it as.
Is there
You have
anyone
no
on
value, basically, is what I'm getting from it.
is there anyone on the panel that understands what she's saying? And maybe it's a possibility that she's right and we got it all wrong.
I understand what she's saying.
Well, I do understand what she's saying at the same time, but again, like I said it before on Derwin's live on TikTok, it's that whole partnership word that's triggering each other. Men are looking at it from a 50-50 thing, because it is a same sex term. It just is. But women are looking at it as we are working together towards a common good. That's just what they're looking at. And I think that's just triggering both sides. I definitely think it's triggering the men when it comes to that. But I get what she's saying, but at the same time, we're different for a reason. Like, I'm not trying to be a man. I want to be like a man. I mean, are we equal in so many ways? Yes. It may be 70-30. It may be 80-20. It may be 60-40. We still got this. We working together for this common good. That is what the women are saying. This is the partnership right here that comes in that. So, but yeah, we're not 50-50. We're just not. Biologically, we're just not ever. But I think that's just triggering the women triggering the men when the women say partnership. But be honest with you, you working as a partnership for the man up above, that has been said. But it also states that how women are also trying to, or wives are trying to undermine the man's role in the leadership. It's not saying that women are not leaders. It just you are leaders. Women and men are both leaders, but men got his leadership role and you got yours. That's just how it is. It's not 50-50. And it's not, I don't know. I just think the whole word is triggering people. That's all.
So I got
Go ahead.
I had two questions for you, bro. One, this is probably a real quick question. Like, how they was having a debate on what a woman is and all of those things. Do you think trans women and women are the same? Like,
No.
if a man...
No.
No, I was asking go that.
It's gonna stress me out. I think trans women are women because they call themselves women. It's as easy as that.
So I don't really get to talk to someone that has your ideology. So I appreciate you explaining what you believe in, and hopefully you don't feel too attacked so we can get through discussing it. I'm not trying to attack you and trigger you and all that stuff. I'm actually inquisitive on your way because it's foreign to what I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if your man had dated a trans woman, would you be okay with that?
I mean, a trans woman that is fully transitioned is a woman. I don't. That don't got nothing to do with me. Yeah.
I thought you grew up in a church.
I did grow up in a church. What's the problem?
They didn't tell you that was a lie.
They told me a lot of things that I thought were really harmful to people.
Oh, like what?
See, the donkeys don't do this.
Oh shit! I didn't say that. Come on, Mira, don't do that to her.
And that is why I would much rather date a man that possibly dated a trans woman than fuck the donkey. Cause here's the thing. Being a woman is just a social construct. I am a woman, but I am biologically a female. A trans woman could not be a female. That's just not a thing. It can't happen.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now. You're saying.
Can I ask a question? Since, like, okay, so the first question relates directly to what M. White said. If we're having relations in the bedroom and you like certain things, are we only judging that man for liking certain things because he likes that thing with any gender? Because That's what I want to understand.
Wait.
What
Pause.
happened? What? I don't understand.
Hold on.
When he's bringing up our trans women, right? My question is this: when we're talking about trans women, even when she's not fully transitioned and you're dating her, you're doing the same. Like if you want to classify yourself as a straight man or a gay man or a
I said
bisexual
fully
man.
transition. I said fully transition.
Well, that's a part of my question. Whether she's fully transitioned or not.
What is fully transitioned?
Or not?
Bottom surgery.
That means you got
bottom
She's
surgery.
got ovaries and she's got the XY chromosome.
No.
Okay, no, well, not the chromosomes, but
just a cavity, darling. That's it. Just a cavity.
I'm just trying to figure out where we're going with this.
What
Can
I'm
we
more
honestly
so trying
say
to
that is fully transitioned?
No, she can't have babies.
Hey, bro, it's just it's an innie versus an outie. That's it. That's
That's what I'm saying. So is it safe to say that that's not fully transitioned?
No, that's
their
full transition. The transition is complete.
That's as full as they're gonna get. Keep going, Laisha. I'm
So
interested.
my question is like, because I'm trying not to be so graphic with my words,
Just use YouTube words.
Pretty graphic YouTube words.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about a man saying he's straight, but he'll mess with a transgender woman, like
he's lying.
Would we? No. Here's the question, though.
No, y'all let her finish, yeah.
I'm confused as to why we would be upset with a man that has sex with a transgender woman if he's doing the same thing that he would do to a straight woman. Which is anal.
I don't know what we're talking about right now.
Which is anal.
What are we talking?
It just doesn't make any.
But if
right, like so it shouldn't
So wait.
like either way. Aren't they having the same relation?
So let me ask you this.
Let
me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Laisha. So let's grant you your argument. Let's say he do the same thing he does with a woman. He goes into the woman's vajayjay.
No, that's my point. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
I didn't finish it.
I don't know where we're going.
I didn't finish it.
It doesn't sound like
he has the options for oral vajayjay. If he tap into the back door, isn't that considered?
What?
Even though she's fully she only transitioned one. She has the back door of a male.
Isn't everybody's back door the same?
No, it's not. It's not the same.
No.
Okay. Well, I guess that answered my question then. That's why I was asking about the difference in when men ask about transgender women.
That argument's crazy, but you know what's wrong with it? That's unnatural, and so is the other option. The other option is also unnatural. Right, and everybody does that. Kissing, you kiss a woman because you kiss women because women have lips and men have lips. That could be for that whole argument. So we do the same things. We hug, we hold hands. Woman, because you go hold a man's hand doesn't mean that you could be gay because a man has a hand too. No matter how you spin it, it's what you're attracted to.
I apologize for taking us down this tangent. The only reason
this your rabbit hole. Pause.
I was I had
to ask. My pattern recognition.
Yeah, that's the perfect time to play that shit.
So, no, the reason I asked you that was because a lot of the time when women use the word partner and spouse, they also tend to share some of the same beliefs that trans women are. So I was trying to go down a rabbit hole for how much of that ideology you think for my own personal inquisition, because I classify things and I'm like, okay, I met this type of person and they tend to believe this line of thought. Let me see how far the line goes. And my next question was,
let me say this.
Okay.
Let me say this. I'm 44, right? All of this is very, very, it's not new to me necessarily. But like when you ask me about would I date a man and I'm like, based on my beliefs, then I have to be okay with that, right? But I would still, I come from a certain generation where we just didn't, like that just didn't happen. Those things weren't the thing and widely accepted. So I still am really apprehensive about that part. Like, don't tell me. Like, please don't tell me, right? Because then I'm gonna have this.
You're gonna have the thought, right? So let me ask you.
And so, but I do still believe if you identify as a woman, I gotta respect it. I respect it.
Okay, so again, so just so I'm clear, I agree to disagree. I don't believe that at all. But
Mhm.
when it comes to security, because a lot of these things that go with traditional patriarchy or hierarchical male roles, do you say a intruder comes into the home? Do you believe you and your husband or you and your spouse should split the protection for the family?
I'm scary. I'm getting behind my man. Hold
Oh,
on, hold on.
there we go.
Now, let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this. I'm getting behind him with my piece of steel because I got it right. Right. You hear that? It's right
Yeah,
here.
we got you.
So I'm gonna be behind him because I'm scary. But
So
also,
What about the
he's
essentially,
not
trash?
going to fight nobody. We gonna be right there together, and
yeah, right.
he gonna call the police because we calling somebody who can actually help.
Do
Cap,
you,
I'm
do
not
you
letting
cap,
my man
equally
do
cap.
that.
do you equally take the trash out with your man as well?
Huh?
Like
He
in the
doesn't
house?
take the trash out though. We got
Like
valet.
If a man here, I'm
Everywhere
not
got
taking out the
valet
trash.
trash. He
My
what?
nephew up there, I ain't taking out the trash. Not because I'm a woman
So
and he
your
a
valet
man.
come in the house and bag up the trash and take it out.
It's
No,
because
we sit it in front of the door.
Okay.
yeah, I ain't never enjoyed taking the garbage out. I don't like it. I don't like
So
checking the mail. I don't like
essentially,
taking the
what
garbage
Bohem
out.
is saying that
do
if
you hold the
everything
door
was,
open for men you're on a date with?
No, what?
You said it to
let
me
me
like,
ask you a real
hold
I
on.
don't
question.
date men actually hold the door open for me and get mad when I don't, like when I just walk up to the door. That's the thing. I've not dated a man who allowed me to open the door. It's not because
Let
I
me ask you
wouldn't
this,
open the door
Bohem.
for him. It's because I've only dated men who will only open, like
Who
they're
Since
opening the
proposed?
door for me.
you're so transparent, Bohem,
Who
is it safe
proposed?
to say that women that what you're like a like-minded mindset as yours,
Hmm.
if the things that are happening in Ukraine happened over here, you guys would actually embrace hierarchy and fall in line.
Say what now?
He's asking in the time of war that men typically are left behind to fight and the women
Hmm.
get to leave. Would you agree with that, or would you say we're equal and we both need to fight?
Listen, if a woman want to go to war, go to war. I'm not doing it.
Mandatory.
Exactly. She answered my question.
Yeah.
But
I
that's me
can I
individually. But I
can
think
I
that
say
women that want to fight in a war should fight.
can I say that
Mhm.
as much as I feel like I let my husband lead a lot of the time, I think a lot of these examples aren't about letting him lead or gender roles, because if I'm being so honest with you, I am the type of woman that when I hear the gunshots go off, my mind is not to leave him behind. It's to run to him. It's to find him. I want to make sure he's okay. I can't even say necessarily protect him, because yes, he protects me, but like I've watched him get into a bar fight because he was protecting me. And when they tried to jump him, I jumped in. I don't run from that, because I know that if something happens to him, that is my whole livelihood going down the drain. That is me turning into a single parent. You are absolutely right. I will stand on the front line for my man. Yes.
So this is where we
That's true.
differ. So like with my wife, right? The instruction is take the kids and hide in the back. I don't need you by me, near me, or interfering with what I got to do when it comes to protecting you. When we're walking down the street, you need to understand you're going to be on the inside of the street at all times, because if something was to happen coming from this way, I want to face it first.
Mhm.
When I'm in a restaurant, I would like to be present. Well, I'm not like to. Most times, 99.9%, I'm gonna be facing the door or the oncoming traffic, so I can see what's coming towards my family. If she take the trash out, no matter what, I feel a way about it, like, damn, I'm fucking up as a man. So I know you say those things weren't traditional gender roles, or I was trying to like question those things, but you guys kind of also coincided with that until we got to the defense thing.
Well, no, yeah, I completely like it's not like anything you said I disagree with, because I do walk on the inside of the street. Like he does that all the time. He's very particular about where we're sitting in a restaurant and da da da. Da. All I'm saying is that the normative of like thinking, oh, because she's a submissive woman, she is going to like run. No, I want you to know I love you as much as you love me. I don't want anything to happen to you. I don't want to
So
be
the way,
somebody else's submissive woman. I want to be your submissive woman.
so the
So
way I,
if something were to happen while you are on that part of the
It's not a matter
sidewalk,
of what you do. It's a matter of following instructions. If in White's case, if he tell you go in there, take the kids in the back, you don't have to prove that you care for me by fighting alongside me. You can prove that you care for me by just following instructions.
Why don't y'all start by asking her, okay, Laisha, your
Mhm.
husband got into a bar fight. He
Yes.
tells you get the fuck out of here. Are you gonna sit there and jump in the fight, or you getting the fuck out of there?
Well, when he said it was time to go, we left.
No, he told you
Yeah.
to get the fuck out of there. He's still there. He telling you
like
go.
leave him behind.
Yes.
That would be a very hard pill for me to swallow. I'm not gonna lie.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
White surgically exposed
I
that.
would. It's not, and it's not because
Shout
I
out to
don't
you,
want to
N.
listen.
White.
It's just I'm genuinely scared of what would happen to him. Like
Still,
that
it's
type of
not
stuff
one to listen
sincerely
to.
stresses me out.
You know what
It does.
you know what the problem is, and just to kind of put this in a bag, it's femininity out of convenience.
Well, no, that's not what this is,
Meaning
because
what?
y'all
'Cause it's
hold on,
not
wait.
convenient for me to wanna stay.
Y'all are conflating both of them as if they're the same person. Bo said she's gonna go hide behind her man. Laisha says she's jumping in the fight with him.
I'm
Y'all
not
think-
talking about. Well, no. I'm not talking about
no,
just this
hold-
situation. I'm talking about overall. And
Right,
overall,
but
they did
Laisha
have
did
things
not-
contrary.
No, Laisha didn't have a conflicting thought. Y'all asked all those questions to Bo, and then when y'all asked about the fighting on the front lines and all of that, Laisha
Yeah,
said
that's the
she would
only
get on
part
the
I
front line.
disagreed with. That's all I'm saying.
She
That's
never
the only
said
part I
that she would
disagreed
deviate
with.
otherwise and be like, oh, well, I'll let them take over. So y'all can't conflate both of their thoughts as if they're both the same thing. Now, if you want to talk about Bo saying that she'll get behind it, then you can talk about a conflict of interest and all of that. But they're not saying the same thing.
but
So you would refer to your man as a partner, or no, Laisha?
No, y'all don't really hear me say that. I've always said that's my man, that's my
I'm
husband.
asking because I don't want to put Bo's thoughts on you or anything like that.
No, that's not the term that I normally use for like I honestly I can't say I ever use that
I
term.
thought it was a
Like,
hair color thing. Like any woman with warm colored hair had the same mentality.
Darwin. We can't judge you
So-
by your hair color because you're bald, but we get it. Okay.
But y'all can judge me by my height, though. That's a damn shame.
Sitting in the chair, you look pretty tall to me. I'm a fairly short woman.
I'm tall, but I'm saying for the general, y'all can judge men by their height.
No, we don't.
You said it on the last panel. I'm not dating a guy that's 5'2".
I'm not. My husband is 6'3".
Right.
You're right. You're right. But he also I also like a certain type of man. Like when I met him, he exuded a certain type of
Don't try to apply his personality to his height. You said you don't date 5'2" dudes.
I want to be like how Bo said she's gonna hide behind that
I
man.
don't care
I want
what
to be
you-
able to hide behind him if I wanted to.
Don't sit there
I
trying
like
to make it
that.
about. Hold on, wait. So don't sit there trying to make it about your husband's personality. It was his height. Because if he
You
was
know what?
5'2",
I didn't say personality.
No, if
He
was
just
5'2",
exudes toughness.
If he was 5'2"
So-
and he exuded toughness, you'll call it little man syndrome. I don't
So
want to hear
Laisha, with the same question about the career situation, how we were asking Bo those questions, would you acquiesce to what your husband would say as far as
I
your
did.
career? Would you be able to? You would.
I stopped work. That's why I'm a stay-at-home, because it's more feasible for me to homeschool the kids and me to watch the kids, and like that's what I do. I am a stay-at-home mother.
So Bo, you on your own.
I could understand if I had like a great career. That's why I was speaking on it. Like if I had a great, but I was like, I have an English degree, like, so I could have been like a teacher.
This goddamn
Didn't want to be a
school teacher.
teacher.
She ain't-
I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like I was bartending on the weekends because it was fun. And then when he was like, I got a career now, and I'm like, okay, cool. I'm gonna sit
Oh,
at
no,
home.
basically he hit her with the
Hey man, that's actually my next clip, though.
Hold on, wait. Basically, he hit her with the your money don't make enough to cover any of this shit. Sit your ass at home.
Not what happened.
Your money is not worth the daycare. That's basically what he told you.
This is not what happened. But okay.
If you brought your husband over here and I asked him, Hey, when y'all was going over her staying at home, what
Right.
went through your mind was he looked at your amount of money you made, looked at how much daycare cost, and said, "Fuck that shit. You can just stay at home."
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
You funny.
There's a scenario to you ladies on this side. If you were married to a very wealthy man who told you that you never had to work or lift a finger because everything is taken care of, he just wants you to focus on raising the children and managing the home, how would that make you feel? How would you respond to that?
I actually just had this happen to me not that long ago, and he did tell me that, and I said, "That's really nice, but I'm still going to work."
And that's why your ass ain't got a ring on your
had that
finger.
happen. I declined.
Okay.
And that's why your ass ain't
I
got a ring
probably
on
still
your
have some
finger.
type of side business. Honestly, I love working. And as much as
And
I
that's why your ass
loved
ain't got a ring
getting
on
to
your
be
finger.
there with my daughter for the first years of her life, but I'm a go-getter. I was bored. And I also think, your ambition will kind of show you as a mirror the other person and what they're thinking and how they're thinking about you. Because when I did become more ambitious and I started my first company, it started like a rift between me and my ex. He was like, "Oh, you have to go to work? Well, what does that mean? Like, are you going to cheat on me? Blah, blah, blah." There was all this insecurity when I started to work more. And it really didn't have anything to do with the work because I was still going home, cooking, cleaning, doing it. Well, not cleaning, but doing all that stuff. I don't believe in
Well,
cleaning.
you keep saying
No.
that you were bored. You were bored. I'm just wondering if you took some of that boredom and channeled it into your motherhood or channeled it into the home in a different way. Do you think you could have just used it in a different way to help your family, or do you think that it needed to be something that happened outside of the home?
I think I need to build things for lots of people. I like to build for hundreds, thousands of people, and that's what I do now. So for me, it's like I was tending to the orchard every day. I had a full garden. I walked to the beach. I took surf lessons, did all this stuff, and I was still like, it felt for me, not for everyone, but it felt very like I'm doing this for 3 people, and I want to build for lots of people.
Okay.
I have a slightly different perspective. I personally, when I have a kid, y'all not gonna see me. I'm gonna be with my kid, and it's gonna be awesome. And I think that it will bring out another side of me, and I'm excited about that. My thing is the reason I declined it from the person who said that to me is I feel like they wanted to suppress me. They didn't want me to outshine them. And so my thing is, we have a partnership. I'm probably going to step away because I want to be with my child. I'm also educated. I'll probably homeschool my child because I know the education system,
Hey, JR,
So
can you
these
pause
things
it
are
real quick?
important, and that's
Real quick, I got a question for Bo. This is gonna be on the other side of the coin.
Okay.
So let's say you did go out there and you got your doctorate and all that shit, right? And you got over $100,000 in student loan debt. And your man and this man marries you. Y'all have a kid and you tell him, "Yeah, I think I want to quit my job. I think I want to quit so I can be at home with the kids." And he tells you, "Hell nah. You didn't go rack up $100,000 worth of debt just to bring your ass home. You going to work. Are you gonna say I'm going to work? Or are you gonna say
Hell
F
yeah,
that,
because
I'm
that's
quitting my
my
job?"
debt to pay off. I would never do that to someone. I would never do that to my husband. I'm gonna make you pay off the debt that I incurred because I wanted to go to school. No, that's not right.
So one of the things in that video that kind of really just broke my heart was when that lady said, "I was tending a garden, but I was only doing it for 3 people, and I want to do it for hundreds of people." That's so sad to view your
Why?
family with just 3 people. Like that, for me personally, like my family, my whole world. Like, fuck the rest of the world. This is my world. For you to say you need to tend to the rest of the world and not those 3 people, that shit kind of hurt my feelings. I ain't gonna hold you.
The reason why I asked that question though, Bo, was because one, first of all, it's so sad to see those 3 beautiful, there are 3 beautiful women, and you can see that ring finger is empty because I would argue the 2 on the right, on the first 2 ladies that answers were actually far more insidious than yours were. You said you would at least have a conversation. They said no. Whether he can come at them with a good plan and everything. And she said, "No, I'm not giving that up for you." And then
That mentality comes from older
hold
women
on,
pouring into us.
I am not done.
Okay.
And then what made me ask you that question
My bad.
is what made me ask you that
He
question
turned to TikTok.
was the first chick, the one that said, oh, when I have my kid, you ain't gonna see me. No, F you. Your ass did not go over there and rack up all that fucking student loan debt, become this boss babe and all this shit, just so you can tie down with a man and then tell him you got to take on all that, and you just gonna quit your fucking job? No.
Period.
Hell no. Hell no, because I can guarantee you, just the kind of boss babe she is, she would tell him, I don't care what you think, I'm not going to work, and he'd have to eat that shit.
I don't care.
Now,
I think the other reason it triggered me because
I know the responsibility and I embrace that responsibility.
What I was gonna say was I've seen people neglect being a mother to help other people and leave their kids hurt so that they can help the rest of the world. It's almost like you want validation from the rest of the world. And you don't really care about your family because you believe they're supposed to love you anyway. I just want to say, if you're a mother who do that, know your kid gonna have a problem with you for the rest of their life, and a serious problem.
Can I offer you another perspective though? That may very well be true, but a lot of times it is not the fact that she wants outside validation from anyone. She's not doing this for looks or to be seen a certain way. I want you to also look at it that it may be her just trying to serve people. She wants to serve people. Some people just have a servant spirit, and that's what they want to do. And she doesn't just want to do it for her 3 people. She wants to do it for more, because if she can bless her family, what if she can bless more people? Some people just want, they have a spirit of servitude. They want to help. And so it's not a selfish thing, and it's not neglecting anyone. If anything, sometimes those types of people teach their children how to serve. And that is useful as well.
So those type of people neglect their kids, and then they take care of everybody else, and then they be looking crazy when the kid don't want to fuck with them, and then want to have an attitude because they can't figure out, why can't I connect to this child? When the child looking at you like, no, you fucking chose these other people, bitch, go be with them.
Well, and white. So there's an extreme version of that, right? The ones that neglect, but then you also got to think about the ones that is not necessarily, they're the ones that join a PTA. They're the ones that bake the cakes for the school and stuff like that. So like, think of, like, I get what you're saying, that extreme, like, oh well, my doing this ain't really enough. But like the ones that truly want to serve, they want to serve not only their family but their community as well.
And I think that a lot of people may not talk about it enough.
If your family suffer for the community, you a terrible parent.
I'm not saying so. I don't think we're talking like, what I'm talking about is not a woman that says I'm willing to sacrifice my family for the community. I'm talking about a woman that says I got an overabundance, so I can go ahead and give that to the community as well. Because that's the reason why women wind up on PTAs. That's the reason why they wind up doing all the church functions. Because without them, there wouldn't be no community.
I just think that nobody talks about it enough, that like a lot of times when you become a wife and then you become a mother, sometimes you lose a big part of your, like, of yourself. Like, I was Alicia before I was Alicia the wife and Alicia the mom, right? And sometimes women want to find something to still have, like, okay, yeah, I'm a huge percentage of me is the wife and the mom, but I still want to have that little something that is just like, I'm Alicia that does yoga, or I'm Alicia that does community service with pets every weekend, or I still have something that still represents me as a human being. People don't want to lose that. And I don't think that that's a terrible thing.
You know what represent mothers and fathers as human beings? They kids. They kids are the biggest representation of them. And to look,
Marcus, have you ever coached like little league or basketball?
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Same concept.
But what I'm saying is, so the way I view this, and y'all may not agree with me, I got my own personal experience with this. So I look at it like this. The women that run the streets and be fucking niggas and doing drugs and all that shit and neglect their kids, the same as the women who go to church and neglect their kids. You neglecting your kids. Just because you felt like you was going to get more praise from doing it, you still was a terrible parent and neglected your kids. So as far as I'm concerned, they're in the same boat.
So when I asked you the question about how you ever coach little league or basketball or football, it's the same concept. It's the
What
same
concept?
concept, the
What
same
concept are you talking
mindset
about?
that
Like
you
doing
have a
something
lot
outside of your family.
that you have a lot to offer in the world. You have a lot to give in the world, so you go out there and you give it. Like, you know what I mean? Because I guarantee you wasn't getting paid to. You don't get paid to coach Little League. You go out there and volunteer.
And you're giving of yourself.
Well, that's what I'm
Just the
saying. That's
same.
different. Well, see, the thing, this is the double standard that we talk about. And if you're specifically religious, the word says you are called to lose yourself in the purpose of your husband. So whenever you say you want to keep a part of yourself, just know you're deviating from the word. So, and I'm not
Can I
saying you
ask you
subscribe to that.
how many people you feel like the percentage wise are still very religious in this day and age?
I feel like I feel like a lot of people are acting like they're religious. They're not really living by the word.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think it pisses off the M whites of the world who hear these people sit in church and claim this and then they don't even live by the word. It's just really hard to listen to those people. That's a big reason why I don't even call myself a Christian. Because if I can't follow it to the T, I got no business claiming a denomination of any sort. You get what I'm saying? It just doesn't make any sense to do that. But I think the man that you marry, regardless if it's a religion or not, I don't think this is the communication that is happening. And you two might be an exception. You guys might very well be communicating, hey, look, this is how I am as a woman. I like to have my autonomy and my decision making. That's totally fine. And I think M. White stamp that transparency from a woman these days should be championed because there's so many women that are chameleons. I don't even know if chameleon is the right word. They are concealing that their true feelings, their true identity, that they want to be able to have their own autonomy. They want to be boss babes. They actually have the competence to run their own business and help out tremendously. And they don't want to be pigeonholed down to a servant or something like that, or a housewife or some sorts. Those women, if they want to do it, they should be vocal about it. They shouldn't hide it, because then you're giving man expectations that you're going to be a nurturer and that is your role. But indeed, deep down inside, that's not what you want. And it's a setup for a lot of these men.
But Darwin, do you think that women should just be stay-at-home wives or moms?
If and only if your husband is requesting you to do that and has a system and a vision for that, and that role encompasses that, and then you agree to that, I think you should be a woman of your word. But if that's not what you want to do, you need to speak up and say, hey, look, I don't want to be down with this type of program. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your assets. Don't waste risking losing your kids for me and your assets being divided. I really think that women should start speaking up, saying this is not what we want, so we can go and take our efforts elsewhere.
So you have to think. So a lot of what you all hear me say is because I'm at a particular time in my life. I'm 44. I legit am going through menopause. There are no more kids. That's it. That's all. Shops closed. And so a stay-at-home mom
Hold on,
is
you're
not
in
realistic
menopause?
for me. Huh?
You're going through menopause right now?
Yeah.
So you're not
Do
even
you know that it
attracted?
spans a decade? It spans a decade.
So you're not even attracted to the gentleman that's on this panel right now. Damn, wow.
What?
I'm just kidding.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I'm just kidding.
I was finna say, let me tell you something.
What are
anyway.
you talking about?
But I thought, but let's be honest. The menopause does kind of stifles all of that energy that has to deal with being involved. You get what I'm saying?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I
Well,
don't
then
get what you're saying.
Can it hype it?
The only thing that is stopping is me from having kids. And
okay,
to be
so
fair,
okay.
I still have some gas left in the tank. It ain't that far gone. However, I'm not doing it because I'm 44. But what I'm saying is relationships would look a lot different for me. I'm not looking to have kids. I'm not looking to be a stay-at-home mom. I can actually be a partner to someone. My bad. I gotta stop using that word for y'all because it's really triggering y'all.
Go ahead and use it.
Okay.
Go ahead and use
I
it.
have to be a
Be
woman.
yourself. yourself.
to my man. It's just a habit. It's literally a habit. All of those words are interchangeable for me. A man, a husband, boyfriend, whatever. It just comes out. Anyway, I am going to be a particular type of woman to my man at this day and age. I can work. I don't have to think about sacrificing my job to be a mom. I don't have so I'm at a particular time in my life. So I'm ready to have fun with my man.
Period.
Like it's fun time. It's balls to the wall at this point because we don't have kids should be grown at this point. We should be supporting whatever kids he has.
Oh, so
And
you're subscribed to women having kids before 30.
yes. If they are, that's what y'all be misunderstanding the shit out.
Darwin,
Y'all
don't
listen
start
to
this
me
young
at the
pregnancy
dating
mess.
in
Please, Lord.
What?
Not the young pregnancies. I can't.
No.
Because
Just
we
let me
can't
hold on.
do the
No.
23-year-old pregnant girls.
No, listen to me. Just listen. Just
What?
listen.
They don't
right?
need to have no babies at 23.
I get it. Y'all are saying that, but the reasons y'all are saying that don't even make sense. Y'all saying the frontal lobe is not developed when women.
Did you hear me say that when we talked about it yesterday? Did you hear me say that one time? No, you heard the lady above me say that. I never said it. What was I saying? I was advocating for truthfulness. That girl should be able to just say she just don't want to have a baby at 23. Period. It shouldn't be no comma, semicolon, explanation. It should just be maybe I want to travel. Maybe I just want to not spend my money on nobody else but me. Maybe I just want to mind my business. That's it. That's it. It should be okay.
We didn't say it wasn't okay. We just said some of the reasons were outlandish. That's all.
Well, I don't think
If you would have said, hey, look, I just want to have hot girl summer, then we were like, okay, fine.
How is it that you deduce traveling and getting a graduate degree and
having fun? That's hot girl summer.
You didn't. I said spend my money on me, which could be okay. I want to use this money to buy my own house. I want to use this money to buy my own house. I want to get my own car. I don't want to have to figure out where I'm gonna afford diapers and rent.
What are y'all traveling? Y'all traveling to Jamaica to get this white gooey shit platted on your booty cheeks. Stop capping.
L, you know how I was saying about my pattern recognition? He right. As far as how my pattern recognition go, it's a trend of it's a couple keywords that I always hit. I just want somebody I could travel with. I want to spend my time building businesses. You got to throw in generational wealth. What's the other words? They don't typically say hot girl summer. They shy away from that. But essentially what it kind of if you boil it down, it's an archetype that prioritizes fun as opposed to anything outside of that. And that's great for just kicking it. Like I'm a nigga that say, hey, I love the hoes. When I was fucking out in the streets.
And the icing on the cake, to your point in white, is that if the people that say they want to wait till after 30 to have kids, they are saying that they should not remain chast. Because they said, I gotta wait till I'm financially stable to be a wife and mother. But at the same time, they say that they should be able to still have smacks. Whoa, damn, y'all got me saying smacks. They still can have sex along the way.
Oh, and I'm gonna say this too, to your point, M. White. If your ass is over 44 years old and ain't no kids in sight, and you on this dating site talking about you trying to build generational wealth for somebody, ain't no fucking such thing as that.
Hell no, your kids are never coming.
Me, you ain't building no generational shit. By the time when you die, you go your way, and when I die, I'll go my way. We ain't
unless y'all get a surrogate with all that damn business money.
We ain't doing that shit.
Even then, you can't even do that because 90% of her, what is it? 90%, 95% of her eggs are gone. So she probably can't even do that.
Man, if you tell me your baby making oven is out, the pilot light is out of commission, it's over with. I'm not about to go surrogate with you. I ain't about to do none of that shit. You absolutely right. We about to spend your money kicking it.
That's why I said those women are for recreational use. You don't marry those women. You have fun with those women. Boheem just said, I'm at the point in my life where I have fun. If she running the guys in corporate America,
what we doing? I thought we was only supposed to smash the prostitutes. Now we messing up these women too.
But what did I say? I said not the women who
You
want to have
can't mess up
family
you
and
can't
marriage.
mess up a
You can't-
44-year-old.
Wait a minute. If she
Wait a minute.
wants
You
to have
cannot know.
family and she's 40 plus, then she's automatically in the category with the prostitutes.
I'm not having no baby with
Yes,
no 40-year-old.
by probability,
No.
probability of her having.
a category with
Zach.
prostitutes.
Yes,
No,
the
we
likely.
not.
Bohemian, stand up for yourself.
Damn.
Look,
Stand up.
We put you in that
Damn.
category based on the likelihood of you failing to be able to give us a child.
No, listen.
My mama didn't fail and
If
she was
you want a
45.
child after 40,
Okay, come on, be
if
honest
you
with
want
you.
a
Your
child
mama
at
is an
almost
anomaly.
50, come on now.
Hold on, y'all. I
She
am not
still ain't
putting-
in menopause, y'all, and she's
Hey,
61.
Bo,
wait a
you said
minute.
if we want a child after 40, what? I didn't hear.
I'm dating men between 40 and 50 right now.
Mm-hmm.
You should have already did that. Don't approach me if that's what you're looking for. Please don't do that.
Right.
And I
The
appreciate
men
that.
approaching
So-
me are not looking for kids.
So
Every man I meet, I don't want
She's
no
making
kids.
my point. She's making my point, Trav. The men that want family and wives are not gonna go at Boheme, right?
But I'm not a prostitute.
I didn't say you were a prostitute.
Crazy.
That's why
No, he didn't say you were a prostitute. He just said you were in the category of one.
The way
You're listen.
He just meant that it's
prostitutes
just
are on the prostitutes are in the basement. You're like in the living room
basement.
somewhere. You're in the living room.
Listen.
Like
Do you
one
know
step
how
above,
close
one
the
step above.
proximity that's putting
Damn.
her, Darwin?
She's a floor above.
One step above.
The harlot.
Hold on,
One
listen.
step.
Listen, I'm not putting
He said
no
step, yo.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Darwin. Straight up, all bullshit.
That nigga
aside,
Trav is diabolical, yo.
I'm not putting no baby in no.
You tried to put it on me. No, that was you, Trav.
I'm not putting no baby in no 44-year-old woman. Fuck
Ew,
that.
that even doesn't sound right.
No, fuck that. Like I said,
I'm really
that's pretty
taking this
risky.
personal because my mama was 45.
Who's gonna take care of your kids when you turn
I
60?
just am not doing it.
My brother turned 18 and she's 61. Yeah.
Was that her first?
Crazy.
No, it's me.
At
I'm her
45?
first. I'm her first at
At
32.
45?
No,
you
I'm her
oopsie
first
baby.
at 32.
Okay,
you
so
guys,
there you go.
She does have a point.
No,
Older
hell no.
women are getting
That was
more
an oops.
recognition.
That was an oops, right?
Late
Sweetie?
in life, baby, they call it.
No, the
Yeah.
44-year-old one was the goddamn that they was at the Red Roof Inn, and she thought
The red roofing.
My parents have never been to the Red Roof Inn.
Yo, let's talk about it.
Wait, listen,
It
they
was
was
the
at the
Baymont
Red
Inn.
Roof Inn, and
It
they
was the
thought
Baymont
that,
Inn.
and she thought the menopause had kicked in, and the shit went wrong, and
My
damn,
parents
And
have
baby, when I tell you
never
I ain't
been
gonna
to
get
the
married
Red
to
Roof
baby
Inn.
right now.
How you know?
I'm not.
She was at Zaxby's in the parking lot.
20-some years and I ain't had one. No, I'm not getting caught up with no oops, baby, and no last minute
So
menopause.
what are you
baby.
doing?
I'm not doing
Did you get your tubes tied?
that.
You'll
No,
see that, and God will be like,
For the right person, she keeping
I'm
it.
safe. No,
I feel like
put my
If
body.
it's Usher,
but if it's
listen,
just about-
JR is right. If it's Usher
Bo
or
is
Chris
wild
Brown, baby,
ass
they
talk.
keeping it. Trust me.
Isn't it just about everybody's baby?
Ew.
Like, aren't most people's
hold on.
babies oops babies though?
no,
Yeah,
No,
No.
I'm saying I'm not having a
No,
before
I don't think
menopause.
either
baby.
one
I'm
of
not
us
doing
was
that.
playing.
I-
Be honest.
like,
On the
Bo,
pattern.
bullshit
Damn.
aside.
do
Bullshit
any
aside.
men here have children?
Hold on, wait.
Okay.
Bo, bullshit aside.
3.
If you and Usher had a one night stand and you had a oopsie baby,
Ew.
you telling me you gonna get rid of it?
Get
Maybe-
rid
I
of it.
probably have her.
Maybe you should
That's
ask
a
her.
damn
Yeah.
lie. Stop
Maybe
that.
you should
Usher would be a bad
Ew.
example.
I'm not
probably
doing
ask her
it.
who's her crush, Sweeney. You should probably ask her. Like,
It
who's her
is the
crush?
most. It is my greatest fear to be a single mother. I personally cannot do it. I don't see how they do it. I commend everybody that does. I have been so fearful of being a single mother. That was hard. The year
Why?
that I did it,
Why do y'all
it
think
was
having a
hard.
baby
Not doing
correlates
it.
with being a single mother? Why y'all can't just say being a wife?
You just said one night stand with Usher.
I did.
That's not a father to my. Like, I'm a
Damn,
single
Sweeney, why
mother
you
at
had to
that
fuck
point.
the whole? All right, yeah, Sweeney did say that. I give you that. But even
I
then,
think being a single mom is very terrifying because I know for a fact when I am here by myself for a week while my husband's on a work trip, I get very like flustered and I'll be like,
Yeah.
y'all don't listen. Y'all do a lot of yelling and running around. Like we had a
I
whole
would rather you bring in the lineage of your mother and father and your grandmother and your grandfather and great than to go through this world without having a child. Like his bloodline cuts off at you.
That's right.
That's a damn shame.
Can you imagine being the
I got
last
nieces
one
and
in your
nephews. My
bloodline?
family, okay.
You got nieces and nephews.
I do.
So your father was messing with your sister. I mean not
What?
your sister, but your No, I'm talking. Listen, we're talking about your father's. We're talking about your father's bloodline.
Yeah, my brother. He had a son. There you go. Ta-da.
Your
It is passed
father's
through the name.
bloodline is gonna be different than his brother's bloodline. Come on, let's be honest.
It is
My
passed through the
bloodline
name.
is gonna be totally different than my brother's bloodline. The blood
Darwin,
that mixes between
Darwin,
myself and my
Darwin,
wife is gonna be.
I need to draw a line in the sand for you. I had a son. He's not here.
I get that. That's why I don't want you to keep using that.
Yeah, we can't. Not me. We can't have that conversation with me.
Okay,
right?
that's fine. But
That's
anybody else? Well, that's why I said let's just look at it from a general standpoint. You can deduce from this conversation that women should not go through the world, and they have the opportunity to have children and elect not to have children. Per Sweeney's original argument, like it's a selfish thing to do.
But why would you want women to have kids that don't want to have kids?
Because let me tell you why, and I'm gonna pass the mic to
that's
Sweeney because
harmful.
me and Sweeney had this conversation on TikTok. When you look at the whole purpose of Social Security benefits and stuff like that, and I'm gonna pass the mic to Sweeney on that because he broke it down so eloquently.
Well, I was gonna say I will start there. Is your biological imperative to replace who you are on this planet? So you and the person you with is supposed to replace yourselves for the next generation. And what happens is that when you don't do that, that leaves the people who did wind up replacing themselves to bear the burden of taking care of you in your old age. Because, and I know like a lot of people say, oh, well, I paid for it and this, that, and the third, but it's bigger than that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's where I come in with the selfish mindset that if you're a sound mind and sound body, I don't believe that, to be truthful, I don't believe Bo was of sound mind, especially after losing a child. So I wouldn't expect somebody like her to go out her way to try to have another child.
Yeah, that's why we take her out of it.
Right.
That's an extreme case. We're talking about people who.
Well, I'm talking about somebody that's just like, oh, well, I just wanted to live my best life. I fuck kids. I don't care about them at all. Like those are the people that I would call selfish.
Want them to have kids.
They're not being selfish. I feel like that's not being selfish by knowing and acknowledging that that's how their mind is, and then them not having them. Because if that's how their mind is,
you're supposed to get your mind right. Get your mind right.
But what if they don't? Is all I'm saying. If they
that's
don't,
a selfish thing to do. If
No,
you don't go
two
get
things
your
could be
mind
right. Two things could be right.
but
I
how do
honestly
we make
don't.
them get their mind
So
right?
look, so Laisha, this is what I say. Two things could be right. I also don't believe that people who don't want to have children should not procreate. However, it's definitely selfish, no matter what.
Yeah, they still selfish just because they don't. Just because
why don't you want to have children? It's your biological imperative.
Because they
selfish. None of us would be here if not for
You said why don't people want to?
It's okay to say that these people should say they're selfish. If they just say they're selfish, I'm selfish and I don't want it. I'm like,
but everybody's selfish, and then you have your kid, and then like
it's the same
changes.
concept.
And do you have kids?
No, but I've had a miscarriage before.
Okay, so if I can ask you, right? You don't have kids yet. I would assume that me and you are probably of the same age if you're not like older than me. Like,
yes, I'm much older than you. No, okay.
I think everybody is. I think I'm the baby of the whole panel.
Always. So.
Right. And so with that being said, when you're having a conversation and a man sitting right next to you is saying the woman's biological clock is ticking and you don't have kids yet, but then you're also saying it's selfish not to have them if you can have them. So
you know what?
So how do you beat that? What do you do? You can't fight aging.
Correct.
You know what I think should happen to?
Oh, go ahead.
You know what I think should happen to people who are that selfish? Like, I don't want to have kids, fuck them kids and all of that.
Security.
When it comes down to it, when they get to 65 years old in retirement,
no Social Security benefit,
and they filling out the
crazy.
application for
That's extreme.
and they filling out
What?
the application for Medicare.
What are we, China?
No, yeah, God damn it. If you're gonna be that selfish, you're absolutely fucking right. If you filling out that Medicare application and it says, "Oh, did you have children?" No. Oh, denied. Oh,
no.
Did you
want children? No.
Denied.
Were you able to have children? Yes, but I did not want them. Denied.
Social
So many
Security.
people will claim
You
other
want?
people's children.
I don't
that
give a
happens.
fuck what you claim. If you ain't put them babies out yourself, denied. Fuck you, because you selfish. You didn't want to. You wanted to live your.
This is why you're not the president. That's crazy.
But then,
Yeah, 'cause
so
if I
then,
was the president, I'd force y'all motherfuckers to stay together.
See?
So then they can't pay into the system either. Then, if that's the case,
No, you're gonna pay into the system
that presents
because
its own. Why are you paying into the system?
Because you pay for the generation before you.
You pay for the generation before
When you don't have kids, that means my kids have to pay for me and you.
Okay, but let's talk about the boomer generation.
Oh, fuck that.
Did they actually think about us and our future?
Oh,
or did they say
should have been denied too?
them?
Well, actually, no. The boomer generation. So the boomer generation was just
our parents?
very large. So we lost a lot of Social Security to them because of after the war. Obviously, they all came back and they started humping like jackrabbits.
And then they bought the houses for like $2, and they're like, "Why
So-
can't you do it?"
But yeah,
y'all gotta stop talking about that generation. Did sacrificed a lot more than what you.
No,
think.
boomer, no. Silent generation sacrificed a lot.
Yeah.
Boomer generation was extremely selfish.
They
were the
did
first
not trickle
very
down.
selfish generation we have on record.
And I think birth control happened during their generation too.
Hold on, you're talking about the white race or the black race of boomers?
Overall, we didn't.
What?
All of them.
Overall,
Overall, the whole group of them, the whole lot of them, they were all selfish.
Like, look at black women, look at black men. Like, we're all selfish.
People that's why when people say they grandparents, I'm like, no, your great grandparents, because
Grandparents.
y'all love to give y'all.
I can't call black people selfish, bro, because we didn't have the opportunity to maintain our wealth and never got destroyed. I do believe I can't do that to my people.
Is it selfish?
I cannot do that to my people, man. Look, I believe when we had set up Wall Street, Black Wall Street, if that shit would have never got destroyed, I firmly believe that we would have been, especially
different generation.
If we would have had,
That's a different generation. Boomer
No,
generation was
that's not the baby boomers.
So you're saying,
That's not
are
the
you
baby
saying that?
honest question.
Are you saying that if we get reparations tomorrow, you don't think that the people will pass on inheritances to the future?
No,
I think motherfuckers gonna go to the club.
No, hold on, darling. You misunderstanding what I'm saying. The generation that you're crediting for that is not the boomer generation. The boomer generation, even in the black community, is selfish. The silent generation and the generation before that, and the generation before that were the ones that did all the sacrifice and fought dogs and water hoses and did all of that shit.
Yeah.
The boomer generation was the ones that was just a product of them who a lot of them didn't even participate in like the civil rights. They didn't even carry it on.
The shit got so much easier. And you know what they say about people who make your child's life easy. What happens to you?
They get soft like marshmallows.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I don't know.
I'm just saying that I just feel like it just makes sense. I mean, like black people are out here talking about systemic racism and how they can't get a leg up in the economy, but then to get to actual wishes of the reparations that we've been fighting for, I mean, it just makes sense that they're probably gonna push it forward to the kids because they're not gonna be able to spend it all in their lifetime. I mean, we would like to think that, right?
In the state of California, we passed reparations.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, we did.
What?
Governor Newsom signed it into law.
Hold on, y'all got reparations? Why is it
Yes.
a state thing?
But they're still deciding
signed
whether
it
it's going
and
to
then
be $1 million
defunded the bill.
or 100,000. They're still debating on the amounts, but it's
So
law now.
how could they sign a law in without an amount?
So he gave a verbal
Because,
he
okay,
gave
there was-
an announcement and a public apology and an announcement for it. It was 3 bills that was supposed to go up.
And he signed them.
So he signed one. The other 2 he didn't bring to the floor, and the Republican actually brought it to the floor and had them vote on it. They voted it down. It was a huge thing right before the election where they was talking about how they was playing with the reparations. I think it was SB 150 or 143 or
Who the
But
hell struck it
to be,
down?
okay, so to
there was
answer your
no
question,
teeth in
Trey,
it. They didn't have a way to fund the bill, and then
but
the wording
that's what Governor Newsom did. They finally agreed on a budget. We just don't know how we're going to allocate the budget. We don't know
They
if we're going to
can't.
get.
They're in super debt right now. There's no way.
First of all, we are like top 5.
Oh yeah, there's a riot going on. Is just taking away a lot of
No, before the fires, before they listen.
What
they're
state do
in
you live
debt.
in? Out of curiosity.
They still gotta have
Jersey.
Biggie trial. They still gotta have Biggie
Jersey,
Smalls
the
trial.
other communist state.
Well, I know LA is gonna be bankrupt if they ever decide to have
Those YNs in LA are
Biggie
not
Smalls
playing.
trial. Well, they keep trying to avoid having his trial, or whatever, or serving or hearing the lawsuit, the civil suit, for what's her name? Wallace. What's her name? Miss Wallace. I forgot what her first name is. But
Yeah, so
that's a lawsuit that literally would bankrupt Los Angeles if they decide.
They're 12 billion. They're 12 billion in debt as it is prior to riots.
How much do we earn?
It doesn't matter. You're in debt.
Because we're not in the red.
The Lakers
yes, they are. $12 billion deficit.
Hold
The
on.
state of California, he's trying to rebudget it right now. This has been going on for weeks. They've been talking about how bad the budget is.
Is LA? I mean, is this city? I mean, does city have its autonomy of debt, or is it collective in the state?
The state. That's which is Gavin. Which we was talking about Gavin Newsom. He's the governor.
But then also each county has their own board of supervisors, and the board of supervisors allocates budgets for schools, police, hospitals, all of it. This I think LA County controls. I think I don't know the number. I know it's more than 10 million, between 10 million to 100 million. Just 5 individuals.
Those township with money are not giving you reparations. It's going to be from the state itself.
Yeah,
I promise you.
that is absolutely true.
Man, well, look, man, this reparation
But the
argument,
reparations
man,
it's here.
I hate to keep having it.
Don't get
but
hyped.
I'm just honest with you.
Don't
I'm
hold
being
your breath.
honest with you, bro. I don't know what is it gonna take to actually pull that off. I just do not know, man.
Okay,
I
so
don't know, man.
this is the apathy, though. How can we want reparations and be like, oh well, it's never gonna come anyway, and then not do anything?
I think there's a group of people doing something about it. I don't know if it's enough.
So, like, pessimistic?
I don't know if it's enough.
What do you mean?
I don't
Like,
know
what-
if we're
like, what-
doing enough to get the ball moving, to actually get
what
the.
would ideally? What would be your ideal? Like, what would it look like if it was working to you?
This is what it would look like. It would look like if when we start voting for Democrat and Republican or putting people on off, it will be clearly on the ballot, solidified that this person is pushing reparations.
Whoa.
They were voting for Kamala, and Kamala was tiptoeing around the conversations in the interviews. And they kept saying she's going to help us get reparations. She didn't even want to have no fucking conversation about it.
May I ask you?
So I'm like, I don't know if that, I don't know who's doing what, but
It's because white people they don't feel like they actually contributed to any of it. Like, they don't think that they should pay for the mistakes of their forefathers.
Well, first of all, they don't think it was a mistake.
Oh Lord.
Oh my God.
They don't think it was a mistake.
Fuck.
You don't believe you think these people thought that was a, listen,
Yeah,
when you come over and take something,
Obama
when you come over and take something, that was intentional. When you put somebody into, there were laws backed by the Pope or the what do you call it over there? Whenever you take somebody into slavery and ownership, you had guidelines and you can do whatever you want. It wasn't no mistake.
But
They
now-
don't think
okay,
it was
okay.
a mistake.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Like, their grandfathers actually thought they were entitled to do it. But the average white person today, do you think the average white person today feels the same way? Probably not. And he's
The average white
person.
Which way you saying? Which way you saying they feel?
Wait, what was that, dear?
I'm
I
asking
didn't
which
hear
way
you
you saying they feel.
Who? I think
average white
modern
person.
white people think that there's Black privilege and that they shouldn't be held accountable for what their forefathers believed. They're separate.
And you know how
I'm
many
not
people,
agreeing, I'm just saying.
you know how many white people are voting versus pound for pound versus Black people?
Mhm.
This
Do
is
you know
why
that?
we
Do
need.
you know
That's
that?
why
Do
we
you
need
know
a-
that it only takes a small percentage of them to vote for reparations in combination with our large vote
That's
to
exactly
get it
right.
right? And that's not even happening. Like,
Because they don't
imagine that.
understand
They
why.
can sit here and say that. They can sit here and come to you and hang out with you. Yeah, I got black friends. Yeah, reparations, you got it. But when it comes to voting for that shit, it's a whole nother different ball game.
Okay, so let's make the argument. Why should white
Hold on,
men
and
vote
let me
reparations?
get to these super chats real quick, and then I'll come right
Okie
back to you.
dokie.
Machine $5 says, JR, I'm about to have a brain aneurysm.
Please don't do that.
How you have all this baggage yet asking for all these high standards, especially for a single, childless man?
Why do y'all do that?
Though with 499 says a mirror on her shenanigans shish. No,
Eugenics.
I don't know what I was thinking. It's late. Got to keep that bloodline pure. The Will 499. Oh, I just read that on already. It's not switching. What the hell? There we go. Brown $5 super sticker. The Will 499. So that ninja that preaches the Bible is now saying indulge in the harlots until he's ready to settle down. Is that a male born again version?
That's
So The Will 499 says so. Bruiser doing video calls telling men to beat it.
Let me elaborate on that. Let me elaborate on that. Yes. Yes. No, hold on. What? A cam model? No.
You just said yes.
No, is yes. I'm telling them to not step out on their wife and to go and beat their meats.
499 says black men are not trusted in any capacity. Months. Deja 199 says who the F practices law for fun?
Me.
Shout out to Zoe. Sponsor of the show. Gifted 5 Lapeef.
Woo! Zoe.
Gifted 1. You always coming through. Montague with the 499 says there is no such thing as blind submission. You chose your leader with your eyes open. It's not blind. Micromanaging a leader's decision ain't it. Ikane with the $2 says, Bo, your grandfather raised a man. Masculinity.
Shout out to you.
My God.
The Will. 499 says you can't have 2 quarterbacks in the huddle. You have 2 bulls in the same pen. There's always a hierarchy. I'm missing a super chat. Where's the one that Zoe did? Let me go back up and try to find it because I'm missing Zoe.
Crazy. I threw them articles in the back too, just in case. I know you went to check them out. It's actually way worse. Their budget. They have a budget deficit of 12 billion. Their debt is actually 1.6 trillion.
What?
Damn.
Hold on.
I'm talking about reparations, goddamn.
Okay, so May 13th.
Well, see, that's just gonna go in debt even more, Trev. Let's just be honest. If anybody take reparations out, they're just gonna go in more debt. They're not gonna try to zero out and earn and get a positive ROI or some shit like that. They're gonna actually go into more debt to compensate for that. Like nobody's holding a gun and you gotta pay your debt.
That's true. But to them, they're not paying it. We are.
And it's just, I'm telling you, what's going to happen is if they do go in debt for giving out reparations, it's just obviously it's going to cause inflation more, right? So the amount of money we think we get, and it's really not. It's really lost its value by the time they disperse it out.
That's right. You would
Due
be
to
better
having to
off with
pay it
land.
out.
But even with that, it can only cause but so much.
Shout out to Zoe Carp with the 49.99 says single income household only seems unrealistic to women who can't cooperate. I think that was
Ouch.
Ooh, shit. We should have
That's
been
a
got
good
that
one.
super chat.
You need
That's
a
a
shot.
good
You
one.
need a Jamaican horn. For that.
Jamaican horn.
Okay, so Governor Gavin Newsom announced Wednesday that California is facing a $12 billion budget deficit, spurred by
Yes.
soaring cost of social services as the state economy teeters from President Donald Trump's chaotic traffic strategy. Unveiling
Yep, I put the other link in there too. It shows their full.
Okey-dokey.
So that's their budget deficit, but their total debt is 1.6 trillion, which is out of control.
But this is
That's like 10% of the G.
Trev,
What
you
the
if the
fuck?
federal
Huh?
government, Trev, but if the federal government doesn't like protect the borders, right? Then all of those undocumented people flood into California and overwhelm our system, and we have to pay for them because the federal government isn't doing it.
That's why they got to kick them out. They
Yeah.
are. They're in there right now.
Isn't that
They
crazy?
deployed troops over there.
They're leaving
They deployed
tomorrow.
troops over there.
Trump
All
is
of them?
You don't know. You don't realize what Trump is. Trump is going to go get America's money out that's tied up in all this bullshit. That's why he cut DEI, all these other little branches, the Department of Education and
That's
stuff.
part of it. The best way to do it is to make more money. I think the energy plan is going to help make more money, keep jobs here. A lot of foreign investment.
Did you look at the heat map? Did you look at the heat map of all the China-owned farmland over here in America?
Ooh, let's look at that one.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
You saw that heat map?
they
own
buzzing.
almost 80 to 90% of farmlands over here. China.
That's insane.
Which shouldn't even be legal. We can't buy their land like that.
Can you understand what Trump
So
is
who
trying to
sold out who?
Come on, man. I'm not gonna get into politics because that's not my lane. I usually try to. If I got into politics, bro, I would be a fucking. They probably had me on Fox somewhere or some shit. But I'm gonna tell you right now.
Can you imagine if we saw him on Fox?
Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. But look, I just heard that they were actually hiring people to go out and protest and destroy shit.
I heard that, but I mean that there's nothing there's nothing to substantiate that.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of claims, but not a single person has ever proven it. Not a single person.
I agree. At the end of the day, we have First Amendment rights, period. And in my opinion, it's not even about this immigrant issue. It's about creating precedent where someone can just, because they feel like it, forget due process, forget the Constitution, and do whatever the fuck they want. And that's not what our foundational Black Americans died for. That's not what we fought for. That's not.
So
that's
who were constitutional rights designed for?
Constitutional rights were designed for the sovereign people of the United States of America. But even in the Constitution, it says if your government is being unjust because you are a product of God, you have every right to reject the government. You have rights.
We dig it, but that's not being unjust. You have people who are coming in who did not pay into the system, who are taking the jobs, not just the jobs, but the resources from people who have, right? People who actually had the right to be here. They're jumping the line from their fellow citizens and saying F you to them as well. They're just saying F everybody. I'm going to do what I want, and it's on your dime. Y'all going to pay for me, and we're going to be cool about it. No, that's not how it works. There's a system.
That's right. Correct. But
Yeah,
not right.
You
So
don't think it's right, but there was an office and many other offices who believe that is right. That's why we're in the situation we're in. You got a new office of people that came in is trying to reverse that shit. Yeah. And this is what it's causing.
Yeah, because
but
it's
then
causing
also,
issues.
I really do not see white men like doing construction jobs or farming jobs. They think it's beneath them.
What? You don't see white men doing construction? No, that's what the unions. That's what the unions were built on.
I see one white guy, maybe 4
no.
or 5
Well,
black guys,
okay.
and the rest of them are
No. Not even. No, they're out here.
And just because the groundwork, the guys that's doing the hands-on in construction doesn't mean white people ain't involved. These guys are. I'm just saying. You got guys involved, and you got them running the companies, construction companies, and the ones that you're exposed to is the small-time construction companies that's building these little database centers and on the road. When you go look at motherfucking skyscrapers in New York City and shit like that, contractors out there, like you see a lot of white people, black people, all kind of races is out there working hundreds of feet in the air.
Yeah.
So who do you think is doing those jobs? Who's doing those jobs that you described?
Men.
No, what kind of men? Because you said you don't see white men doing certain what kind of men are doing these jobs?
I would say for the construction jobs.
Yeah, the ones you're talking about.
Like men of color, like black men, mostly honestly undocumented men.
Right. Okay. And how much do you think they're paying them?
Below minimum.
Below minimum. What do you think that does to the person who may have qualified for that job? Will they get paid more or less?
Get a better job.
No, it actually messes up the curb. See, when you have cheap labor, it actually messes up the curb, right? Because when you if I could hire you as
this is your business. Yes.
Let's say you were into like you're a cook. A lot of them are cooks too, right? Let's say you were a cook, right? You went to a little culinary school, whatever, and you probably would get paid $15 an hour. But now
At your
they got
restaurant.
another cat, right? And Wardo can go ahead and do it for like $7.
And he's not going
Now,
to say anything because he's undocumented.
right. So now you can't get paid 15 because they're gonna pick up they're gonna
Yeah,
pick
you
up
got to be
Maria.
okay.
And
We'll
so
hire you if you can work for 7.
But that's
Right,
what,
but it
but that's
now
what I'm saying. I'm not
I'm
working
like,
for
what?
7.
Why would I do this
No,
shit for
but this
7?
but I know what you're saying, but
That's how Americans
but
feel.
that's a lot of people's reality. A lot of people did have those jobs as culinary workers, which they just will throw anybody in there right now, right? And they get paid
Imagine
less, or maybe janitorial. It might have been
Yeah.
housekeeping. All of those jobs are now way lower wages because they came in and messed the curb up.
And
You know what I'm saying?
imagine working at
saying.
imagine working at a company making $35 an hour.
Okay.
And then, hey, look, we're gonna do some budget cuts and we're gonna downsize and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to continue working here, you got to be okay with less time off, and we're gonna cut your wages 50%.
Damn.
That would hurt.
And then you're gonna be like,
you would be mad as hell.
No,
You would be
that
mad
is
as
literally
hell.
the tech industry. That's literally what I struggle with. Like, that's what everyone here struggles with. That's the nature of the game. And so what people end up doing is one of two things. They either start their own shit or they go to another place that will pay more.
Yep. And when you leave, somebody's coming in to fill that and make 50%.
I'm gonna give you a hint. You on the wrong coast. You on the wrong coast. I mean, it is a tech hub. You're in the tech hub, that whole west little cluster over there.
Yes.
But if you go to the right side, there's less of us to do that, so you get paid more.
Really?
Get out of there.
Why do you think so many women are doing OnlyFans?
Go look.
Because they're
Go look.
stupid and lazy.
And cost of living is outrageous. I don't see how people would want to live in California for any reason.
So you telling me if you couldn't get a job, you telling me you wouldn't do OnlyFans?
Hell no.
People in North Korea think they happy too.
How would you pay your bills then?
I'll figure something out. 4 or 5 jobs. I don't know. I'll do something.
4 or 5 jobs.
I would listen. You don't understand the level of disgrace. If my father even could smell that I had an OF account, it's not even worth all that struggle. I'd rather work at McDonald's.
Well, I'm glad you feel like that. Look,
No.
a lot of people don't have that type of integrity.
We finally we got a I was a part of
That's
a
even
polling
scary
study.
to think about.
I was a part of a polling study at the University of Virginia State, and we finally got access to it. It took us. This happened in 2014.
I love this research portion.
And we finally got access to it because they didn't want to put the research out because it was embarrassing.
Okay.
And the study showed that in desperation, 8 out of 10 women who are single mothers will still continue to have sexual intercourse with their baby fathers.
It's not desperation.
Well, when the terms of desperation is okay, that they're struggling with the utilities.
Oh,
keep the lights on.
I see.
So what that does is it gives women an alert that if you do decide to date or get in a relationship with a man who has a baby mother, it'd be wise of you to know her situation, her lifestyle, because that can determine whether she is maybe persuasive and get him to come back to clap the cheeks.
Absolutely.
And help out with resources.
Spin the block.
Do you think a man should still provide for that?
And the men are corroborating and saying that they oftentimes are willing to do it.
Of course.
Well, yeah,
but do you think
chicks,
that's morally correct? Is that moral?
No, absolutely not.
Well, if you
No,
let
it's not
them tell it,
morally
if you let the women, the single mothers,
They say
baby mothers tell
survival.
it, they will say that the man is his child. He owes it's his responsibility. He owes an obligation.
That's such
to provide resources for the house that is the custodial house that is housing his child. It only makes sense
manipulative
morally.
as fuck.
Well, that's what you say, but these women they adamantly believe that the man should be able to, help out to keep the lights on.
But earlier we had a woman who said no living man could compare to her deceased husband because he's still providing for her.
What?
So,
say that again.
Remember
No. She did say that. Bo said that.
Said what?
Bo said
It was
that.
I don't think
No, it wasn't Bo. It was the girl before.
That wasn't Bo?
Yeah.
Oh no,
She
you're
was
right.
saying-
I'm lying. God, no.
Hold on. What?
Black
No,
men
no,
don't
no,
lie.
no, 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 no. Oh wait.
It wasn't Bo.
Yeah, no.
It was the other.
No, it wasn't Bo. No. She said something
Who's-
like that on a different.
She
place.
said how? She
No,
said
that
her
was-
husband
that
is
was Russell.
providing for her.
Yeah, and that's why, you know,
His
when
death
she's
benefit
Yeah,
being-
is
the
paid
woman,
off now.
she dropped off real quick. The one I dropped off.
I don't know why
in
she
the
brought
beginning.
that up. If that was gonna be, but see, these are the things these are the snipe. It's feel like it's like landmines whenever you're talking to women because they have all these traumatic experiences and then they volunteer and then you want more information and you end up triggering her and pushing them away. I'm like,
No.
you get what I'm
It's
saying?
not
It's
that
like
they're
it's
triggered, it's a manipulation tactic to avoid accountability.
She thought that we were gonna, and we probably should have done it. She thought that we were gonna have the sympathy and let her off the hook from not,
I did.
you know,
Yeah,
for not having the emotional intelligence to take care of the assets and the funds that was left behind properly. But the
don't say
problem
that
is
in
we
your-
shouldn't have to ignore that because it was a loss. We should be pushing people to focus. Hey, look, you just lost a loved one. Your kids and your generation is still going to be here. You have to keep going. It's almost like when we were in the military. When my buddy to my left and my right fell, the mission still was on. We had to continue the mission.
Damn.
And when we try to communicate these differences between men and women, they don't want to hear it. That's why we keep saying men and women are different. If that was a man would have been like, okay, look, you're going to mourn, you're going to grieve. There's a time for that. But the bottom line is to continue the mission because I guarantee you, the loved one that you lost will want you to do that, will want you to stay motivated and stay on track and do his best for yourself and your children
100%.
moving forward
100%.
and not squander the money that was left behind out of
100%.
emotions. Because she
100%.
probably drunk herself for months and years and just start blowing money here and there and spending out,
Meanwhile,
I
those
get it,
children-
but I'm not gonna excuse it.
that man probably left that for the children, if we're going to be really honest. Not
said what?
simply just like
Oh shit! You said
the
because she was a
inherit-
single mom. But see, I was trying to get y'all to talk about stuff like that, but y'all didn't want to because I know y'all was girl code sensitivity.
No, I'm not, bro. Don't even.
But
do
we
that.
could have easily said, "Look, baby, maybe if you would shrink 50 pounds, it's very likely that the options would change because you keep talking about all these bad options." I'm saying, man, that your money ain't had nothing to do with it, especially if we living in y'all are saying we living in a day and age where men and women are coming together and putting their money in one pot and doing
I
well.
wish you said that.
So it's not the fact that you got all this money, it's other things that you may not want to hear at this time, and that women don't want to tell you because you just told this story. So now they got to be super empathetic at the time right now.
I mean, two things can happen at once, though. We should have.
No, but that's y'all. That's how y'all hurt yourself.
I agree.
Because y'all actually think y'all doing her a favor and y'all actually causing more harm.
Because now she never actually gets to address the issue, and then she gets the victim.
Nope. She's gonna go on every panel and the women are gonna call
Yeah,
her.
and they're like, oh, and
she'll never be able to get the options you want because none of y'all gonna tell her, hey, look, you need to get your image together.
Okay. Okay.
And I think that, and I think that's part of the harsh truth that a lot of women are not be able to accept and want to accept, and then they call it red pill and how red pill is toxic.
And how any woman who even listens is a pick-me.
Yeah, and how any woman who listens to that is a pygmy because she's trying to get picked, which is all stupid.
Literally why we're here, right? Like I want to be picked. Yeah.
Like I could see if she came up here and saying she don't want a man, now when nobody's gonna push that she needs to lose weight. But if she's sitting here complaining, saying, I want to find love, I want to move forward, I want a man, and then it's only makes sense for us to give you things that are applicable. Yeah. And what we can see right now, you have a rounded jawline.
Why is that important? Just for the listeners in the chat. Why? Because women, I don't think women, at least modern women, don't realize how much we are a reflection of our man. Really. And so being overweight isn't just him body shaming. Like it's not body shaming. It's a reflection of who the nurturer is in his life. I don't know.
Body shaming is, I think body shaming is taken out of context. Body shaming is, hey, look at you, you're huge and
You're
you're just
gross.
disgusting. You know what I'm saying? Ill, get away from me. That's body shaming. But body optimizing, what I like to call it, is body awareness is saying, hey, look, you would look very good if you could fix things here and there. You know what I'm saying? Take care of that. Take care of your health. Take care of your nutrition. And you will look insanely beautiful if you do it. That's not
I
body
agree.
shaming.
Honestly, I agree. Honestly, if we're going to be very honest, if you're really in the mindset of being a wife, you're already doing these things before he tells you. To be honest.
But it's to NY point, it's Trev point in some of these conversations. Women don't they just don't want you telling them to improve. They don't want you to improve. They want you to accept them who they are.
Yeah.
But whenever it's time for them to, whenever it's time for you to be looked at and evaluated, they want you to improve. Hey, you need to get your money right. You get what I'm saying? You need to get X, Y, and Z
That's
right.
an interesting double standard. Okay.
Yeah,
Trev,
you need to get financial stability. You need to prove that you can lead. You need to prove that you can take care of me. But when we tell her things to improve, no, you don't get to say that. Just take me who I am or go find somebody else. I'm like, God damn.
That's what happens when we coddle women.
Yeah, man, it's a shame, man. And then they call, and I don't know if you think this, but they think we're predators. For example, if I'm a 35-year-old man and I see the options I have, 35-year-old women, over 70% of them already have a kid. And then some of them, I think most of them have lost their eggs. They get mad at me if I want to go date the 25-year-old, saying I'm a predator because her frontal lobe hasn't fully developed, and I want to take advantage of her because her frontal lobe haven't developed.
Yeah.
All the while she drinks and smokes, which is a suppressor to her frontal lobe. So I'm like, you're suppressing your frontal lobe the entire time between 18 and 25.
Yo,
but now you care about your frontal lobe when it's time for me to select you. It just don't even make any sense to me. Like, these arguments do not make any sense to me.
You know what it is? It's because
And then the legal age is 18.
Yeah.
I just chose 25 and I'm a predator. When these guys were choosing these 18-year-olds, back in the 1950s and 19s, those women were never complaining about a frontal lobe, and they were spitting babies out.
In the 50s, they weren't even doing that. But we're gonna talk about that.
We ain't gonna talk about that, Trav.
Wait, no, go ahead, Trav. I'm handing you.
But it's almost like they're indirectly exposing the fact that they are less mature than the women back in the days with way more resources and education
Isn't that
development.
crazy?
Which is, I'm like, you have all the you brag about the first time in history black women have led all of the in the most degree.
But your frontal lobe ain't developed.
But you say I need time to mentally develop. I'm like, what the fuck is it? Which one is it?
But we're more mature than men, right? Yeah, I mean, look. Like I said, everything is just out of convenience.
If you have a child, you know that child is still a child, even if they're 18. There's not a big difference between an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old, really, in the way they think, in the way they still need guidance. They still need, someone to tell them what to do. And I think that's the fear. I think women are afraid of submission.
And that's why we had to ask the question, like, what are y'all single mothers or whatever your parents, what are y'all teaching them up until 18? Why do they gotta go learn how to be adult after they leave the house? Why couldn't you teach them that shit when they were there under your roof?
Because they didn't. If we're gonna be honest,
because
there's. Well, go ahead, Trev.
It's a good portion of our parents and grandparents who were younger than that.
That's what I'm saying.
No frontal lobes.
See, that's what I'm saying. When our grandparents and our great grandparents was in our lives, they were actually helping you raise your kids and stuff. My grandparent was reading me story. My great grandmother would read me story, bathing me, fixing me food, and all this stuff. Most of these kids in the future will never. The grandparents are becoming extinct. That's a whole generation that's cut off from the whole nuclear family.
They don't even want you to call her.
Because if you're having your kids after 30, that means your first time grandmothers are going to be the age of 60.
Yeah.
When they used to be the age of 45, 46. Now they're at the age of 60, and the great grandmother is passing away before she's around 75. So before the great grandbaby is born, The great grandma
Has
is
like
already
1 or
dead
2.
10 years ago.
That's sad. That's actually
And the
really
great
sad.
grandmother at that time don't even have the energy to be in a kid's life. I mean, the grandmother don't even have energy and time. As a 66-year-old, what is she doing? Like, she's not showing up at the games.
Oh
Like, she's
wow.
not being
And that
involved.
child misses out.
She's not cooking Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
Not at the rate she would when she was back in the 60s and 70s.
That was the
Grandmothers
worst.
used to throw down in the kitchen.
That
This
is literally
generation,
how
the
you learn how
generation
to
talking
cook.
about y'all was the worst parents. They're gonna be the worst grandparents. They a wash. They parents
it's
was
over.
real parents. They ain't do shit like our parent age. They made latchkey kids. They didn't they
the
got
latch
struck
kids.
out on drugs.
They
Like
want to be your
lost
best friend.
they be your best. They lost the family home for whatever reason, and
Mhm.
they kids had to suffer through it. And
Dang.
like it's their parents were great parents. They did everything for them kids.
That's
they worked
right.
hard. They was able to buy homes and put them in good positions.
Yeah.
And then those kids fucked it up. And then like
'Cause
what
they-
is that
because-
strong man?
Y'all remember Soul Food?
Because
It's no point in making movies like that ever. Those things are classics. Those things are antique classics. You'll never see anybody make it don't even make sense to remake the movie because people will look at it and be like, yo, that shit don't even happen in real life no more. Nobody has Big Mama no more. Nobody has Medea. Nobody has this great grandmother sitting here praying over the family over food and shit.
Well,
She dead and gone. And the grandmother is almost in the old folks' home. She's not even at the dinner table anymore.
that's unheard of in our culture. I think that's an American thing.
Yeah, that shit is gone, bro. That banana pudding and sweet potato pie
And
you
that's
used to get,
literally-
that shit is over with.
And that's why the YNs don't have respect for authority. Who's the
Then why ask talk a game?
That shit is over with. That shit is gone. Y'all, this generation moving forward is gonna miss out on so many so many things
so many
that we used to have.
Precisely.
even just
I'm about to give me a hoodie.
You know what the crazy part about it all?
This
The
is
crazy
so
part of
sad.
all the crazy part of all this,
You want
the
mask
reason
off.
why these women are having the kids late is so they can be financially stable.
Yes.
And
Isn't that
then most of them don't even reach financial stability.
Wait,
They
hold
never
on.
reach it.
You said don't ever. God damn.
They don't.
What?
They're
They're more
50, 60, and 70. They don't even have enough to retire on. They can't even retire.
But they own
They're
houses.
living on, they have to stop working and live off Social Security. So they did all that sacrificing to work for, they were anti-capitalist, anti-corporate America. And then they go and work 20 to 30, 40 years and have nothing. Saying that they wanted to risk for that and delay your family for that. And then then most of them don't even get to have kids. Like, and they all, and 90% of them, the stats show 90% of them regret it. And they're telling their daughters to wait till they get their freaking CRNA or whatever the fuck it is, certification, and when they're 35 and they
Because
have kids.
There's a cultural move to remove the family, remove men. So we are
This is
training
the
our
new
women-
slavery. You know how they used to cut. You know how in slavery they used to cut your generation. They used to cut your name, change your name, so you can't trace your generation back, your family tree back. This is a new systemic
like
method
Johnson or something.
by pushing women into corporate America to focus on their degrees in education to go
Destroy
work
their
for.
child.
They're already they hate corporate America, they hate capitalism, but then turn around and delay family to go work for it.
You know why? Oh, so then this is what, as a government, we should incentivize women. We should have childcare. We should make it cool to be a mom again. A lot of women are doing this because there aren't any safety nets for mothers. Really, if you get pregnant, you can get fired. Like,
Yeah, women have
shouldn't we
a higher
protect mothers?
women have a higher likelihood of receiving an STD before becoming a mother or married. It's a higher likelihood to get an STD between 18 and 30, which is crazy. That means that
that's wicked.
even though you say you want financial stability to be a mother, you have a higher likelihood of contracting a sexual transmitted disease before that.
Oh shit!
Which means that you're lying to me that you don't want to delay. You still want to have your cake and eat it. You still want to get bust down.
Yeah.
You still want to bust. That's why I told these guys at 35, like if she come to you at 35 and 40, trying to say, yeah, you should take me. I have the value. You don't get it. You don't get to go and do all that self-destruction and then come get the product. They call them, what do they call them? Finish liners? Somebody said finish liners.
The 11th man.
You don't give them that. You don't give them that opportunity. You tell them to no. You for
Okay, but what
recreational
about the
use.
women who did it right? Who listened to their parents, who weren't, you know, out here.
They weren't out here what?
You know, busting it open for a real one or whatever. They're not getting chosen. Why do you think that is?
Who are you talking about? 30? What age are they?
I'm saying like 27, 28 to like 37.
That is a lie. If a woman told you she's not getting chosen, she's lying. These guys, when these women go to college, these guys, they're sitting here studying for their test. They're studying for their chemistry test, sitting across for their husband and tutoring. That's your husband. He's sitting there with you for a reason. He just don't have the balls to speak up. These guys, these women are meeting. Come on, be honest, Ann. When you go to college, you're meeting a shit ton of men trying to shoot their shot at you all the time.
But wanting to sleep with me and wanting to be my husband are two different things. Yo,
that's correct. But
that's correct.
But do you feel like they were all doing that? Do you feel like all them cats was doing that, or maybe you just, you know what? Maybe I don't really like him like that, or he's kind of short.
Nope.
I think. Okay, I'm gonna be very honest with you. Young men in college are just trying to have fun. They're not trying to be.
Well, how do you explain all of these white women getting a wife before spring or some shit like that?
Ring before spring is what they call it.
Are you going on the record to say it's just black men doing that?
No.
Well, then how do you explain all the other races getting the rings before spring? That's what I'm saying. You got to start looking at this stuff and connecting the dots.
Okay, I see.
And you have to jump to the conclusion that these women are lying when they say this shit. They're lying. Because black men want to get married too. They want to have relationships. They can't just sit here and throw us and say, oh, we just only want sex. No. They need to quit the lying, man.
No, a lot of them just want to be financially stable before they actually really commit to a real one.
Yeah, but guess what? But the same thing, the other races are doing it at the same time. There's nothing that stops you from having a relationship. Just like when you're still going to have to go to work, which is going to be more demanding than school.
I see
right?
what you're saying. Yeah, and I see. Yeah, that.
And look, I always tell people like, look, you know what? It doesn't have to be a hindrance. Like your person can actually help you get through the school. Y'all can study together. Y'all can motivate each other. Like why do you think that it's going to be like a hindrance? Like he's just going to want to take away from you and distract you. He's
interrupting her ability to have other options.
What?
Options of what?
It's more profitable for a modern woman to have multiple men who will simp for her than to be committed to one. She's more likely.
Are you justifying that?
No, I'm not justifying. I'm explaining the reality. Right? Like the reason why she doesn't want to settle down with that one person is because she could be potentially cutting off her opportunities to go on trips, to meet all different types, to have a
just say hot girl summer.
You know what? Yeah, pretty much. That's what that is. And guess what? And that could be correct. And that could be correct, right? But there's always choices and trade-offs. So no matter how you spin it, she could choose that, or she could get herself a husband, right? Because they get mad at all of these guys when they like, well, damn, why he went and grabbed one of them? He could have got one of us. The reason why is because she pushed up, she pressed, she wasn't bashful, she got in his way or did whatever she needed to do to nab that man when y'all was ignoring his ass, when y'all was worried about the career.
Why do you think Kevin
Samuels said, "Oh, I got to study school"?
Why do you think Kevin Samuels was doing that? He was telling these women in the droves that no, you don't qualify, and these women kept saying, "I do." He was telling you, no, you don't, because of the path you chose. This disqualifies you.
Darwin just said you have a more likely chance of getting, a STI, whatever. So that means that you're still doing some of the other things. You're still going out. You're still smashing. You're still doing all the other stuff, right?
So all of this stuff about what about the women who are doing it right? That shit is not even a thing.
I feel okay. So if you go on TikTok, there's women 30, 40, 50 and up, and they're like, "Where's my husband?" They're crying on TikTok. It's a trend. I'm telling you, like, it's out here. They will say, "I did everything quote unquote right. I listened to my parents. I finished school. I did all of these things. Where's my husband?"
See,
I'll show you a
the
video
thing,
right now.
the issue with that, I
No,
believe
I've
you.
seen
The issue
him.
with that is their
Filming
parents.
himself crying.
That parent telling them to go. Can't you see a problem with that? And the parent is actually telling them, and they culpable in this. They're telling their daughters to go out here and prepare for corporate America,
And be
delay
alone.
your family, and they think that is going to qualify them.
In the future, yeah. Whereas the other races are like, no, I need to find my husband today.
And we're not even accounting for all the women that actually go out there and have oops babies and come to the table at 35. We're not compensating for all of the women who had ABs all the way between 18 and 35 delaying motherhood. Like, you got to understand that these things are happening. These women are being trashed out for those 20 years or 15 to 20 years.
I have a question for you.
And then they want to come and bring those soul ties and that trauma to a man who was getting rejected between 18 and 25, 18 and 30, saying he need to go and get a bag and get on his purpose, and then he go get established. And now they're saying, this is what you have to choose from. And he's like, no, I don't want that. I want the one that I initially wanted. I wanted her at 21, 22. So now we go back and get her at 22. She's going to be having a different, that's what I'm saying. Like, but they eating these men alive for doing that. So it's like you're trying to force us to accept you at the low end of your peak, when all we got to do is go a little younger. And they call them predators for that. And I'm like, I don't even understand it. Like,
it's because she wants you to love her for her, not for the her capacity to bring in your legacy. Yeah.
she wants you to love her for
What's
her.
going on?
Yeah. She wants a partner.
Where the fuck is those blooms coming from, bro?
You tell us.
Bro,
bro.
Trev, why you do that, bro?
Does that
Like,
make
you
Hey,
tell us
sense?
what's
I
going
could only
on.
mess with my square, bro. I can't.
Pause, bro.
What's the
Pause.
difference between your wife and some random
What?
22-year-old?
Rainbow colors, wasn't it?
You know?
That's the second time tonight too. I don't know what he's doing.
Man, I don't know. I did some shit like
literally.
this.
That laugh was so diabolical.
I don't know what I do. Oh. Yeah, but what was your question though?
I forgot. Sorry. It's late.
It's cool, man. It's late, man.
Yeah.
But these are good thought-provoking questions. I do.
But now
good
you
question.
cannot.
I remember. What's
Now
the
you can
difference
understand.
between
Oh,
your
go.
wife and a 22-year-old baddie?
What the?
You said
My
what?
wife right now?
I'm not your. Okay, sorry. I'm tired. In general, what is the difference between your wife, the woman you choose to spend the rest of your life with, and some 22-year-old? Like, why wouldn't you trade in someone who was younger?
Oh shit!
Compound interest.
Oh damn! You
She
telling me to
becomes more
trade
valuable
in my wife? You asked me why would I
not
not?
you specifically, but like.
How would you?
Yeah, you specifically, Darwin.
How could I answer that when you're saying your wife? How can you say not you specifically, but
Okay,
your
fine.
wife? Just go to sleep, man.
Okay. Good night.
Ashanti warrior. Because you trying to put me on the record, and then my wife gonna have to come back and watch this and be like,
bruh.
I'm not gonna.
why would I trade it? Why would I trade her? And why wouldn't I just do what M. White does? No, I'm just kidding.
That's crazy. Well, because you're older, you're more established. Like, you can basically sleep with the daughter, the grandma, and the mom.
Oh, what?
You
The
know?
grandma.
Hold on.
Yeah. Grandma wants it, mom wants it, and it's
I think we all sleep. We just hearing stuff.
Whoa.
I'm saying, like, what compels a man to?
Hey, he just turned the end music on, I think. Was that the end music?
I can't.
Yo.
Right.
All I'm gonna say is, man, bro, you just gotta chill.
Wait, what are the comments saying?
They cooking you in the comments, probably.
It's because I'm dark skinned.
No, actually, they cooking me.
Oh my god,
bro!
she
Dub
did
Will
that?
gonna throw the rainbow on me, bro. Bro, chill, bro.
Okay, just say you want a 22-year-old. Don't blame it on
Man,
the
that's
woman you couldn't get.
Yo.
They are cooking you. What the heck?
All right, catch us next Thursday, man. Y'all enjoy y'all weekend.
Love
Appreciate
y'all.
it.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for.
Oh my god,
Thank you,
that is
JR.